not gonna say much. You could have something you don't like the taste of. Don't talk if you won't make it worth it. Did you get far before you hit the surface?
I'm versed with the 4-digit pin code. Need your words when it doesn't match the skin tone. So blue, no sight, yellow brick road. Just for the rest, don't come back to San Francisco.
Live and let live, let them figure it out. We can do whatever, I just want you around. Tell it to the world when I don't pick up your calls. And if you're thinking something stupid, don't say nothing at all. Don't talk if you're not gonna say much. You could have something you don't like the taste of. Don't talk if you won't make it worth it. Did you get far before you hit the surface? Don't talk. And if you don't say something, I'm just gonna dig myself deeper. Wish it could have gone a little cleaner. And if you don't say something, I'm just gonna dig myself deeper. But most of us aren't good with that either. Don't Don't talk if you're not gonna say much. You could have something you don't like the taste of.
Thought you would be made for me, but I could never listen. Blinded when I refuse to see. I don't wanna lose, I don't wanna play either. I'll never be a lover. I know, I know, I know. And all you are is all I ever wanted. And I just wanted you to want me too. a place unknown, but feels like home. I've looked at its face and asked if I can make a life from all this pain. A ghost without a grave. There's a ghost in my head, screams and shouts and silences so loud. There's a ghost in my head, it screams and shouts and
Of competition, 8 teams land in Berlin for the first ever Game Changers World Championship. Hello everyone and welcome, and I hope you are ready for the next 6 days of clutches and awesome gameplay from some of the world's finest, because they are here and ready to compete. And in the end, one team will cement their name in VCT history and take home the first ever Game Changers trophy. I'm Golden Boy, your host. Of course, welcome and happy to be back here again alongside Kukuka, and I can't do it without Un Gato Malvado. How are you doing?
That's actually pretty good.
I thought we were in Berlin.
Yeah, well, you know, they put it in the copy, so I just decided to run with it.
You're really expanding your linguistic skills. It's been kind of a point that you don't speak Spanish, so I'm glad you're finally learning. Your wife will probably be very happy about that.
Thank you so much for pointing that one out, Mimi. Of course, joined by Kukuka. First time I get a chance to work with you.
I'm
it's a pleasure.
very happy. Yeah, it's the first time for me with both of you, so I'm very excited. To me, it's an honor to be here because I've had the pleasure to be a part of Game Changers since the first series in EMEA. So seeing the girls here, it really it moves me.
Yeah.
It's so sick to finally have you here for one of these events where I actually get to work a desk with you, and for Game Changers no less. It should be pretty exciting.
Well, yeah, I mean, let's actually jump into this because, you know, for this, Kukuka, what are you most excited about for this particular event?
to me, it's the fact that, first of all, we're making history.
Sure.
Okay, we know that Game Changers, since the moment that it was created, it has a very specific purpose. And I think that having the first international LAN is going to be very special and pivotal for it. And also is the fact that some of these girls have so much experience, but do not have the LAN experience in Valorant, and they're coming back to the stage.
Yeah, I know. I think that is going to be the most exciting part, too, seeing these players take the stage for the first time. Mimi, what about for you?
For me, I think it's the fact that for practically all the teams in this tournament, besides the NA and EMEA 2 seeds, they have been so dominant pretty much all year long, always winning in their regions, always looking really good while playing here. But now we get our first taste of international competition, and that means these teams that haven't really been tested yet will get that first big test, and we actually get to see how good these squads all are. You have TL Brazil, you have Cloud9, you have G2, all these teams that have been celebrated as being the best of the best, and we get to prove who is.
Yeah. You know, for me, right, I don't really get to like be biased from, because I just love good Valorant.
I think you've been biased at time to time.
Never have I ever. Okay, but I'm looking forward to seeing how Cloud9 White matches up against the world, you know, because there's been a lot of hype.
I thought you were going to say how Cloud9 just destroys every other region.
Yeah, you know, look,
expected.
Could they slap? Maybe. We'll find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. Anyway, all right, well, I had to fit one in there. Let's jump into this, though, because the Game Changers World Championship will be played on patch 5.09. Now, we know that Harbor is not going to be in play, but Mimi, what are going to be the biggest changes in this meta?
Yeah, so for those of you playing in ranks, the changes have been around for a while. We've had these new maps in play, but for the pros, this is the first time they get to compete on them, and that's both the reworks to Pearl and Fracture, respectively, which I do think change up those maps quite significantly. Starting off with Pearl, I think kind of the biggest idea of this was just eliminating a lot of unneeded corners and a lot of 50-50s that make the map pretty hard to play from time to time, and it simplified a lot of that geometry down.
Yeah, I agree with that, especially not only here but also in Fracture. It looks like they want to go for a more open space kind of approach, and just removing those ratty situations where you have to check every single angle and slowing the game so much before going into a site.
And I think it's opened up a lot more possibilities. Fracture, for instance, with the changes we're seeing pretty heavily to the A site there, it means Sands is very different to take. There's a new kind of power position there with going out top heaven. So it's opened a lot up for the pros, and I'm excited to see how they want to play this out, because I believe this is going to be the first VCT tournament to see all this in play.
Yeah, and also too, I mean, you know, we do have some changes to just the gameplay.
Yeah, exactly. Since we are currently playing, this tournament is going to be playing in 509. Also, we have the changes, especially to the initiators. Let's go first with Sky. Her flash now has to be used differently. It's the fact also, first of all, that you cannot destroy it any longer, and also the fact that you have to time it properly, because now instead of having a set duration, depending on how much you stall, is going to grow from 1 second to over 2. So it removes that possibility of having to pop flash, and actually enables you to play for your team, or to, you know, learn a cheeky spot where you can like stack it and just play around it.
Yeah, you have some slight changes to Reyna coming through. Her Lear lasts a little bit less time, but can blind from any distance now. Same to KO. That right click has gotten significantly worse on his flash. But on top of that, we've also had changes to weapons. The Stinger has gotten a lot better, and that is insane to me, because the Stinger was already insane at Champions.
Yeah, the Stinger was good. We'll see if that comes into play here. I'm sure with the Stinger most definitely will, but we also have a lot of incredible players that are going to be making their debut right here on the VCT World stage. And for the fans that, you know, they're going to be looking for their new favorite player here, who should players or viewers at home be keeping an eye on for our competitors?
Am I permitted to just go crazy, just bad chest for a second here?
You totally
All
can.
Right, I got to talk about Bob, because Bob has been so incredibly insane. I know, a big shocker. But she has come into this Cloud9 roster, the Game Changers before last, and immediately has started strong. Before this team, she was playing on the best OCE team, before moving over, playing in a top 20 NA squad with the Sonics, and now on Cloud9, she has picked up where she has left off. She is one of the absolute best scout initiator players. She plays the AWP sometimes on these roles. She's just such a fun player to watch.
I will get the specific stat for later, but I think that her success rate, like the success rate of the team when she's alive, is so much higher. The fact that when Bob is out of the equation, if you manage to take this one player out of it, your chances of getting the round is going to be so much easier for you. So I agree. I know maybe that you love talking about C9Y, but you know, I have to talk about someone else.
Ooh,
okay.
Who do you have?
For me, I'm going to pick Bastarda.
Oh, okay.
And I have many reasons to do so. First of all, it's going to be like her name actually comes from the movie Inglourious Basterds. She literally she liked it, and she decided, you know, no one's going
respect.
to call
Didn't know the story.
themselves
That's pretty cool.
a bastard, so
Great
she
film.
decided to go for it. We're talking about one of the first Radiants in the world. She was like, you know, I'm going to create content, but actually, you know, when some people approached her, she wanted to compete, and she wanted to compete with who she considered to be the best in the world, the Brazilian girls. She learned from scratch. She started DMing them with a translator, and she knew that she had what it takes to not only learn the language, but play with the girls and perform the way that she has been doing it.
And she has fit in so well. As the only non-Brazilian
totally.
player on this team in a team named TL Brazil, I mean, the community still loves her. She is so respectful, so understanding, has
insane.
really bridged that gap between LATAM and Brazil. And on top of that, she is the absolute star of this Team Liquid squad.
Yeah. Well, okay. So we went in for Cloud9 wide, a little bit for Team Liquid
Sure.
Brazil, but I feel remiss. We don't have any EMEA love. Who should we be talking about? You know, from the EMEA region.
I would personally pick Giuliano. I
Okay.
think that she's an icon. Okay, she's an
Absolutely.
icon. The way that she IGL, she DPS, all the career that she has, all the years behind her. It doesn't matter what kind of performance we get from G2, especially in this last series where they actually were not the winners. Giuliano is always putting on the numbers.
Yeah, something like 15 years of FPS experience behind her. One of the parts is this very experienced G2 core. And on top of playing the dive and being absolutely excellent on that duelist role and playing Reyna of all things, she's also the IGL for this team
Yes.
and makes really intelligent calls.
Absolutely incredible to see what, you know, someone like Giuliano, right, a veteran, a legend, could bring to the table here. And it's going to make G2 into a threat. Even though they're not coming into the first seed, we know that this team is very scary.
Yeah, of course, because we have to mention, obviously, this is a LAN, and for so many players, it is the first time. For some of them, it's coming back. When I was talking to the G2 girls around the hotel, they were so excited. Some people are very nervous, being like, I don't know how I'm going to perform. They cannot wait to go back.
Yeah, it's going to be so exciting. We are going to be seeing them a little bit later. But look, on Sunday, we're going to be crowning our first ever Game Changers World Champion. Not regional, folks. World Champion.
That sounds good.
That's quite nice. It's got a good ring to it. But it's been a long journey for these 8 hopefuls. And, you know, one of my favorite cheeky mates, she's going to hate me for saying that, Lauren, will give you a proper breakdown of the event format. Let's take a look.
And it's a beautiful play. Oh my God. It never ends.
Roxy! 2 and a third, Roxy! Put the spray down!
The 2022 VALORANT Game Changers Championship begins November 15th. Here's what you need to know before the tournament begins.
No shot, do you win this
I'm
cat?
getting into my stride.
VALORANT Game Changers Championship is the first ever global LAN tournament in the Game Changers series. The world's top 8 teams will face off in Berlin, Germany to compete for global supremacy as they are crowned the inaugural VCT Game Changers World Champion.
Olha como suja na
Teams attending the event earn their spots by winning major events or collecting the highest number of circuit points within their regions. The tournament will host representatives from North America, EMEA, East Asia, APAC, Brazil, and Latin America. You're not going to do this, man. Oh my God. One shot! From November 15th through November 20th, the VALORANT Game Changers Championship will randomly place the 8 teams into a double elimination best-of-3 bracket, with teams from the same regional qualifier being placed on opposite sides of said bracket. When 2 teams are left standing, a best-of-5 grand final will determine our first ever Game Changers World Champion.
Olha só, tá aqui, tem 2 jogadoras.
That's another ninja defuse! Lori, my goodness!
To learn more about the 2022 VCT Game Changers Championship in Berlin, check out ValorantEsports.com and follow us at Valorant Esports for further updates. Good luck to all the competitors, and we'll see you making history in Berlin.
Running straight into the side and getting 3! Who is she? That is absolutely gorgeous!
8 global teams in a double elimination bracket. I'll mark that with things you love to see. But Kukuka, which matchup from our opening gambits are going to be you're most, I guess, focused on?
I think I'm very excited for the Guild X versus Shopify Rebellion, especially because they're the eternal second place, but Guild actually managed to pull through and to win that last year, so I'm very excited for that one.
Yeah, I think today's games as well, we get to start off with Cloud9 versus Crew. That one should be fantastic. 2 insanely dominant teams in the head-to-head. And if Cloud9 and G2 wins, that could mean there's a chance we get Cloud9 versus G2 at the end of today, which would be an insane story if that starts. But no matter how those games pan out, it's going to be great.
Yeah, I know. We have great matches top to bottom here. And look, you know, as a host, right? Sometimes we're tasked with the difficult ask of our analysts to make predictions. And I'm going to put you guys in a hot seat right now because I don't have to. I know Mimi relishes in this one, but
Do I relish in it?
I think so in a capacity. But you know what? Let's go ahead and do this. Who do you think is going to win the Game Changers World Championship?
I mean, I feel like that's kind of easy for me. I've prepared some artwork.
Some
For those of
artwork?
you that remember Champions, I'm a little bit of an artist from time to time.
Oh.
And I'm looking for Cloud9. That's
pretty good.
not a 7. That's not a 7 for any wondering.
It
That's
looks
Cloud9.
like a 7.
I think
Why
they've
did
got
you
to be one of the
close
favorites
it?
to win.
I know
I
this
think
is-
that's a part
Yeah,
of the
I
logo.
know,
It's
I
the
know, but you know,
branding,
I
the
know,
brand
but-
identity.
You'd have done maybe a 9 standing on a cloud. We'll improve.
We don't really want to move away from our artistic
Okay.
vision here. Kukuka.
All right,
You know-
Kukuka, what about you?
So I had one written here, just
Okay.
because today I had a dream. I am not joking. I think I've been seeing them around too much. I literally saw Mary crying, lifting the trophy.
You had a
but
vision?
literally,
And you're not
I had
gonna
a vision.
follow it.
But listen. In Spain, we have a tradition, okay? I think the G2 do not need me. They do not need me to predict them. But in Spain, we have a tradition
Okay.
for the lottery. When we need luck, there's a bold guy that gives us the luck.
We have one right here.
Yes. And we all need
That's
to
pretty
do
helpful.
is to grab your lottery ticket, this one right here, and just rub it on.
For crew?
Yeah.
I thought you were a G2.
Okay.
Is
Okay.
this fair?
There you go.
Am I? Okay.
Yeah,
That's it,
well,
that's it for me.
if you had a bald guy and it worked out.
Let's see how it plans out.
You know what? I feel
We'll
like
bring this back on the final.
I
you
already
say.
believe in curses. I guess it's not that
I feel
far
like
away
I'm
to believe in
finally
that.
useful. I thought this whole time I was just a fleshy meatbag that threw to commercial break, but now I'm a good luck charm. I feel so good about that. Thank you for making me feel valued.
Anytime.
I'm glad you found your validation. That's
you.
really we're having a special moment here.
And I always thought it was going to be Mimi, but no, it ended up being Kukuka on
I just
day
need
one.
validation.
Unbelievable.
But she's here.
She's here. She witnessed
She's part
it.
of the moment.
All right, guys. Well, look, you got Cloud9 wide over here, and of course, you got Crew with some luck of my bald cranium. According to Kukuka, she says G2 though does not need any help. We want, of course, hear from you guys, and if you want to tweet us anything, by the way. Keep it nice. That's happening throughout the event. Maybe you could just go ahead and Photoshop my bald head into something else you want to do. Make sure you use the hashtag VCT Game Changers and hashtag VCT, and you will be featured on the broadcast. So make sure you get out there and talk about the event. A lot of people are going to be talking about us to join the conversation. But look, we've heard our predictions from our analysts, but we want to know what you folks are thinking at home in today's poll, as a matter of fact. Which region is going to take it all? Is it going to be North America, South America, EMEA, or Asia? Make sure you use the QR code that's actually on the screen right here. Go for it, right? Scan it with your phone or whatever electronic device you happen to have, and go nuts. Let's hear from you guys. We'll go ahead and talk about it toward the end of the show, but we've got to take a quick pause for the pause. And when we return, we're going to break down the first matchup of the Game Changers World Championship. And these two analysts laid out as tournament favorites. They're going to be facing off. It's North America's Cloud9 White. They're going to go up against LATAM's Crew Esports. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, everyone, to the Game Changers World Championship. And look, folks, we couldn't have asked for a better way to kick off our event than this epic matchup between North America's Cloud9 White and Latin America's Crew Esports, two teams with a track record of utter domination in their respective regions. And Kakuka, I'm going to start with you because we have two phenomenal squads that are about to take that stage.
Yeah, exactly. I think that you defined it perfectly because when we talk about Game Changers, we need to talk about Cloud9. I think that it's been the team that has been in everybody's mouths.
Yeah, it really has been. And if you look at the records for these two teams, it is pretty absurd. Cloud9 has played every single Game Changers event in North America. They've won every single one, only losing 2 series over the course of that, only losing 6 maps. That record's insane,
Wild.
but Crew has done the same within their own region. They've never even dropped a series.
Yeah, it's exactly the fact that Cloud9 is literally like that consolidated dynasty, and Crew has been, also the fact that the regions have been different in how the tournaments have worked and the support and the different things that they have been getting. I think that it's very equal to put them head to head and see how good the teams are going to be on today.
Yeah, and honestly, the stat that caught my attention the most, how long these two rosters have stayed together. There's a lot of trust on that team that's about to take the stage.
I mean, we have a lot of long-standing rosters in this tournament, and Cloud9 White is one of them. These core 4 players have been together since the beginning of Valorant, all the way back to 2020. This is that squad that Mel built up, but they have that new addition, Bob, into the mix now, but the dominance has not stopped since that change.
Yeah, exactly. I think that it's very important to say that because so many teams have had so many changes, like, finding the 5th or finding the 4th, but they only needed a couple, and they found their perfect match. And definitely, with all the changes that we've seen within the server, it doesn't matter what these girls want to try out, they will make it work for them. It's completely insane.
Yeah, the talent on this lineup is absurd. I mean, this is the team that when you ask them, oh, who are you guys scrimming? They're like, oh, we're scrimming, we're scrimming tier 2, tier 1, teams from across VCT. And part of the reason why is because of this person right here, Mel, our fellow co-analyst in the Challengers North America, but she has really been leading the charge, and she's just that damn good.
Yeah, she is the leader of all leaders, put this squad together from scratch, and has been in charge of it ever since. As an IGL, she's a very, very intelligent player, has been able to adapt around so many different metas and keep this team relevant. And on top of that, she is a fragging IGL. When she plays that chamber, she is absurd as an individual, and even when she's locking in the other Sentinel worlds, she is still just as good. When you think about Game Changers, a lot of people are thinking about Cloud9, and when you think about Cloud9, Mel is the face.
Literally, I completely agree with you. That's why probably we're so excited for that possibility of G2 versus Cloud9, because those clashes between her and Juliana should be insane.
Oh, and who also doesn't love a good EMEA NA clash at the end of the day?
Too.
But look, on the other side of that, you got Cloud9, a long-standing roster who have dominated their region. Crew has also dominated the Latin American Game Changer scene without dropping a match, Kakuka, this entire year.
This is insane for them because, as you said, completely dominant on their region. At the beginning of the year, they decided to scrap everything that they knew about the game, got it together with Fricks, their coach, and just started learning everything from the beginning. Okay, who are we? What's our identity as a team? How do we want to play? Who fits better in different roles? I love to see Konsu here, the IGL from the team. She's also Messino's older sister, okay? That's the kind of level we're talking about here. I do not know what it is with Chile. I think that has been such an underrated country for so long, especially in FPS, and they have been delivering so much talent, especially for Valorant.
Yeah, and here in Valorant, the Chileans are so good. And this team in particular, you talked about that kind of reinvention of their style. And when I was watching back through these teams, this is one of those squads that impressed me the absolute most, and one of the reasons they're so good is because of Kinnear. For those of you that are not familiar with this player, you need to be watching her. She is one of the best raw mechanical players we have, and that's because she's not just a Game Changers player. She started her career in Valorant, playing all the way back on mixed rosters, competing all the way up to the VCT Challengers playoffs. She played against the Leviathan core and dropped almost 30 kills on her. She is such a strong player.
Yeah, and every single time that if you ever get a chance to talk to her, she's so chill about it. She knows exactly what she's doing.
Yeah.
her passion. This is where she wants to go. For this roster, it was never about being the best in the region. They want to be the best in the world, and Kinnear is always leading with the frags.
Yeah, and I think that comparison of mentality is really good. Both these teams come in with the idea of, we don't want to be the best Game Changers team. We don't want to be the best North American or LATAM team. They just want to be the best teams and players that they have. That same drive that we're talking about with Mel, of wanting to expand beyond Game Changers, of just being the greatest player she can be. Kinnear's already had that. She's come back into the Game Changers scene now, but her fixation is on greatness, and that's what makes this matchup so fun.
Yeah, I think after this event is said and done, I think we're going to be talking about Kinnear for a very, very long time. But look, we had our good friend Kakuka actually, and the one and only Van Silly, my man. They actually got to sit down with Kinnear as well as Romy earlier. Let's actually hear what they had to say.
What's up, everyone? It's Van Silly and Kakuka. We're joined by Crew's very own Kinnear and Romy. Romy, I wanted to start things off with the first question being, tell me about the playstyle of Crew and how do you stay so innovative in the Game Changers?
Hola chicas y bienvenidas, es un placer teneros aquí. Cuéntanos un poco, háblanos del playstyle que tenéis como equipo y también cómo conseguís mantener la innovación dentro de una región en la que ya domináis.
Bueno, yo siento que nuestro equipo como que se basa en jugar bien agresivo, como que siempre intentamos como basarnos en eso. El tema de variar, yo creo que es como innovar siempre con los campeones nuevos, como que siempre te abre puertas a hacer cosas distintas, entonces con eso es mucho más fácil como en cambiar las jugadas, cambiar cosas así.
We consider ourselves to be extremely aggressive. That's what we base our game plan in.
Nice.
And also the innovation comes within the agents and swapping things around within the game, but it's staying and putting that innovation coming in from the new agents. That's lovely. Also, nice. Kinnear, we have you here. You have a lot of experience also playing in mixed teams. You have been through a very long journey. How do you think all that journey has affected you as a player that you are today? Te veo ya contestando, pero yo te la traduzco igual. Obviamente tú has estado también jugando en equipos mixtos, has llegado bastante lejos, has hecho cositas. Entonces quiero saber cómo eso te ha impactado a día de hoy por la jugadora que eres.
Me ayudó un montón, en verdad. Me ayudó como a ganar esa confianza que necesita un jugador, porque a veces como quedarte en tu zona de confort de, no sé, pues en este caso jugar con puras mujeres es como una zona de confort más que nada. Y como que no te abre nuevas puertas ni tampoco te hace como ver nuevas perspectivas del juego. En verdad jugar con hombres como que me hizo como tener una nueva perspectiva del juego, como un juego más rápido, como pensar de otra forma y a veces hasta calear de distintas formas. Y el tema de llegar a, por ejemplo, los no sé, pues tener que conversar algo con un player o decirle algo, oye, hiciste esto mal, y de hacerlo, no importa que cómo salga, como que se lo toman todo así como, bueno, es distinto. Entonces como que eso me ayudó mucho a crecer como player, y el tema de que empezar a jugar con equipos ya tier 1 también es algo distinto.
It helped me a lot, definitely growing in as a player, understanding different parts of the game, how to talk to players, how to compete, how to actually understand the way in the game in different manners. I'm very proud of the answers that you're given, because it's so important also coming in to Game Changers and how that is going to translate, bring it also that experience within the team.
Well, and that's exactly it. We talk about the stage now. You're on the biggest stage for Game Changers. It's the champion stage in Berlin. The fans talk about the favorites usually being like Cloud9 White, Team Liquid. Why should the conversation be around Crew instead, in your opinion? This could be for either of you to answer.
Okay. Nos gustaría saber, perdón, la Romy me está echando ya miraditas. Tenemos muchísimos equipos que están compitiendo aquí. Básicamente decirnos por qué el que está viendo desde casa debería de fijarse en vosotras, por qué deberíais de ser vosotras las elegidas.
Yo creo que es porque claramente todos sabemos que somos el equipo que consideran underdog. Entonces yo creo que siempre ese equipo es el que sorprende y juega con más confianza, porque literal no tenemos nada que perder. Entonces vamos a sorprender, yo creo.
Okay, they like the tag that they have been given of underdogs because they know that that is the way that you outperform teams. They know that that is going to be the case, and they're pretty confident about it.
I'm ready to put respect on the name here of crew. So, Conir, Romy, gracias for your time.
Gracias a ustedes.
Muchísimas gracias, chicas. Buena suerte.
Great to hear from the players there, and also Kukuka pulling off double duty.
I mean, it's complicated for me, not because I cannot translate, because, for example, if I see you, I know that you're going to talk to me in English. You know?
Sure.
So if you speak to me in English, I will respond in English. But for them, I'm used to talking to them, and I'm used to talking to them in Spanish, but also hearing Vance speaking to me in English. And if they're nodding and they, you know, letting me know that they're understanding, you know, I have to keep a lot of focus onto that.
Yeah. It's been obviously, it's going to be exciting to see this crew team take the stage. And look, guys, we have two teams that haven't dropped a match all year, and they're about to face off right now. That's right, folks. Who's going to advance? Who will go to the lower bracket? We are moments away. Don't go anywhere. Game Changers World Championship. We'll be right back. Welcome back. And earlier we asked you guys which region is going to take the Game Changers World Championship right here in Berlin. And the results, folks, the results are in. Let's go ahead and see what you guys had to say on the social medias and all that stuff. I'm actually quite curious. And it is...
If it's not an A, I'm going to be...
Oh, what?
Wow.
Okay.
That is a surprise, but the Asian fans out in force today. That is exciting to see. Everyone else really close, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, still, I think that's the most surprising fact. I mean, Asia definitely with the 32 on top, but the rest are pretty equal. I thought that it was going to be NA, but like 56%. That was my bet.
Yeah, I mean, Fennel's fan base goes crazy. The Japanese fans love their
it's
team.
It's completely
like no
understandable.
Region.
When you meet the team, if you haven't never heard about Fennel, you will understand.
Yeah, it's hard not to like Fennel. They are an absolute favorite. I am mind-boggled by those results, but that just goes to show you, like this tournament, anything is truly possible. Well, look, guys, we have 8 teams that are going to be coming to this arena with one goal in mind, to become the first ever global champion here for Game Changers. Who's going to claim the trophy? Who is going to write their names into the history books? Because, and I don't know if you guys are ready for this, but day one of VCT Game Changers is going to be starting right now.
Our road to Berlin has been a lot of work.
めちゃくちゃかっこよくてめちゃくちゃ強いチームだと思ってもらいたいです。
NA is on a different level compared to the other regions.
We're the ones leading everything in Game Changers. We're the ones that want to take things to the next step.
Hay un sacrificio para estar a un mayor nivel y cada caso que uno dejó atrás fue para algo mejor.
We're always considered as the underdogs, so I feel like that's a lot on our shoulders, and I think we really want to prove that we're better than people think that we are.
I just want to be remembered as the best player I could possibly be, regardless of my gender.
Playing on a stage only means that we're going to shine more.
We're the ones that want to break boundaries and break ceilings. We're going to put everything out on the table.
I am one of one. Trust me, I have just begun. I stay in the zone. Pass the torch and watch me run. I am diamond rare. Make them stop and stare. Yeah, I got the flair. No one can compare.
Eu quero ser lembrada como a jogadora mais temida do campeonato.
Let it go, stop, let it roll, let it be drop, watch me go. I am one of one, trust me, I have just begun. I stay in the zone, pass the torch and watch me run. I am diamond rare, make them stop and stare. Yeah, I got the flair, no one can compare.
We're going to absolutely be merciless at this event. You're disrespecting the server.
All eyes on me.
All eyes on me.
All eyes on me.
Todos tienen los ojos puestos en mí.
All eyes on me.
Well, folks, if that doesn't get the blood pumping, well, honestly, I really don't know what will. But we've been waiting for this moment since the launch of VALORANT Game Changers. 8 teams have poured everything they have into this defining moment of their legacy. And all that's left is to seal the final chapter of their year. The teams are ready, and now it is time to activate the stage.
Cloud9 White, Crew Sports, G2 Gosen, X10 Sapphire.
Now it's time to see what we're going to get with our map vetoes as we jump into the action here for C9 White versus Crew Esports, Mimi.
A lot of parallels between these two teams.
Yes.
Neither has implemented Pearl into their map pool yet.
Far, yeah.
Both have not played it at all, and it's going to be interesting to see who bans that away. Crew starts with Bind.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty surprised because this is one of the maps that they're undefeated in. But I think I understand it because in the last iteration of the composition, they were playing with the solo controller Astra.
Sure.
And I don't think it was sharp enough. It's definitely not ready to bring into the stage. If you're going to go against C9 White, you need the best out of the best. So I really like this Ascent.
Yeah, Ascent is a good choice. Both these teams feel very, very comfortable on this map. This has been one of Cloud9's home grounds, but Crew very good at it as well. I might even say it could be their best map. Cloud9 go to Haven. That has been a home ground for them for quite a while. No surprises there.
I think they are on an 8 game win streak there on a
Something
Haven.
like that.
Definitely, yeah, something crazy. Oh, the Pearl definitely is a veto that we expected kind of from the teams. Maybe if you want to pull out a surprise again, day one, literally the first time that you're going to be on the stage against such a strong rival. Maybe it's not the moment. It makes a lot of sense. Another great map for Crew is this Fractures, so I'm really happy for this.
Yeah, if Ascent is the kind of most known map for both these teams that they're very comfortable on, Fracture is the map that both these teams have not shown a ton of play on yet. They've kind of had different ideas around the composition, Crew playing with the Sage comp, a Cypher coming out for Cloud9. So it is going to be interesting to see if either of those teams do have a new solution if we get to that decider. But for the first team, it should be great because those are both very even ground.
We have to get to that decider, especially because when we talk about Cloud9 White and all the changes that they bring in the composition, they can't afford to try out stuff in officials. They've been swapping the compositions. The last iteration that they had on Ascent was without even a duelist. So it could be crazy for us to see if we can expect a new iteration of the roster.
Yeah, there's going to be so much to talk about. Don't worry. We're going to have plenty of time to jump into the action. Don't worry. Trust me. I know everyone wants to dive into it, but look, we got to do one more quick break. We got to take a timeout. Got to rest a little bit here and before we come back to the desk. And then when we come back, it's going to be Cloud9 White versus Crew Esports. They're going to take the stage. We'll see you soon.
Girls keep moving that, moving that. They love it when you doing that, doing that. They on it when you moving that. Can't get sexy on them, tell them throw the whole stack. Go on, girls, keep moving that, moving that. They love it when you doing that, doing that. They on it when you moving that, moving that, moving that, moving that, moving that, moving that.
Welcome back, everyone, to Game Changers Championship Berlin. And we're all set for our first match of the tournament, where only one team will maintain an incredible win streak in this competition. Let's see how it all plays out. And welcome to the stage, Cloud9 White and Crew Esports. Waiting on here, Cloud9 White, Crew Esports. Oh boy, I'm really looking forward to this one. I can't believe that we're starting off with this matchup, Mimi.
It is going to be a good one. Neither of these teams have lost a Game Changers tournament yet. Yeah. Both have incredibly impressive win streaks. This game will decide a ton for both these squads.
And as you said earlier, Mimi, for these two teams making it to the big stage, being here today, that was their goal. They want to be the best in the world. This is the first step through a very long career, but they have to start here today.
Yeah, the journey starts now, and think about the implications, though, Kakuka, if Crew manages to pick up this win, as everyone's been gassing up Cloud9 White, and for good reason as well, but hey.
Totally. Don't get me wrong. I feel like Crew is cursed because every single time that we jump into an international event, Crew goes against the FPX, the Loud. They never have an easy first game. So for these girls, it has to be the same. It has to be Cloud9. You want to take the trophy, you got to take down the Titans first.
But what a confidence builder that would be. You come into this tournament, you defeat the team that most are calling the favorite to win this one.
Well,
that would be huge for these guys.
Yeah, and then on the flip side of that, C9 White, a victory here, and it depends on how they win, because if C9 come to this one and they slap, this could be very problematic for the rest of the pool here in Berlin.
Yeah, we have heard from C9 and from Melon specific. They want to stomp in Game Changers. They do not want to play close games. They don't just want to win, they want to be dominant.
I think it's very important now that this is our first tournament. Do you guys remember what happened in the first VCT tournament where Sentinels came in and everybody, they're the favorites and they didn't drop a single map? This is exactly what they're aiming for. They want to have the same performance. Of course, the game has changed a lot, has evolved a lot, so have the players, but that is the outcome that they expect to get.
We have a lot of discussion about regions and who's the best and which style is best, but this is different. These teams oftentimes play a different style than what other squads with what some of the open circuit teams in their regions play. So it's a chance to kind of reset our expectations as what each region mean and what each of these teams mean now that they're online.
Yeah, funny. As you guys were talking about it, I was kind of getting some goosebumps a little bit, just remembering Reykjavik and everyone.
Everything
it feels, I know it's been a journey up until this point, but I think it's so incredible that, not only are these players going to get this opportunity to be able to showcase this, but also, Kakuka, for them to be able to face off in a very difficult matchup. I think if there's one matchup you want to watch today, not to devalue any of the other matchups we have coming up, because they're all going to be great, but this one's definitely going to set that tone for the entirety of this competition, in my opinion.
No, but we need to acknowledge the fact that Cloud9 One has been the team where everybody in the world has been looking out to be like, this cannot be real every single time, because even in EMEA, another very competitive region, we have had G2 going down against Gil. We have had that development, but for C9 White, how do you get better? How do you keep improving once you're better than the rest already?
Yeah, both of these teams, the queens of their region, have always kept their reign in good control. Now they have an opportunity to extend that, but it is against a very tough opponent for both of them. The matchup, though, that I'm looking for in this is going to get to see Kinnear versus Bob. They are two of the most experienced players, even outside of Game Changers, that we have here in this tournament. Bob was on the best team in Oceania in her own region. She was fantastic on her mixed team in North America, and Kinnear too has that legacy in LATAM.
It's the experience that we want to see. They obviously know that it has helped them become the player that they are today. Let's see how that helps them in the server.
All right, well, Prime Gaming Agent Select is about to begin. The first battleground will be Ascent. And those are going to be the picks that they have played previously. Yep. We'll see if we get any mix-ups here, Kakuka, potentially, but I don't know. I don't really think so.
Yeah, I'm really definitely looking out to what C9 is going to do, because as I was saying before, they played this composition without a duelist, knowing that they actually decided to start on the attack. I'm pretty surprised to see how that initiation power is going to work, because they have been so dominant on their defense here on Ascent. I want to know what's behind that thought.
It's going to be interesting. I am wondering if they just want to get their weaker side out of the way right away, but it is their weaker side, but it is still a good one. The way that they play their splits, and particularly this mid-control off of the Sage wall, is really good. Mel as well is really able to activate on these lurks. But on the other side, you have the Killjoy Jet composition from Crew. You have that same potential. And with a defensive-sided start, I think this is an opportunity for Kinnear to take control.
Yeah, I love the fact that it's very difficult to prepare for teams like this from teams like Cloud9, because just of swapping out the compositions constantly but keeping on just the fundamentals is really hard to prepare set plays. Now, Cruz has been under a lot of pressure. I think that this this year only, they've only had from 10 to 15 off days. Just imagine that. Imagine the control. Let's see if that can pull out also on the server, because I think that they were counted on starting on the attack, definitely.
Yeah, this is a team that people are sleeping on. This is their chance to prove what they have got.
All right, well, here we go, folks. It's time to dive into the game. And who better to call the action? And of course, what could possibly go wrong? Of course, it's one of our favorite duos in all of VCT. It's Panpak standing by for the call.
Wow, I mean, yeah, thank you for the introduction, Desk, as well. Lovely lead into this one, and I think they hit a lot of the notes here,
yeah,
Mike.
Absolutely.
I think we echo a lot of the sentiment. For me, I've got that same feeling when we were looking towards Reykjavik, that first event, the first international, all these different regions, head-to-head. Mike, where's your mind going at the start, though, here with these two teams? Your storyline, who are you believing?
Storyline.
I mean,
GB used the term set the tone, and I think actually this matchup, although it being a banger, probably the best matchup we could have for the opening here in Game Changers, but it has the potential to actually disrupt expectations from day one, right? We're talking about track records coming into this. Expectations probably leaning a little heavier towards C9 White. But Crew Esports, I mean, think about it. Was it Mel that said in one of those bumpers just leaning into this? We're going to come out, we're showing no respect. That's Crew's pedigree, regionally and for this team.
And it's going to be humbling for one of these two teams, potentially. And if I'm Cloud9 White and I look at this team, I'm looking at them potentially running through opponents. That's what I want to expect, is that kind of aggression, that dominance, that control. But we dive into things. Cloud9 White on the attacking side and defensive side, of course, then means it's going to be Crew. So, first map will be choice of Crew. Let's see what they bring into this. A little bit of a contact made. Run towards short, and utility being worked through. Kinnear could be one of the first players to potentially have that impact. You can see Cloud9 not in a particular hurry. They are working mid, though, but you can look at the extremities. Also then one out by Crew, so it's that kind of exchange, and it's Kinnear to draw first blood. Jessikin's gone down, but it's all but a ruse. The B pinch is on the way.
Yeah, actually, they're scrambling to get back towards site here as Bob looking to pave the way all the way onto site. Actually, two players tucked in here. They're ready to actually pop off. This flash is perfect as well, Lauren.
Yeah, this isn't too bad. We have to see if they can actually take the side control as it stands. For now, it's all good. Plant going to come down. We look towards the retake. What do they have to build in? One towards CT, two towards middle. Romy, Konsu, and Kinnear still alive. Kinnear holding a fair amount of space to at least allow some safe passage back in. Looking a little paranoid of a flank coming through, but nothing there. It is all towards the site. 3 players posted up, and here it comes. Smoke's already invested. Katsumi playing site, 2 towards back of Boathouse. Dash comes in, and the burst swing! Stunning work from Katsumi, and even once more! Welcome to the stage, Cloud9. You're looking like you're at home.
And absolutely shut down in that retake. Not even getting past the first hurdle there. All 3 players from Cloud9 White stacked in, ready to take that engagement. And actually, respect given on the side of Romy to be the one to try and be the aggressor in this scenario. Funny here with the opener, just tucked into short. A bit of a bait play, actually, from Tree. And like I said, Crew desperate to try and scramble to find that rotation, but just couldn't get ahead of that site hit.
And you talk about confidence, and that's something that we have to look at here. This is stage performance now. This is very different. How many teams back in the day do we see look great online? They get to land, they get into these environments, and it changes a little. For now, though, that's the way it's going to steady the nerves, going to build into the matchup. And we have a little kind of eco piece. We've got the Sheriffs coming out, so not too much to worry about unless someone gets pinched, someone gets caught by it. But Cloud9 White holding a default, and a deep default.
A very deep default, yeah. Alexis ready for this as the players in support as well. Jazikin's the first one to find it. Khalid actually responds with 2 here. Spike noted as well. Katsumi has to tuck away from this. Actually, Mel and Bob made progress elsewhere, but no real information towards B-Sat. I don't actually think the extent of this stack on the side of Crew was noted. But early advantage here.
Yeah, massive and fantastic consideration of that. Brilliant work coming out from Crew. I'm really happy to see. You can see instantly that Spike got collected and got the hell out of danger. So over towards the site we go. Plant going to come down. Let's see if they can hold on to it. Those 3 Spectres, still a fair amount of utility on Katsumi. Same with Bob as well. So you're still in a decent enough position to fight this one out. And I want to see Bob's flank here. The timing is everything. Do they still recheck towards middle? You've got 4 players and Bob could have the best flank in the world. They have absolutely no idea. And it's devastating. It's so much. They all have to turn. It's time being purchased. Bob does not need to overcommit to this. Just chip away by time. Precious seconds. Because Crew are almost back in this round. And it's only 1 to make it forward. Cloud9 White again. course correction there. It started to get a little dicey towards that A side, instantly lean away, and that deeper default paid off.
Beautiful timing as well from Bob to get behind that rotation. You see Conair just making that last glance back towards mid, but Bob comes through. She's on the backside of this, but the opener was fantastic here. I mean, Kalita finding 2 kills off the rip with the Sheriff, and luckily, C9 White able to tuck away from that Katsumi, like you said, just grabbing the spike, hightailing it over to the other side of the map.
But I also do want to look at Crew's consideration there. I love teams that on their kind of lighter purchases or, you know, eco rounds to an extent will try something. They'll give something and go, hey, it's our favorite,
Shout
Michael.
out GB.
Thanks, GB. You really cursed us here, bud. But no, I think rolling it back to even just that second round there, I did like what I was seeing from Crew. They tried something. Not just going to sit back, you know, actually try to get a little proactive with things, try to, you know, maybe disrupt a little bit, feel a bit warmer in the game, take a couple of these fights for themselves, because it could get a little bit, you know, you feel like everything's being dictated to you, because in my mind, again, Mike here, Cloud9 White want to look through this team. They want to run through this. They want to look as clean as they did online.
And on the flip side of that, C9 White actually poised. They're ready to receive that sort of play, right? They were anticipating Crew made not necessarily 5 people stacked up, but...
No, but something.
Exactly, yeah. So, again, diligence shown from C9 White, not really wanting to let that round 2 get away from them and still maintaining. Actually, I mean, impossible for Crew really to come through, risk regaining those weapons as well. Yes. I don't think they wanted to reveal the extent of that stack. So, the fact that Katsumi didn't hang around, obviously, Crew none the wiser to that.
And we will be going into the bonus this round. It should be an okay purchase. It hasn't been too much damage done in the initial round, so there could be some pieces missing, potentially heavy armor, a little bit of utility. We'll check back in when we jump back into the game. For now, of course, the bonus, we'll have to see what they're working with as well on the other side. But overall, I want to see what Cloud9 do in this round. I want to see if they can be creative as well. We saw Crew do it in the prior one. I want to see them on their kind of bonus round have a potentially creative mindset coming into this. I don't want to see them just kind of running through the motions here. I'd like to see Cloud9 actually bringing out, maybe not all of the plans, but a nice little showing here.
Yeah, and actually just to know what this next round's going to be like, because of that Sheriff purchase on a couple of players from Crew, there's a couple of light shields here, which some of these Spectres coming in for Cloud9 White can actually do damage here. We're talking about maybe some of these ranged engagements if Cloud9 White look to lean towards mid once again. I think actually Jazzy and Lex is probably just going to ride this through on pistols, to be honest. You Katsumi and Bob have some funds to spread. But ultimate-wise, it's only really Kalita, those skills in the previous one away. And Katsumi doesn't have the TP available. We're going to see something. If Crew do actually play close contact once again, Katsumi can really actually get into the backlines with that.
Yeah, there's some potential for that one. Beyond that, though, hopefully all of you are having fun. Good morning to the watch parties tuning in. I think a couple of you over in NA, obviously tuning in for that Cloud9 White game nice and early in the morning. Crew fans as well, so hopefully you're having a nice day. Maybe some breakfast on the go, really easing in. You've got plenty of good games today, and this, how many times can I reference your Cloud9 White having a big test, right? I feel like I do it every single time, you know, okay, up against your Shopify or up against X team, Y team, but I've got to say this is, you know, it elevates it because we are in a different environment. It's not like Cloud9 White haven't played at events before, but nothing to this scale, nothing to this pressure point, and it's that big first international, and that's why it reminded me of Reykjavik a little bit. It got me that, you know, that little butterflies coming through.
It's that thing where we talk about kind of solidifying or giving validity to some of these online results, right? And that's not to take anything away from I mean, almost having very similar journeys here, right, in terms of the track record, but it's that form that we're looking for both of these teams to bring to the stage here in Berlin.
And that's the thing, isn't it? It's that, how strong are they when they get out of their region? You know, how does it look regionally when we go into review, you know, with hindsight and results now coming in? Do we go, oh, maybe, you know, Cloud9 White looked good here, but, you know, it doesn't look as good as they did during that online domination. Maybe they're not playing to the same caliber. There's plenty of different things to look at. Same for Crew. Okay, well, how regionally do they match up? Of course, towards the top end, looking near on flawless at times. Okay, does that transition against NA? Does that look good against EU? Potentially so many other regions to potentially look at. So, as it stands, for me, I think this is, once again, I hate to say it, but a litmus test. It's one of those where it's just a little bit of a sit back and watch. In my mind so far, seeing Bob playing well, though, that's good. That nice little flank, good timing, nice read of the pace. I like the creativity from Crew. So already 2 good looks.
It's those little things where we talk about tendencies that actually, if they stick to the game plan, whether or not there's anything that's going to really disrupt that, throw them off their game. Those are real key indicators in terms of really translating that form here in Berlin.
Cover going on.
No, actually, Alexis and Jazzykins did ride through, and actually Katsumi looking to get into the backlines here with the TP. Yeah, will be cancelled, so one player noted at least here towards Heaven, but already a rotation has come through, Lauren.
This is going to be a pretty rough sight to take, but
almost
with the slow towards Heaven, yeah, they're completely posturing for the retake instead. Maybe feeling Kalita could facilitate something, but you still need to get that built up if you can. I mean, this isn't bad. They've got the post plant. They're standing in pretty decent positions. If this could go sideways, I don't love that they didn't try maybe halt a little bit of this, but utility-wise, they are down to bare minimum here on the Cloud9 white side. So this is a great opportunity for Crew, but they need to get going.
A lot of time burnt up here already. Kalita will pave the way through the door. Little crossfire setup here, though, just outside. Conir actually loses out to Jazzykins with a ghost here.
And I love the commitment as well from Jazzykins, still doing great chip damage too, and Alexis still not noted. Gonna get away with potentially murder until then. Mel on the trade and Mel on the flank! And that's a denial of the ult's validity. It's gonna find nothing here, as Romy, the last one alive in a 1v3, and Katsumi, headliner so far, mopping it up. And that's a conversion that's gonna sting against Crew here.
Absolute shutdown there on the retake. And again, Conir faced with a really, really awkward decision there. Like you said, to peek through, try and make use of the rifle potentially and slow down C9 White on the way into the site. But, I mean, outside that, it's only really Romy that can take that peek. Once that slow orb comes in onto Heaven, that peek is not comfortable. It's not as if you've got a chamber that can kind of dip in and get out quickly.
Right.
It's Romy scrambling to find its rotation, just can't get there in time. And almost a panic ult thrown out here from Kalita to try and clear through short, but Mel threads the needle perfectly.
And got to say, Katsumi looking like a land beast right now, sitting on 7-1, farming it up. And once again, similar scenes, but it looks like Cloud9 White are more than aware. Good trades for Crew, though. Kanir and Beish at least going to do some damage on this one. Rifle's not quite recoverable yet, so a little bit tricky in that regard to try and maybe get those back into play for Crew if they could recover them. And already, C9 White just going to turn attention. They want that plant. That's what they're going to try and facilitate. The two players playing slightly ahead. Spike safely working his way around by main. And they should be able to at least secure Heaven, maybe secure a little by tree, which they're going to do by at least shutting the door.
Alexis and Mel might even go exploring here.
They think they should.
Be able to greet a couple of members of Crew just ahead of progress towards Heaven. Gonna find any value here. Conir just behind the curve there. Fortunately caught off guard. Mel, savior of that one. Alexis nearly caught, but Crew doing damage once again here with pistols. Happy to stack up, taking engagement on one extremity. They draw blood, but once again, C9 White, the contingency's in place. And lose the spike, or nobody's overextended in a position they can't be recovered from. It's
Mel's
well
yet
handled.
to die.
Yeah.
Mel's going to have one of those games, isn't she? We'll find out how this goes on, because we are seeing that potential with Crew. I like that little, the aggressive looks, but you kind of need to now start committing to that a bit more. Needs in a rifle, which is what we've got coming in now. Operator into play for Romy, who's yet to get on the board, though. 0-4 so far, same for Konsu, so we need to see them start activating, feeling present in these rounds, because so far, so good for Cloud9. Now, this could be a good start, though. Shot goes astray, not ideal. Has to fall off this one. And give up that mid control, which actually quite quickly C9 are going to take into their hands here.
I think this is actually on the back of, you can see here just off screen, Mel being tested. The one-way phone up, great counter to that is the spy cam from Mel. Again, this initial probe, C9 White looking to peel back towards short here. It's only really going to be one player holding down. Conir playing very close contact, noting Mel's presence outside in the early rounds.
But there's no pressure on short, and they would have felt that, right? And they can speed up the pace, and they're so aware of this. Alexis with the first was great. The second, I feel, was a gift from the gods. And already the plant now getting put down, wall in place. Every post plant is pretty much covered, and you've got an operator. That's an expensive piece of kit. Maybe you don't want to commit at this point.
Romy posted up deep in Heaven. No possibility of swapping this out, and actually Katsumi ready with a paranoia, potentially, to enable somebody to push even deeper. It looks like Crew, rightfully so, going to give this up. That'll be the 5th on the board very quickly for C9 White. Unfortunately, not a lot for Crew to say in this round. No. Like you said, almost that double stack towards main when there's no pressure follow through towards B or towards mid. You must expect that push out. Try and dig Mel out of this position. Bomb catching him. Headshot there. Konsu will find Jazzy, but nothing but a consolation at this point.
It's worth hunting these down. You have the funds.
Yeah, want to punish
Money
this.
is great for C9. On the other side, they are desperate to keep hold of these. And it's just the operator.
The door's closed as well.
Do they get to keep it so far? I'm pretty sure it's gone. Okay, Mel. Huge punish.
That's massive.
Look at the money coming back in. 3.6. I think it was like 3.1. It's going to be shoddy at best.
Katsumi's already nearly on another. Already. Actually, talking about it, is Crew's first ultimate cycle just about coming online, but it's in the wrong round.
Yeah.
Again, we know Kalita threw out the ultimate earlier, but there's no real tools to... I mean, unless they want to invest here.
They're feeling it, man. Yeah. You can see Mel there just kind of starting to get a little feisty too. And I've got to say it, Mike, in my mind, they're reading the game really well here. For
Yeah,
Cloud9.
perfectly.
If you talk, away from what we're seeing in the rounds, a couple of exchanges.
Difference being here as well, where Katsumi's posted up, ready to receive that aggression outside B main. You can see immediately they know a bit more about it. Other than Kalita taking first contact, you can actually see immediately scrambling those communicators to say, it's all 5. Hit A now.
Yes.
And once again, like I said, nobody from C9 Wide's overextended. They don't lose the spike in an awkward position. They're in position to capitalize on that straight away.
Yeah, the read is fantastic. The mid-rounding coming out from C9 is good. It's not all just kind of that predetermined plan. It's not just, full-on executes here and there. It's just really nice audibles being called out as well.
And this time out from Crew, the sort of things I wanted is what I alluded to. The fact that they, as 2 stacking towards A main, they did spot Mel nice and early.
They did.
It's a Cypher, it's a spy cam. You've got to start taking those risks early on, because C9 White, how many times are they in this position where they stack up? They didn't have that snowball effect where coming into what we're going to see the third buy round come out and Crew off kilter a little bit in terms of economy, in terms of the ultimates. It can spiral out of control so quickly when you're playing against Cloud9.
It can, and it might be doing just that. At 5-0, Crew, that timeout could be essential for them. This could be time to maybe, talk through the options, try and get a grip on the game, because it's very easy to get blown out of the water. It's something that we've seen consistently, even in NA during the online phase. Crew needs to get a grip on this one. And I don't know how many times they're used to playing from the back either. It could be something they're just not used to. This aggression is so good from them. They are so good at these half buys, these kind of shoddy purchases. They are fantastic, and the spike is in a bad position here. They need success over by A, and Bob's given them just that. Bob now on the side can take so much control of this. The spike, yes, it is still an issue, but they at least have that backup plan now.
So I'm looking here to see how C9 White do recover here, because first time the spike has been out of position. Bob perfectly flanked through main, finds the first, the second. Actually, Romy going to fall too.
And Alexis trying to swing from it. That's good. Time to get away, though. There was still that pressure. There was still that danger. Konsu could have hit another shot. It could have been another problem. It's not to be. Kinnear has to find impact, find damage, find something, because this chip damage stops being enough. It stops being a silver lining at 6-0. It stops being anything we can depend upon. The first time we're really seeing C9 having to scramble in this round, and again, it's one of these buys, but that's a recovered rifle.
Alexis actually anticipating the lockdown potentially being used on short and saved the fragment for it. Not sure if Konsu's going to consider that. Alexis does give up the lineup for the time being after that door's removed. Well, they can follow through here. Alexis going to take first contact. The spike cam actually spotting out Heaven, but Alexis standing strong. Just one left to find for C9 White.
Yep. No one's given them any play, and the swing together, it's sorted. Bob bailing him out there as well. Got to give credit, they held him mid, they got the spike back to hand, but Bob, the amount of room that they garnered pushing towards that A side, pushing through, pressuring short, allowing the spike to come back in. That was probably one of the hardest 4 rounds we've seen yet.
Yeah, it was. And like I said, the first time that actually we've seen, we're noting how actually diligence in the early round, the spike was never really lost. The first time the Crew actually had an opportunity to really pressure this buy round from C9 White, but it just wasn't followed through. Great cleanup, and like you said, credit to Bod to actually make use of that time, get through onto A side, find that flank, and actually remove that control from short.
Okay, we've got the ults coming around. We have everything we need for Crew. And Crew are getting aggressive. They're straight up middle. They're up the gut. They're going to go for the deep knife as well. Finds maybe Mel at most, but for now, well, fully aware. Seems hyper aware of the possibility of this. Maybe noting the success they had in the prior rounds, but the timing's everything! And Mel's still alive. Untouchable in this
on
game.
The weapon switch as well, Lauren. Absolute madness.
Mel in fine form. And just taking their time here. The lockdown being considered by Konsu.
Not the counter over the Hunter's Fury. And actually, Bob going to throw this out preemptively here, just to try and remove Konsu from this short position, but finds Kalita instead.
And Katsumi, might be the time. There's that lockdown. And there's the TP, right towards the back of Boathouse, going to note that no one is there, and commit. So, Spike can be safely ferried away, unless Vaish can maybe find something towards middle. Maybe be a problem, but do they go for a double pump? Do they then thread up through middle? Because no one's posted on it. They've got options here. Katsumi can be all but a ruse. See what they do with this one.
Left.
Options are plenty. 28 seconds, but it looks like they're still eyeing up that A site.
If Katsumi closes this door here, maybe re-smokes off spawn. See Konsu rotate back through, but C9 White. I mean, Alexis is already deep on site here.
And there it is. Mel gonna make it across. Kinnear though gonna find Katsumi. That was a fight towards B, so the plant's gonna come in, and now we're in the post plant. favorable numbers still towards Cloud9 White, but we're going to see what Konsu, Based, and Konair can maybe achieve in this one. A little late on rotation because they had to deal with a player who took that TP towards B. Alexis waiting for the pressure to come in through by Tree, going to spot out Konsu. The flash to follow, going to know 2 and fight 2. Alexis taking heads. Konair just dismantled up towards heaven, and it's flawless. How many times have we asked this and waited to see if it will translate to the international stage? And so far, so damn good. Cloud9 White are just something else.
And the concern being, we were talking about when that first ultimate cycle will hit in a buy round.
Yep.
That was it for Crew. The only thing they come away from here is the Blade Storm for Romy. So absolutely nothing gained off that investment. Actually, on the flip side, I think before that, C9 White had either 4 or 5 ults to throw into this. And they're ready to just counter everything that Crew are looking to achieve. You always see him now getting a bit fired up on stage. Look a bit happier, looking to have some fun.
And on the other side, not going to be a similar scene at all. It's going to be a rude awakening. A tough, bitter pill to potentially swallow on map 1 here. Pressure towards middle found. And if you're C9 White, you've got to be looking for that aggression we know that Crew will try and bring out, which they've done. They've zerged out of B. They've taken the space away. They're going to leave A pretty vulnerable, but they're going to note that, and they'll have to try and do that damage on the way back in.
Vice actually already way on short here, so stacking up 4 members of Crew. Gonna look to flank through all the way from A lobby here. Just going to be Konair to show that. Actually taking a ton of damage on that wallbang. Forced off the angle as well.
Yeah, 5 HP is all that's remaining, and this is going to be quite telling. Mel going to be on guard duty. 7-0 so far. Spots 1, takes 1. That's going to be based down. Bob going to take over the next bit of pressure here. Spots out more, and he's got the support. It doesn't need it. It's just farming out here. Cloud9 White just a cut above the rest with the Prime Gaming flawless.
Really hitting their stride now.
Yep.
8-0 the score. Like I said, that ship has sailed now for Crew to really have any input here. They're in damage control mode now. They need to get something out of these last 4 rounds.
And it feels like maybe just unbridled aggression could be the name of the game. Try and just be disruptive, do something, because it's not working otherwise.
That was supposedly the game plan, right? To actually take the fight to these teams here in Berlin. We've seen it in a couple of rounds, but like I said, it becomes harder and harder to justify now. Like I said, it's to the point where throw something out, see what sticks. So that might be the case here. Not through B main here, but there's 4 members of C9 White here. Again, these early round protocols, the slow orb, to actually prevent any further progress behind this first blood. Beautifully done.
Great read, great anticipation. Crew not finding that first impact. Last time around, we saw this on a couple of the half buys, a couple of the ecos.
Kalita opening things up.
A couple of trades, working quite nicely. This time around, too sharp to it. C9 reading the game plan really well, and the patience even sticking around just in case there was that double dip of aggression, and there was. Once again, it's noted, Paranoia invested, and the push comes in. They're just going to absolutely send this. Katsumi are going to just drop a smoke down towards CT. And the ball comes up as well, so they can even note towards the side. So this is now a problem. Based, overwhelmed, and it is just clear cut. Mike, there ain't much to say about this.
No, there isn't. Constantly just about making it way back through to spawn side here. 2 mollies to work with, but C9 White flooded the site now. 3 members here once again. Bob a little disconnected as well, just as that contingency once again. The Hunter's Fury online.
Placing sentry. Placing
this one you got to say, it's looking like a 9.
Very much so. I don't see this going any other way here. Still the utility to invest for Bob, for Katsumi. Still so much to run through, and it's rough for Crew. There is no good option anymore.
And slipping back into just try and hold on to these rifles. I think a couple of the members hit, well, 1,000 for Romy, 1,400 for Beist. Kalita down to 600. It's not going to be a pretty bite. Got no potential to drop a weapon out.
Rightly so.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep punishing. Don't let your foot off the gas. Now I'm going to swing through, going to find here. Konair and Konsu will find the kills, but consolations and nothing more.
Yeah, it's way more costly, obviously, for Crew here. Their money devastated, left in tatters and ruins. Might be able to at least spread the wealth a little now. On the other side, of course, you were seeing max money starting to be hit, so it was no real problem. It was worth hitting that chase. I just don't know what else Crew are meant to do here now.
I mean, in this one scenario, the one fallback would be, Romy potentially getting Blade Storm up every, 3 or 4 rounds or something like that, but they haven't even had that to fall back on some of these lesser purchases. The only thing really left over here is 2,400 in the back pocket for Konair. Still will be able to get rifles, a Bulldog, to kind of complete the purchase. And here, Crew playing a little deeper. No progress either side of the map. Romy actually tucked into bricks here, just outside A main. Again, the momentum is there for C9 White, though. They're not even paying much attention to the other side of the map. Yes, that trap wire is going to get set off, but Mel has the spy cam just to make sure there's no push coming through. You can see the check there.
Yeah, lovely work. Mel calling this one out as well.
Kalita's already preemptively rotating off that after dealing with that trap wire in B main.
The contact's going to be on short. Coming on the knife, good. Smoke goes up. Romy, Island. Trade comes out. 1-for-1 so far. Mel gone down. The timing not bad at all. Rez going to come out. Mel back on the feet. And Jazzy going to carry on forward. All invested. They got to know everything. Flank now seen. They are going to be on red alert as they should be. Beast, though, finally comes alive on the side. And there's a fight to be had.
Bob with the response on here. Kalita and Konsu left to try and cover this one now. Bob actually peeks ahead of that as the spike is planted. So now 1v2. Jazzy will fall. Konsu swings through and finds Crew's first round.
Yeah, finally starting to hit here. It was scrappy, but it's worked for them. One, I mean, you take what you can get at this point. That's as much as you can really say about this. There's no nice way to put it. You sat 9 down, you claimed one back, you at least given yourself a shot now going forward.
So now unfortunately in a position where they can buy back through. Jazzy does fantastically to deal with this threat. Actually, perfect reveal coming through on short. And you see actually initially it looks a little uneasy for C9 White as they try and recover the situation. So Crew come through, find the burst, another rifle purchase coming through, and actually a Guardian to round it out this time. See if Crew can build anything off this. Konsu and Based actually do have ultimates available here to invest here. Bob actually on the operator. So maybe an indicator that C9 White going to try and slow things down a little bit here.
Cage triggered. Well, still going to hit that pressure towards middle. Keep them present. We still have that late hold towards B main.
I mean, the alarm actually positioned behind these cages. So Mel trying to plant the seed, the potential progress up mid. Nothing following through here. Actually, the preemptive no command from Based. Actually, in A main, look how deep Bob is positioned here. They're trying to probe to almost bait out this push once again from Crew. Nice pick from Romy, though. Down to 70 HP early on. Still happy to take this engagement and rewarded for it.
Yeah, they're going to note Konsu, though, so that's not going to go unseen. The rotations are on the way, and there's no real backup plan. It is quite all in now. The smoke going to come down, and the lockdowns come out. This is now going to give them a time limit. There is pressure put on Cloud9. Romy's reposition is perfect. Going to find Katsumi. Bob and Mel still alive and kicking, but for how long? 2 more seconds. They got to handle it. They got to handle it now. Mel can't do it. Gets caught, but still standing was Alexis. Bob puts life on the line for it as well. And now just down to Kinnear. And it's all slow sailing, but they need to get the spike and they need to get the plant. Couple of seconds to spare, they get it done, and Bob's waiting. Double digits, as manic as it may have been, they've made it to 10.
Last round.
Mel just charging through, even with 3 seconds left, still looking for that kill. Pulls out the Sheriff, tries to deal with the lockdown, but the contingency in place. 2 members of C9 White still outside that lockdown area of effect. Even did a beautiful trade from Mel actually onto Katsumi.
With 5 bullets, she had to spin over. Man, 10-1. Impressive, gotta say it, very impressive to see. And again, shattering the economy as soon as it kind of goes back and forth. And, well, that's a shot. Where's this been? Where's this fire been from Crew? Love that aggressive first peek. Gonna be able to dip away now. Don't need to overextend on this. Obviously, unrecoverable rifle, but still, good damage achieved. Could potentially spread the wealth. Depend on the knives a little if you could.
We have seen C9 White flip these 4v5s time and time again, though. Particularly on these rounds the Crew are sat on a lesser purchase. First time we've seen Crew dip away from it, though. Yep. They find the first blood, and they're actually in safe positions. Romy repositioning all the way towards short. I mean, potential even here to throw the rifle across, make use of that Blade Storm here. It being round 12.
Here.
Actually, utility noted inside B main here. Only with a Sheriff in hand.
not too much support either in the way of the players that at least have weaponry to play with. It's Kalita only on the Sheriff as well, so going to be a rough one for Khonsu. And Kalita, that's brave. That is very brave. Wall goes up. Potential problems there. Kalita gets found, so the support system gone, and now it's Khonsu just left on their own. But great positioning, at least going to get away with one. Takes out Alexis, but Jazzy is ready. Death from above, and the shot just about clips the wings of Khonsu. Gonna dip back down for it though. Playing around the side of the smoke, 20 seconds here, and the pressure's starting to mount. Jazzy finally gets found, and now it's Mel and Katsumi. 18 seconds, Plant not in just yet, and Romy looking for that chance above it. Doesn't get it. The paranoia slowing down the roll, and this pressure is starting to mount. 10 seconds, they need a Plant, and they needed it a while ago. A tap on the spike, but it's Mel trying to get in their face. Katsumi gonna do just about enough to maybe buy time for a Plant. And Kinnear gonna feel that pressure, has to hold for a second. The classic switch was not gonna get it done. Kinnear gonna get them silver lining something a second round.
I mean, you could barely call it a lifeline. An absolutely dominant half here from C9Y, and a couple of these individuals stepping up and excelling. What we expected to see from C9Y, and it's translated here to the stage in Berlin.
It absolutely has. The dominance has carried through, and here just to look back at Jazzy being such a problem from this position, even following up with that clip as well, coming through just I think in a second there you saw it, but eventually got found in the end. You can see the kind of tides turning, but a commanding start and a commanding performance, and holding that reputation as high as expected. Cloud9 wide, stunning start. Crew giving themselves barely a lifeline here at 10-2.
Wow, wow, wow. What a strong start for Cloud9 White, but good enough, though, to see Crew really show some life there toward the end. That is exactly what they needed if they want to try and bring this one back in the next half.
It's something, it's a round, but still Cloud9 have come in and made good on their promise. This is a team that prides themselves on being dominant in Game Changers, and they're showing it here internationally.
Yeah, completely. I'm going to dare anybody that it's at home, when we are in game, try and find, when we have the player cams and we have Mel, try and find 1 second when she's quiet. She's talking all the time. She has everything under control, and I think this is one of the reasons why this beginning of the half was so dominant by them. It looked like they had a plan in every single second for every single round.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that is the sign of a good leader, right? Someone who just doesn't matter what's going on in the game, doesn't matter what the score line is, you keep talking, because at the end of the day, the job's not done until the trophy's lifted over your head.
Yeah, it absolutely is not. And for Cloud9 in this game as well, I think they played this composition really well. It's tough to play on Ascent without that dive duelist, without that Jet, that Raze, something to that effect, but they do it really well, and it's through leveraging this Sage for these consistent split hits. You saw in that final round, a la FPX, Jazzykins boosts up in main, finding value with the up. You see the slow orb lineups going towards heaven. Cloud9 with this composition, they don't play it a lot in NA because they're just so dominant here, but they are very well practiced with it.
To me, it's also very surprising to see players, for example, like Alexis. We were talking about, you know, how now you have to use the KO with the new patch, playing exclusively, not exclusively, but most likely for your team, and the way that she was using the knives, getting all the information and forcing Crew out of the way all the time.
Yeah, it was constantly, you could tell that C9 round after round, Mimi, had a plan of attack. Even when Bob was just like hanging back deep into this into their side, it was like, yeah, I'm just waiting to see if something's gonna happen, because you know the rest of the team, they have that execution on the other side.
Yeah, and now as we look ahead towards this second half, it is gonna be, I think, more important for Crew than anything else to be able to get a couple rounds, get the confidence back.
All right, well, let's see if Crew can bring this one back, or will C9 close it out. Let's send it back over to your casters.
Well, 10-2, I think they need more than bloody confidence.
That's not going to cut it.
No, I like the desk. You know, you're trying. I appreciate you, but they needed a lot more, and they needed it in the first half. I don't think the last two rounds gave me enough. There was not enough to really read into, saying, okay, well, they finally figured it out. They finally got their stride. It was 2 good rounds, but
hey, I mean, if Crew want to completely, shift the entire focus here and really rely on pace to try and be aggressive here, problem being built around Romy versus this composition, you look towards Mel and Jazzy to really slow things down and prevent Crew from really breaking through this C9Y defense.
Yeah, Romy going to be the one to try and take those first couple of steps. So Alexis, no respect, happy to take the fight, but punished on the timing there. Katsumi just left in no man's land, caught as the smoke dissipated. And actually the punish towards Mel. A little bit of a fumble on the timings, a little bit of out of position here. This is not ideal yet. And actually Crew going to make the most of it.
Katsumi almost caught off guard there as that smoke did drop. Lexus, knife destroyed, but information confirmed at least. And Crew looking to pile on the pressure through short here. One lurk left, and Romy, completely unconsidered, will punish Jazzy.
Player standing.
Way better work coming out from Crew. This is much better. Loved how much they were able to capitalize on some of the small mistakes coming out from C9 there and making it their own. Lovely pace, keeping that momentum up, taking the site, plant in, all good. 10-3, still heavy advantage to C9. Need Crew to find a bit of that form here going forward, and there's no mistakes. They can't drop the ball now.
Absolutely, yeah, I hinted at it, but Crew need to stick to this. It needs to follow through here, all the way through to the early buy round.
Certainly does.
Very early progress towards bottom mid here. You can see, actually, that's the reason the pop flash through the smoke comes on short. Like I said, Katsumi, unfortunately, just maybe a couple of seconds off, but caught totally out in the open once that smoke did fade.
Yep. See what tempo Crew try and continue at, but you can see them kind of diligent, sitting deep. Something that we credited C9 for.
Almost anticipating a similar sort of approach
Absolutely.
to these thrifty rounds. Jazzy actually got a shorty position.
Camera taken out.
Over towards tree here. Mel tasked with holding on to B site alone. Actually a smoke and support, but looks like it might just be the orb retrieved. Kalita at least a little curious here with Romy. Both initiators here, potential to try and set Romy up to find this entry on B. C9 happy to stick as 4 over towards A.
Yeah, a little gamble stack. I mean, there are some sheriffs, so it's not completely without some danger, but gonna dash on in. And Mel knows days are numbered. If you can do some damage or take one with you, that would be a miracle in itself. Not gonna happen. Lovely work from Crew, filling out the stack maybe, or just well-considered approach. And the plant should be coming any second now. So down to about the 20-second marker, they felt comfortable enough. They'd taken the map control. They weren't gonna get caught out. Maybe if there was a stack on that B site, there could have been some further danger to it, but not at all. And plenty of information off the back of the knife, probably 3 noted on that. So again, should be well and truly prepared. Nice little late mid lurk coming in as well. And should really seal it up. And Kalita just steals it away. Poor old Consul.
That's when you thought. Pop flash is good, but Romy stands strong.
Nice.
Bob actually looking to thread back behind Konsu on this flank, but Konsu still finds the headshot. The Prime gaming flawless here for Crew. Themselves a second half here on Ascent. Coming through, and actually those Guardian purchases in the previous now actually put them in a good stance. You don't have to, close the distance anywhere in this bonus. Yeah, actually go through the protocols here. Perfect flash over the top here. Well considered by Crew in this post-plant hold. And looking a little more lively now. At least that was the confidence boosters they need to get on the board here in the second half. But White now on their first rifle bite. A couple of gaps in utility here. I think it was a couple of sheriffs and maybe a shorty in the previous. I don't know what utility was invested, but towards Bob, Katsumi and see Bob find the first kill to Romy. Look at the repeat onto that angle as well.
Yeah, Bob getting away near on unscathed. The damage coming through the wall more than anything, but you can see them still committed to try and take this mid pressure. No fear being shown by Crew, trying to keep that tempo a little high, a little pressured throughout the map. Little flash in, doesn't quite find what they want, actually catching a little short there.
Konsu in position to deal with the wall immediately as well, so it actually pins one extra player of C9 White. They have to be on alert here, conscious of the possibility somebody slips to the net. Spike not committed just yet.
I like this. They're testing multiple areas, kind of that mid-thread, that play towards short, that pressure towards the wall, making it hard work to make any sort of gamble or rotation, hit that early rotate. So it looks like a double dip back towards A after that pressure on short. The knife came in, no one got noted. They go back towards this. Spike recovered and on the way, but there are rotations in, and Cloud9 White are in position for this one. This could be hard to stick the landing on 30 seconds. This could go astray. This could go wrong.
Here, Connor actually posts a perfect paranoia, but Kalita can't swing onto it. Too much pressure. Low HP. Alexis will deal with it.
Yeah, and here's that main play, and they build the door. How how do you get away with it? Alexis going to catch Kinnear in the end, but at this point it is a 3v2. There's still a bit of a chance here. Konsu and Bashed going to try and make something out of it. Plant going to come down. Spam doesn't find as much as Bob would have wanted. And now we look at the post plant. What do they have for it? Just kind of tucked towards under heaven. It ain't pretty. There's nothing special about this. Alexis just has the room, but Bashed does a little bit of damage, but it wasn't going to be enough. But for a bonus, if you look about what they were coming in with, it wasn't that full purchase yet. That's not bad for Crew.
They've drawn blood once again. Well, look what the purchase is going to sit like. Again, you look at the numbers over on the left side of your screen with those Guardians to offset that round 2 purchase as well.
Yep.
Crew actually in a very, very good position to buy back in here. Slight advantage across the board in terms of this ultimate cycle. Alexis being the closest to C9 White, 1 away from that null command. And almost a total fumble here as that door was closing. Luckily only 1 falls, and actually I think initially a trade coming through. See what the game plan is now for Crew.
I think this is always the scary factor when we talk bigger picture, that you are going to be, even with a good start and everything else you need, if you do start getting chipped away in, in the first gun, in the first buy round and everything else coming out, bonus. Oh no, Konsu! Fumbling it.
Yeah.
Maybe pressure getting a little much here. You're starting to see 11 against you. It does start to mount, and well, Bob takes absolutely no prisoners here. And Jazzykins and co feeling that pressure starting to mount towards short, and the wall goes up.
In. The wall actually catching 2 on the left side of it here. Oh, actually, Kalita nearly caught on that retreat. Romy, though, still stuck on the left side of this.
And I'm looking at readjust, though, shuffling back towards the B side, so pressure towards Mel. You can already see the camera starting to twist and turn, looking for any of these opponents coming in, and Bob repositioning towards top mid. This could be great timing for Bob, but actually gets warded away. Lovely support coming out from Bashed. Can at least keep their player safe as they try and pour up through middle.
Looking a lot more comfortable here on their attacking half. Kalita, further reveal through Melt. Have to deal with that. Still got a trap wire and the spy cam is still available. Not anymore, though, but a couple of one-ways now to work off. Will Mel be rewarded for her patience?
Well, may not be a lion's den, more like the rat's cage here. Mel waiting in the back. Don't allow the plant to come in, can't quite challenge. Has a smoke to keep safe on the right side, and the first challenger comes in and cleans her out. Mel gone. Romy going to find Jazzykins. This is much better work coming in, but the late flank catch them by surprise and pop in the ult as well. Okay, we're down to a 3v3 here. All of Crew's players tucked on the site itself. Smoke still invested. There it goes. The last one. High flash in. Can they make the most of it? Nate towards the back of the site. Kalita. Great work towards Katsumi. They need more. They find more. Cloud9 White. Devastating on the way back through.
And Crew almost look like they've dug their heel. Look at the HP from Alexis and Bob. 15 HP between them, Lauren. But they get themselves to 12. Crew, I think, going to be able to string together some sort of purchase here. At least rifles and the light shield coming through. Couple of ultimates online now. Kalita and Konsu. Probably the 2 to build around. Romy and Base actually only 1 away, respectively. We'll see with that late null command coming through. You did note Alexis was the closest in the previous round. Bob does have the Hunter's Fury online now. Can Crew hold C9 on the 12th for the time being? Beautifully execute. Back onto B side there from C9 White.
Well, giving it. Okay, Hunter's Fury. Right off the rip here, Bob. Did catch Kinnear, yeah, absolutely. And it's actually Alexis to find the follow-up towards Kalita, so this is not looking good as a start. Losing on that pressure, and Mel already taking space. The map is feeling small for Crew.
And that's a big ultimate off the board.
Yeah, it is. That's a
Wait,
big
hang
loss.
On. Mel's out in mid.
Yes, Mel has taken over half of the map.
Mel has so much space to work with it. Look how deep the tripwire is.
Hand off the mouse almost there, Mel. Easy, Tiger. Gonna get it back on, and Kinnear goes down. Mel's just striding through the map. Now, that could open a chance for them to double back here. They could walk away from this, try and maybe retake that space. You are seeing Bob have to respect that. Spin back around towards top middle, and Jazzy taking a peek.
Alexis got the knife back up, though, so actually now with the null command coming through, almost going to anticipate this, but Alexis just swings out, finds it, finds all 3. 4 on the round for Alexis. C9 White close out Ascent.
And I think that closes out some of the doubts that people may have had, some of those considerations, expectations for Crew being maybe a challenger, being a contender, looking good in their region, but internationally, it's Cloud9 White to really draw that first blood and looking damn good while they did it as well.
And a statement to be made here. Absolutely. Again, like you said, all these questions that we had potentially have the copium almost to say, are C9 White not going to replicate their previous form, their previous performances? But coming out here in map 1, a statement sent to another team that's probably feared here in terms of the teams that have made it through to Berlin.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a couple of names you put into the mix. You're looking at G2, of course. You're looking at Crew. You're looking at the big flagship teams from their regions. And the first big challenge has been successful for Cloud9 White. And again, this then kind of echoes through what we were saying at the start of this, when we're looking at Reykjavik, for example, how it felt seeing those first matchups, seeing those regions finally slot into place, because there was some real danger with Crew. Flip it around on the other side potentially and see what they could have brought if they started out on the attack. I'd have liked to have seen that, a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more ability to kind of take matters into their own hands there.
Very few positives to take away. The one being actually coming out of the timeout in the first half, there was definitely a pace shift. You can see they completely overhauled their plan. That takes nothing away from Cloud9 White. Their troubleshooting on the fly, their ability to really manage some of the problems thrown their way, the curveballs in this. I mean, Crew could have just had a slow start here. Like I said, there was some glimmers of hope on the attack. This didn't have enough of a footing from that first half to really get anything going.
And I think that's fair. I think we do need to kind of give that a little bit of room, maybe for teams who aren't as comfortable yet, to get that little, space to build up. Yeah. Next map coming in, I would say is a problem though, is Haven is comfy. It's comfy for C9. It's not a map that I go, oh, okay, if it was like a Pearl or something bizarre coming in, sure. This is uphill.
To touch on Vito, there would have to be a real spanner in the works for us to actually say, yeah, Crew can drive this through, or comfortably say they can drive this through to the third. I think Haven's going to be an even tougher challenge than what they face here on Ascent.
No, you're absolutely right. And I think you saw some of the key fundamentals that work well with C9 here. I want to see if Crew can be disruptive. I want to see that aggression. I want to see that capability. We saw occasional glimmers of those eco rounds early on the attacking side. There were moments.
That's it. Like I said, we can see that the processes are there in place. It's about actually getting that confidence up to really achieve that in the buy rounds and really take the fight to C9 White.
Well, that's what we're going to be waiting for, is that second map, to see if they can find a bit of that ability here for Crew, because certainly after map 1, it is going to be a stark and rude awakening. Do not go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
You would be made for me, but I could never listen. Blinded when I refuse to see. I don't wanna lose. I don't wanna play either. I'll never be a lover. I know. As long as you are, it's all I ever wanted. And I just wanted you.
Well, if you had any doubts about Cloud9 White heading into this tournament, maybe game one answers a few questions here. C9 White looked dominant in their victory on Ascent over Crew Esports. Of course, Golden Boy here alongside with Mimi, as well as Kukuka here. And as we break this matchup down, Kukuka, I mean, look, we always knew this was going to be a challenge for both teams coming into it, but what I just did not expect was just how strong C9 White looked. Like, it felt like Crew were scrambling for answers.
Definitely. I had some questions about, you know, how the picks are going to go, if they're going to go for the last composition. I was really happy with what I saw because I understood perfectly what they intended to do, which is just go exactly with the plan, as we had mentioned, round by round, keep the head down and keep it calm when we have to, even if we're in a 4v5 situation. We know how to pull it back from here.
Yeah, Cloud9 was very focused in this game. They were very ready to come in with that same mentality that they've shown in Game Changers before, of just focusing on the dominance. And that's because pretty much every single one of their players was showing up at an all-star level for their first big LAN here. Bob absolutely performing, Lexi, Mel, everyone on this team was having their moments.
Yeah, exactly. And on the other hand, I have to say that, for example, Romy was really trying. She managed to get some openings, but she was completely shut down over and over again just because of the map control that Cena was putting onto them. To me, this map was about Alexis. I expected Bob to perform the way that she did, but what Alexis did on some rounds was just out of my mind.
It really was defined by the initiator players of Cloud9 with Bob and Alexis, as you mentioned. In particular, Bob herself was showing up big time in this first half when they did get to play on that attacking side. The darts were always on point and was able to really be that kind of second entry player when they are playing this no duelist comp after Jazzykins goes in with that Sage, which we expect that performance from Bob. But what we don't expect from Cloud9 is the amount of times where Crew is actually opening up these rounds and starting strong, but then Cloud9 was just coming back. The way that they were playing in the mid-round and recovering from these early losses was one of the big parts of being able to continue that momentum all the way through their attack.
It's the fact that not only they're given 100%, we were mentioning also the fact that Mel was speaking all the time. It was her and Alexis that I saw speaking the more, and it's exactly in those moments where you're a player down and you're like, okay, how are we going to proceed over there? And everybody was on the same line from the beginning. That's how you manage to pull back from those rounds.
Yeah, and that is the reason why C9 White, everyone coming into this tournament looked at them as, you know, the odds-on favorite because of the way that this team plays, the protocols, just the way that they adapt in situations where you may think that they may be at a disadvantage somehow, some way. It also helps as well when you're clicking heads very effectively. That actually leads us to our Verizon high-speed moment here because we tried to get the clip of Alexis at the end, but thankfully we found another one, Mimi, so I think we were okay.
She made the job pretty easy to find a clip for these because she found so many impactful multi-kill rounds. Lexi showed up to this line and was performing. By the way, Lexi's Alexis. I know pro players like that. She played in a rank 5 stack with my friends a couple times. I don't know.
Oh yeah, they're friends. They're friends.
You have to fight back from the strong vamos that always comes from the side of Crew. So I understand that you're on the stage. Everything is working on your favor. You're getting this amazing play. So of course that is a reaction that you're going to have.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't help when you're losing those games and then not only are they losing, but then they're popping off, you know, across the stage. Not the best feeling though, but Crew's certainly going to have to pick themselves up. And if there's a team that's capable of doing it, it most definitely can be Crew Esports. But let's actually go ahead and check out our next segment here because you're going to be feasting your eyes on the AIM Lab shoot-around. And this time around, we decided to look over the shoulder of our dear friend Mel as she's getting ready for her shoot-around here. And Mel actually sticking, you know, we all use AIM Lab, but most importantly here, she's looking to just get into the game as well. You can get the same kind of experience, both in AIM Lab as well as in-game. And look at that crosshair as well.
It's pretty sweet. Mel is absolutely farming in this one, but the players that are going to need to be hopping in the AIM Labs will be Crew, because some of them were struggling, and I don't think it's they're bad players, they're not going to be able to perform online. I think a lot of it was the mental of this first game.
Oh yeah,
there's a lot of pressures. These players have played on LAN before. Their qualifying matches to get here were on LAN within LATAM, but now you're in a different country, you're across the world, you're playing against a team that has very, very high expectations. So now I'm looking between this game for Crew to sit sit down with the leadership of Kansu and their coach in Fricks to really sort out what went wrong and kind of come back down to earth, because this team can compete. They just need to get that mind under control.
It's a problem of time, I think, as well, because every single time that they even thought about bringing back the round, they found another player going on the hunt in a different place. So the map control that C9 had over them was literally destroying the mental round by round, because even if you think of a different plan, you think of one place in the map where C9 is, and they are there. They are there, they're ready for you, and they're already clicking.
Yeah, and Mel, that is just her when she is playing on this Sentinel role. She looks so comfortable playing on that Cypher, playing on that Killjoy, where she does get that opportunity to just play back and really focus on making the best calls for her team.
Yeah, but big win there for Cloud9 White. But let's go ahead and actually move on, though, as we get ready for our next map. It is going to be Haven. This is a Cloud9 pick. Now, going into this, Kukuka, it was like Ascent is going to be a strong one for both teams, but it's very clear that C9 White had the answers, had the solutions, and that led them to a 13-4 victory there. But now we go to Haven, and to kind of talk about what Hypoc and Pansy were saying at the caster desk, like, you know, it's only going to get harder from here, especially on Haven.
For sure, for sure. There's many things that I'm looking forward to coming into Haven. First and foremost, we're probably going to get the chamber duel. That is something that we needed for this encounter. It was compulsory for us to witness it. But if you're a Cloud9 White, you should be very, very comfortable coming into this one. We were talking about how they were swapping compositions left and right. For this map, they've kept the same composition for so long because they really trust in what they have, what they do, how they work with the initiators. They have the perfect combos to play around the map. So I think it's going to be very complicated for Crew, and this is when we need Kone to show up.
Yeah, we absolutely do. And on that side of Cloud9 as well, this is the map where Jazzy gets to flex away from that Sage. That's kind of a one-up for when they're playing the Icebox and they're playing the Ascent. Now she gets her comfort pick, that Raze that she absolutely loves. And this is a composition that is built to enable her on that role.
Yeah.
Well, we'll be jumping into the agent select in a moment here. And for Crew, you're really going to be leaning on the coaching staff here to have to guide, you know, these players to the promised land on this one. This can go to 3. It's simply just going to be such a tall order for Crew to have to do this after what happened in map 1.
The first decision that they made was they picked their poison between Bind and Haven, because to me they were both maps that they were not ready to go specifically against Cloud9. They decided to not play the Bind, to go for the Haven, and every single result that they've had in this map has been so close, because they do not really understand in some moments of the round when to make those decisions, when to fall back, and especially with a team like Cloud9, every single round that the Crew even tried to save for the next one, Cloud9 is going to be on the hunt. They do not care. They want to destroy you.
It has been 3 months, though, since Crew last played this map. They've had some time to cook something new up if they wanted to change their composition, to come up with a new idea. And I'm sure that the team and their coaching staff had an expectation of Cloud9 wanting to take them there. Last time, they were playing that same Fade Raze composition with that support structure of the Breach and the Raze, but they were actually playing the Jet as their primary duels instead of that Raze. It's not a composition that I tend to be super much a fan of on this map, particularly when you are playing that Chamber. Crew can put that emphasis on the double contact, but I would be interested to see if they move away from that double contact setup and do maybe move over to the Rims.
All right, moving on now. As Prime Gaming Agent Select is about to pop up on our screens here, and we'll see what we're going to get from Cloud9 White and what could potentially be the answers from Crew. You can see what players have played in the past. We'll see what we end up getting this time around, Kukuka. Maybe we do get some changes for whatever reason from C9
I would like to see some surprises, but I think that Crew has invested their time into something.
Oh, there it is. They do make the change.
Okay. I like that, especially because I do not think that this is the kind of map where you need the 2 operators. You need a little bit more flexibility, and especially, I think that this is going to be a mirror. Okay, I like that. I'm very happy about that.
I'm interested to see if this changes the style that they play on this map. Previously, they put a lot of emphasis in kind of contacting extremities with Romy and getting her into corners and forward positions to hold space. I'd imagine they switched that over to their chamber player doing so, and instead of putting that emphasis on keeping that Raze Fade duo together to fight early for space in A lobby or outside towards grass with those combos.
I think that the way that this composition has evolved within every single region is the fact that you need the chamber because you need someone to be holding the angles, and you can leave one of the other extremities to just be defended by maybe the Omen and someone else, someone that can be on the fast rotation, like maybe, for example, the Breach, and just go in around that.
This is going to be a test of the mental. We'll have to see if Crew has recovered, if they can come back.
Totally.
Indeed, they can. All right, well, now it's time to jump into the action. Let's actually send it over. Quick Shot told me to call you guys Hypsy, I think. Hipsy.
Never trust Trevor.
Yeah.
That was your first mistake. You've already fumbled it terribly, GB. But no, we do need to then actually focus in on what we've got in front of us, right? Because this is now where things get a little bit of an issue, a little bit of a potential problem here for Crew, because they just got, no way to say it, slapped around on map 1.
Call a spade, yeah.
Got to be done. Map 2 is a safety net for Cloud9 White and has been for a while.
It is, and I want to, it's not something we usually touch on, but it's a concern that actually Crew start on the defense here, because we were just talking about this in between games. There's a little bit of a positive to take away that we only had a 4-round sample size from Ascent, but there were glimmers of hope, right? With the way they started and the comfort levels actually come out after getting slapped around in the first half, they actually come out swinging in the second. Haven does enable some defensive side aggression, a little more so than Ascent in my eyes, especially with this comp. So we're really going to test Crew early on here in the first half.
I want to see them come out and look with a fire lit underneath them. You don't want to go out whimpering in this game. Katsumi trying to bait the peak for Melt, and it's a little swing piece, a little flash and swing.
Actually, going to flash off this trap here that's placed deep in towards Rabbit, even as soon as actually they deal with it. I think Jazzy almost considering the possibility, and actually perfect, using the TP to dip away from that pinch play.
Such diligence using the chamber like that. Mel, lovely consideration, and there's the pinch. Crew not going to let it up though. They still had that consideration of what would come afterwards. Bob's found space, but found the wrong end of the gun there. Konsu going to take down Bob, and everything looking good, everything looking peachy for Crew. This is great stuff. Cloud9 struggling to find a way in, find that footing to go forward, and Konsu now needs to play the life and does eventually get found. Cross being watched. Kanir going to do well, does not need to overextend though. Can play patiently, wait for the support, gets a little ahead of the smoke. No, okay. Slows down the roll, and they want another pick, and they need maybe 2 here. And that's what they're eyeing up. Not going to happen. Kalita going to find it, and Alexis has to face the music. Beautiful start for Crew, especially off that lovely technical piece from Mel. They're just going to get out of there, take the contact from the trap, but still, wonderful recovery from Crew.
Perfect read to know something was up. There's actually a trap play outside beat on the back of that trap, but again, right decision making from C9 White here as well, not committing to that plant. They needed another kill to make it a little easier. Recovery as well, actually not even noting the spike down there, potential. That spike to be left out in no man's land once that smoke did deplete, but Crew actually get themselves the first on the board here. Some of those positives, and actually see how many of these kind of set pieces we have set up here for the defense. Again, Mel baiting out some of the utility, making use of that TP. So now wide potential here to try and build behind this early setup.
We've got the breach ready to crunch as well, so there might be commitment on this, and the Prowler does find connection. Romy now notes that there are players close by, actively in play. Potential pressure from Sewer, no. Gonna actually back away from this, but with Romy pushed up so deep, they are gonna know that no one's committing towards the long. Maybe someone's crossed towards Sewer potentially, but no, they have the player there. Kalita holding that down, so they should be well aware that no one's pressuring this right now. They've got to be careful because they've given up the B site. They are dependent on that one trap.
I'm gonna be pretty easy to retake mid here, especially with Romy's deep position towards sandbag. So even if C9 White get in here, find this plant, Crew have the contingencies in place. You might even see the follow through A lobby, which we do yet. Immediately this pressure going to be applied. Katsumi.
Look at the pinch! Through Garage, 3 players on the other side. I really like this. That was a really nice idea. Katsumi goes down for it, but still, you got to see if they can hold on. Maybe make some more danger come through in a bit of a swing around about. Both sides flipping the script a little here, and Jazzy hitting a big shot. Needs another, may not get it here. Has to find it, not going to happen, and now no one's really on the spike. They got to get back there. They got to get back there and fast. And going to get it towards halfway, I believe. Bait Shell comes in, and Jazzy just putting damage down. And Mel's been waiting this whole time, patiently waiting. Does she get away with it? Oh, it's not the player she would have wanted. Crew keep 2. They get the defuse, and they get 2 on the board.
Damage done here, but that Vandal recovered. The Guardian actually in the hands of Kalita as well. Jazzy actually on that second kill, getting the reset for the paint shell. It's almost doable there for C9 White, but
so
what a
close.
Response. Anticipating that heavy retake towards mid and actually prioritizing Garage. C9 White actually pushing all the way onto C site
it was like this
to find another kill.
It was so cool. See, and I like this. If you're willing to be aggressive, assertive, hold that dominance, if you're playing against Cloud9, he'll do similar things. So it looks very mirrored when they're both trying to take that critical space on the map, try and take that map control as they move forward. So we dive back in, and the buy round looking, well, I mean, it's tasty. Kanir's got the operator out already. Still have that Guardian in play, but it's not the end of the world. You're going to supplement that well with a couple of rifles around it. Flash towards middle, and Cloud9 White now put under pressure. First big challenge and the chance to fight back, at least. Rifles on board, a little bit of light armor scattered throughout. Bob, for example, Katsumi, and Jazzy here.
Saying much more tempered progress towards A lobby this time. A little bit of a switch up. So we'll be tasked. Actually, we'll catch shoulder peek from Mel here, and the smoke going to come down immediately. Going to invest the paranoia here just to slow things down. Actually, aftershock as well. Right away, C9 White looking to get back through. The TP available for Conair, lands the first shot. That's just not a safe TP.
No, it's not, but the paranoia just a centimeter off target to catch them on that. They could have maybe sprungboard towards it, but no. Note the other side of the map, though. Keep in mind, Romy has now pushed down towards A-Long. Bob is threading the needle well. Finds Kalita, does the not expect the follow-up from Romy, who had already pushed down A-Long. We noted that a couple of rounds ago, so now they're going to be aware that's a possibility. It's learning as they go. 30 seconds now, no plant. Taking their time, pausing for thought, and now the plant's going to come in.
Numbers advantage here for Crew in the retake, though. Do have that operator. Well, Conair is going to be the one to take first contact. Actually anticipating some post-plant aggression here. Positioned very deep toward Beamy, and actually Conair going to find one.
Yeah, beautifully considered. Very well done. Noting the aggression, but not noting that Alexis bails him out with 2, bringing it back down to an even affair here. But again, it's that Guardian in play. It's so unaware. Katsumi beheads 2, and they get their first back on the board. Now, that was a fairly invested round from Crew. You could see that retake was starting to get some legs. I love that deep hold that you noted towards B there.
Yeah, and actually, beautiful response from Kalita. Actually, when that pressure comes through onto C site, and Conair has to TP away. Like I said, it wasn't a safe TP. It was actually set up for a second peek onto long. That TP on the top of default, but actually Kalita bails Conair out with that fault line. All the way from outside B, slows down that push from C9 White. Perfectly done, and actually coming into this Crew. I say with that operator invested in the previous. So Judge and a couple of sheriffs to work with here. I think mid will be the focal point once again. Concert, yeah, Jazzy just missing that initial peak here. Boobot will go through, be dealt with regardless.
Well, Judge is ready to go. Perfect place for it, perfect timing for it. That's 2. Kalita cuts down Cloud9 White, and that's rifles now on the ground. These are recoverable as well. This was a gamble, though. It does have a downside, not able to control that A-Long push-up, so they will be surrounded. But Kalita still going to find the timing, get the rifle, get the upgrade, and get the hell out of danger, but still they've got to be aware they had no long control. A little tunnel vision there, and now problems start to mount. Cloud9 White taking over the site, and Alexis and Jazzykins, perfect unison, making this dangerous.
I was going to note there, whether or not Alexis and Bob can get deep enough to catch this rotation. And they're looking to push through. Jazzy and Alexis might even catch Konsu all the way deep in spawn here. Next information relayed. Do they follow through on this? Potential here for Romy to retrieve a weapon. Yes, Vandal in hand now. Positioned in short. We test the diligence once again of C9 White.
They've got to have noted there was, 2 rifles lost there. They've got to be aware of where these weapons were left.
Safe plant, it's noted, yeah.
Yeah, they're very aware there's a chance that someone slipped through here.
Ultimate available now for Alexis as well. So they can pressure one way or the other.
Let's look at this post plant. Committing a little towards CT still. Jazzy feeling a little unsafe as to where to sit. Not going to sit towards Graffiti or the Cubby. You've got Romy now taking that room. Building up unawares, and the crossfire going to get broken down. That's Alexis gone, and now Jazzy in the 1v2. Finds the first and looks for the follow-up. Still the pain shell to play if they want it. The time ticking in their side. There's going to be a push off of the spike. Potentially can't sit that no more. 50 seconds in the clutch for Jazzy. Beautiful, beautiful work. The Red Bull clutch coming in here. After that got deadly off the back of a Judge.
No stone left unturned. C9 White, like I said, the awareness of some potential that somebody had got themselves back through to short. Great start from Kalita, like I said, just not anticipating this initial progress from Alexis and Bob all the way onto A side. Like I said, even trying to get ahead and catch that rotation as the reinforcements come through for Kalita. Beautifully done. And the atmosphere starting to change on stage as well.
To say though, that was a purchase with not too much behind it from Crew. Now they've got the rifles out. Now they've got the ultimate starting to cycle through. This is the one that can get interesting. And Romy right back to business, trying to be a problem, be a nuisance, be a saboteur.
I was going to say, did I know actually Conair popping the tour de force as well? Position all the way on short, but Bob's found the headshot.
That's a banger. That's why you're on Bob.
In range of the TP as well after that first shot. On it, looking to hang around, stand her ground.
Oh, Kalita, this is the poison chalice waiting. Kalita, they're gonna know you're there this time, but still wins the fight. Mel gets punished. And now takes over some control, but the speed up towards A-Long. They're waiting for no one. That site is theirs, and instantly you can see the wrap coming in. Jazzykins wants to clear through sewer. Big indicator, they've already potentially pushed towards Long. So red alert should be called.
I think noting actually that Kalita has the Rolling Thunder, a huge tool now to employ from Long onto site.
And here comes that pinch coming in. You can see all that pressure. Romy is there, flies on through, sends it, gets it! Jazzy gone down, but the trade comes in. Bob finds it right on back, and Romy almost behind enemy line, still needs to clear these players out of position. And Bob is the immovable, still standing, takes down Beige. And Romy, where has that just come from? The 1v1, and Bob too cold with it.
What a round though. The response, the Rolling Thunder immediately to try and cancel out. Like I said, Kalita making the absolute best decision in that scenario. And even actually Jazzy following through with the showstopper, anticipating that Rolling Thunder being employed. What a round to watch back.
Face your fear!
I think Mel even had a stinger here. I've just caught off guard here with the timing. The headhunter in hand, but what a cleanup from C9 White. Romy made this into, yeah, definitely made this into stint. Bob just repositioning ahead of the curve, maybe not considered.
And I think regardless of how the scoreline continues to kind of unfold, for me, this is actually the best look we've seen from Crew yet. This is way more aggressive, way closer, way more fought for, and again, the pressure mounting towards that A site. TP taken and a 3-man play coming out through C Long, but again, they are working with Sheriffs. It's bits and pieces, and that judge just ain't finding the footing it did before.
This time, great awareness as well from Katsumi to know that these holds on A are generally quite deep, posted up. Bob actually noting 2 on the flank here. Let's have Mel in support here. Connor unnoted as of yet. We're going to be slowed down here with a fault line as well.
And just steps into it. Bob, no respect, he does get punished for that. Push towards CT with a one-way, still being kept somewhat safe. But the threat sign amount a little. Romy gone down this time, and now the final 3, 2 potentially noted and 1 to be considered in CT. If they can exit with these weapons, that would be ideal. Katsumi left on guard duty, does eventually go down, trade comes out, and Kalita, nothing to do but die.
I think initially here you can see the game plan from C9 White when this presence isn't shown with utility, the fault line doesn't come through, the reveal, the C's, the paint shells, anything like that, they're happy to apply pressure. They know it's going to be a deep hold based on contact. So Katsumi just TPing all the way into backside. C9 White have absolute freedom to take control on A.
One enemy remaining.
I see maybe the utility combo. You can see a little setup towards that A lobby.
You see immediately the response here from Crew is to actually stack behind, maybe put some of this utility. Exactly.
This. Now, I wonder what this change is. Actually going to reveal the intent of pressuring. Had started to consider the Romy's presence, and Romy's in danger. Romy might be dead here, absolutely. The counter utility and the counter play to try and take that long control is perfect. Takes a lot of util, sure, but it actually gets you a step towards the site and gets you the body down, which is Romy gone.
In terms of rotation time, it's so important to find that uncontested first blood on Haven. Forces the hand of the defenders.
Oh, they're trying to take this back a lot. It's quite brave. To try and take this space back towards sewer, keep some sort of the map on their side. And Mel going to work off the back of the boombot as well. Give away 1, the second is there, Mel. Stunning work. That's now the side looking very vulnerable. It's all theirs.
I mean, it's a great setup. It's just absolutely ripped apart by C9 White. Even by dealing with that Roomba, still no position to find a kill. Both dug out by Mel. Actually with that operator once again. Konsu, yes, rifle in hand, but it makes that retake even more difficult. A little bit of a bankroll starting to develop for C9 White as well. They do go hunting here. Opportunities 3 members above 2,000 credits. Mel even actually with that tour de force to offset any future purchase as well. Force on the way through, but C9 White will retreat back towards A lobby.
Starting to get that rhythm down though.
Yeah.
I think they're starting to really read the setup over towards the A site, feeling out the different looks over towards A long especially. The utility combo coming in early, but the counter being perfect coming out from C9 White. crunching towards it. And that early punish on Romy, you're in no man's land. You can see on the minimap where they got caught. It's very hard to do much about that. There's no middle ground there. You are truly in no man's land. So I do want to see what the next adaptation from Crew now comes out.
I mean, hoping the timeout comes. So we saw a real pace change on Ascent coming out of that initial, I think round 5 timeout it was. It's a little different with Crew getting on the board a bit earlier here, but Connor, like I said, holding on to the operator. A Guardian will come through, a couple of light shields here, but Crew will scrape together a purchase. Baish and Konsu, who have ultimates available to play with. See on the flip side,
Bring them down.
Bob does have Nightfall as well. Well, this is the one for me that will break the money and allow C9 White to develop even bigger gap here in terms of the round score. Romy not going to have the showstopper either. Connor a million miles away from that tour de force. Konsu getting curious though. Counter Nightfall here, but lots of information on the side of C9 White. Got to read that there's a 3-player stack once again towards 8. We're seeing Kalita potentially scramble to find this rotation ahead of the curve. Ahead of this audible from C9 White.
Should at least
Perfect
get
fault line as well.
Yeah, able to get the players in the right place. But by now they have to respect that the site is won. But look at the aggression from Mel coming out as well. Ovid claiming territory, gonna push right on through, and you can see as to why. Full faith in the utility set into motion, it's all theirs. The B site and the connector towards A is secured. Romy on the flank though, punishing Bob this time. There's still a chance of this pressure. It's such a long way back by the time they'd get there, and look at the way C9 are posturing. They're still willing to challenge it.
You know, that brings it to a 2-3 for C9 White. Jazikin's going to cancel out that advantage immediately against the operator. As retaking onto B site. Probably the hardest to try and find an entry back through with, but Connor actually swapping out to the rifle, and it pays dividends.
Katsumi, have you been noted? Have you been considered? That's the first and the second! So sharp! So quick! Katsumi is having a performance as well. From map 1 to map 2, still so solid.
Connor didn't even get a chance to bait with the TP. Literally immediately removed. And that's the 6th in a row for C9 White, as it almost breaks the bank here for Crew, puts them back in recovery mode. And a huge stack built up now. The tour de force as well, just to make that even worse in the hands of Mel. So Crew need to do real damage here, almost need to win this round.
Something that very much learned quickly in the lead up to this. The first time I really got to cast Cloud9 White is that, you know, the post plants, their retakes are stunning.
So aggressive, like you said, happy to continue digging deeper and
almost
deeper
too much
and deeper.
to a fault there. They, you know, a different team could have been punished on that, but apparently they have full faith in. I think it was Katsumi and Jazzykin left alive, but this time warded away. So early damage done, and there's the response. Greater damage achieved from Mel there, taking down Kinnear, the opposing number.
3 more to find here on A site though. I think maybe a different indicator that it's Conir to swing through from sewers. But 1 more member was noted on default. Actually, that's why we see Jazzykin's down to 5 HP. I think actually, yeah, big indication that Base actually sends through some utility. So should read that there's actually bodies behind this.
And do they stay patient? Do they get curious? What happens to the cat, and the smoke drops, and actually it's Romy to come out the better of that. Mel gonna get quickly caught up by it. The 4v4, but again, no rifle to be recovered.
Away, though. Look at the minimap. Konsu's backed away to try and find a safer angle to play from.
Oh, this is such a it's such a good fake. Even if it's not a fake, you have to pay mind to what Bob's about to do. You still have to put a player towards it. Maybe Bob's going to back away from this, and Katsumi read it like a book. Page is left open, and Konsu goes down. The site's all theirs. With 13 seconds, yes, it's a little dangerous, but it's fine.
10 seconds
Taking down that one player, they know Konsu has been playing on that site. They know what they've done. Got the plant, and they're safe.
I think actually even initially with Mel showing presence with the Tour de Force, they don't even consider recovering this rifle on A long.
Yeah.
So actually Romy and Baish coming through just with the Sheriffs. Showstopper if things become feasible, but with this fault line, it's going to slow things down once again. Paint shell ahead of it, it's just, it's picture perfect from C9 White.
Jazzy might get contact on this, could be a little bit in danger because of that, just low HP. Yeah, Baish. First one to fall. Jazzy, 5 HP, apparently more than enough. Bob there in support. And it's looking quite clean. I need to see a timeout now from Crew. Needs to happen fast, because right now Cloud9 and White are just steamrolling. That momentum's in their side. You know, this is looking very clear-cut for them.
Like I said, almost coming through with that one. That would have given Crew the extra chance of one more buy round. And there's a reason I'm saying that previous round was so crucial towards making this first half interesting.
Crew have hit out that timeout button, which is pretty critical, I think, to the rest of this game. If they close out the rest of the rounds, fantastic. If you're just tuning in, though, we have to then put this in context for you. The 2 rounds were the pistols. And if we talk about it when we go to Champs, when we go to Masters, we talk about it now. We always weight the gun rounds heavier. If you're looking better in the gun rounds, of course, the buy rounds, we will look at that with huge amounts of adoration, but in this, sadly, it's only the 2 pistols, and it has been more competitive. There has been way more threats, way more danger, we wanted more aggression. We got it. Crew are looking way more of a challenge, but it's not converting to rounds still.
That clutch factor tested a few times here on Haven already in the first half that we didn't really see in Ascent, honestly.
No.
C9 and White were just, I gotta say, worlds apart in terms of on a macro level what they showed on Ascent. Here, they are being tested, but they're still scraping round victories through. So coming out this timeout, we want to see the same thing, right? It was almost rejuvenated the first half in terms of the approach to some of the rounds. They just didn't find success. Crew now can switch things up.
I'd be interested to see what Crew looked like if they explore the rest of the map a little bit as well. Try and maybe... I say explore the rest of the map. It has been hard to try and do that.
There's still that fear to try and get behind C9.
Yeah.
You know, try and find space else. We've seen Konsu explore towards C Long, but there was no real push through here. But this is totally different. Romy, all the way down mid here, does have that support system in place from Bice to maybe take contact. And C9 White actually for the first time set up elsewhere on the map.
But the problem is, coming out of a timeout, you kind of expect to switch up, don't you? So
Which is why C9 White have slowed down.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And
exactly,
you're already
Lauren.
hearing that utility coming out from Fade against you. You're kind of considering why they're investing that towards middle. That normally indicates there's maybe aggression behind it. You're starting to already decipher what they're up to. So I'd be quite interested to see if Cloud9 approach it in that way. Maybe just taking their time here. Patience going to pay quite nicely for them if they do manage to work it out. Kinnear, this could be the test. 3 players on your way.
I was going to say, Connor didn't have that first TP set up. Revealed on the second. I said not a safe TP once again. It was for a repeat onto Long. Now, actually, whether or not any audio cues are going to be given away, this is where Romy's position becomes very, very important. And that's it. You can see Romy relaying that information now, but Bob almost catching her off guard. Romy still wins it.
Big shot there coming in, but the pressure on towards the side's already mounting, but they already know what's coming their way. Konsu with a big double, finds Jazzy, gets Alexis down, and brings us back to maybe somewhere they can fight from. A 2v2 with the post plant, but Katsumi and Mel still standing.
Still got the paranoia to work with. Mel down to 30 HP though. An open plant towards Long. Not seeing how White's just going to stack up as 2 here. Maybe waiting for that cooldown to be available for base, but it's the operator that's going to be the big question mark in this retake once again.
Trying to
find the first one, yeah.
But it takes so much time up, right? This is the problem. Cost you so much there. It is finally going to come out. Horn goes in, finds nothing, right? You got to go. You had to have gone about 10 seconds ago, but you had to make the seconds count clear, close. They're going to get it at least towards half now. And the TP taken, they ain't stopping. No fear shown, and the paranoia actually catching. And that is where the issues really stopped any of that pressure coming back through. The paranoia just clipping. I think it was Mel there, and stopping to be able to even see the defuse.
Yeah, Connor just cool as anything, sticking that through. You can see it in the TP. Causes a little bit of panic for C9 White. A little bit of a fumble there in the post farm, but who get their third on the round. Again, C9 White comfortable to purchase through to the end of this. Beautiful hold initially, though. Now C9 White even dig through. Yeah, you can see.
Just clipped him.
Unfortunate sequence of events there. So operate, actually, rotate across towards mid here for Crew. Connor going to have a much deeper hold. Fault line will go through, noted by Konsu. Yeah, just trying to find Jazzy on that orb. That would actually give Jazzy the showstopper. Be able to pave the way onto C site here. Yeah, Konsu gotta respect this. Gotta give it up.
Okay, so that should be the passage paid, the ultimate price. Plant comes in, and the site's theirs. Post plant's looking interesting as well. They still have that player sitting deep towards B, all the way down the middle. That's gonna be Melt. Tuck towards it. Got Bob on the case as well.
On this flank.
Very patient on the way through. Pressure on the site now, so let's see how long they linger around here. See if they get that timing right on the back lines. That is going to be a curious battle, because surely Mel's not considering this now. Surely the timing window could be devastating, actually, if she gets it right. Yeah, she does. Kaneer's gone down, and now there's a problem. Mel behind them, behind the wire, and Mel closing in now. Don't do it to him. Just get the job done. And still there is that unknown quantity of that one player on the flank, but Mel on the site is just completely unfazed, and Romy is a day late to the party.
I want to be so cautious of where Mel is lurking, right? Where she's positioned. It takes so long. And Mel actually finds that timing perfectly onto Garage. I think almost Crew are anticipating that flank to come through much earlier. That's why Romy's in that position in the first place. Beautifully done. Even to find the second here onto Konsu. Catches a flying Kalita up into the cubby. Beautifully done by C9. Showing confidence on the other side of the map, the focal point being A for the majority of this half.
I'll find you.
Oh, maybe found a point of weakness there. I mean, forcing the issue here. Konsu with a stinger in hand, actually going exploring, rewarded for it, but three staring down the smoke behind that.
That's brutal. Now, it's not just Romy this time. There's Beisht here as well, so maybe a little bit more pressure on the backline could alleviate some of those issues, but Mel seemingly all too aware in the site once again, going very favorably for Cloud9 White. The 3 players now dedicated towards it. You already got that swing back through from Beisht going up towards Garage, and Mel's timing could work out once again.
So much time and space to just sit on this angle with no pressure coming onto site just yet. Mel might even catch the retreat.
Nice.
Romy sharp to it, though.
Much better. Now let's give them a chance. There's no threat in the back lines, no more dagger in the back, no more knife looming above their head. The flash gets turned and Jazzy still fine, does get noted, tries to get out of danger and does just that. The post plant still going to be hard work. Now we saw last time there is no fear on these players. They're going to sit the defuse and finally the trade comes out. It's still going well for Crew. And now it's Katsumi in a 1v3, half achieved and overwhelmed and overrun. It ain't over yet, it's 4 rounds.
Beautiful retake here from Crew, and actually with Konsu falling early, C9 White know that they can sit deep on long, try and use this time and space to set up comfortably for that, but the paint shell from Romy absolutely ripping away that control. Onto Cubby, and as you see Jazzy just panicking with that blast pack to get out of there.
And this is a much better look from Crew in my book. I like seeing the aggression. I like seeing the confidence. They've given themselves a buffer. It's not massive, but it may be something, and they need something right now. Do stay tuned.
All right, well, gotta say, you know, good to see Crew at the very least, right? Staying competitive. This is a very different game than what we saw in map number 1, Mimi. Cloud9, though, still look fantastic, but I think that win as well as the pistol, like that kind of, I think it helps them out a little bit here.
Yeah, they're staying competitive, but Cloud9 is still winning, and I think that's exactly the story of this first half. There's a round I wanted to look back at here, which is where we're seeing some of these good ideas come out from Crew. We're seeing them come up with ways to be able to counter out Cloud9, but Cloud9's ability to adapt in the late round has been absolutely excellent. This one is an example. There's a breach actually flanking back through Cloud9's spawn, who pops up the breach ult. Romy double satchels all the way deep and gets that showstopper kill onto Jazzy. Cloud9 is separated. 2 players are stuck in hell in a 2 versus 3, but they stand strong. Bob knows she has to make that aggressive play and be able to close things out. It does end with just Bob being here, as Romy has picked up big things, but she's going to be able to win out on this clutch. This is a round where Crew has an interesting idea. They're hitting those win conditions, but still it slips away from them from some of these big plays and adaptations from Cloud9 at the final hour.
This final bullet to me, it kills me. Sunset everything that C9. I agree with you that we're struggling a little bit in the late round, but it took them 2 to 3 rounds to know exactly what to do at the beginning of the round. Now, looking forward into what can we expect, right? Coming into Crew, knowing that you have to pull this back, that you've only managed to get those kills. I wanted to take a look at the kills that Kaneer usually has on the attack. It's actually a map that allows us to see how the impact is going to be, especially on A, that sometimes she's going to be guarding the flank, expecting people to be pushing onto them, but she's also going to be sitting on site after the spike is down.
Yeah, we've seen step-ups from Romy, we've seen step-ups from the members of this Crew roster, but I think if they are going to be able to bring this back, it really does have to be that fixation on Kaneer, as she's playing her favorite role on this map.
Yeah, well, look, I'm excited to see if Crew can actually bring this one back, because if there's a team that can dig deep and make this happen in the moment for force this map 3, it most definitely could be this Crew Esports lineup. But let's go ahead and get into our second half of play as we send it back to our casters to call the action.
Thank you, GB and the desk. And as much as, yes, a couple of players stood out coming to this Corner being one of them, I'm looking at Romy again, considering if you're looking at marking your man, right, you have to try and slip past Mel, who is having a stellar map at being that lurk, being that problem, still being able to post, what, 15 kills first half? Not bad at all. And I want to see Crew do damage now, not just in the pistol, throughout the gun rounds.
When we were making that kind of comp comparison on Ascent, we were talking about Romy potentially being the catalyst. Absolutely has achieved that here on the defense. Maybe not reflected in terms of round success just yet, but coming into the attacking side, we talked about some of those positives that were there. We didn't have a huge data size to compare on Ascent. This time, there's at least a chance for Crew to follow through on that first half performance.
One of the players will be Katsumi, who's been stellar and seems to want to keep that reputation looking good. Alexis is going to take most of the attention there and overwhelmed in the end, but Bob makes appearance towards the back of the site and still steals... Ooh, I thought he was about to steal 2 more there, but no, it's just going to be a bloodied brawl. Cloud9 White coming out on top with 2 players remaining. And going to at least get past that first hurdle, that first challenge.
Great play from Alexis as well. The counter utility coming out, the flash and the fault line to slow down Crew. Bail out Katsumi, even puts her life on the line. And then Katsumi actually responds with the kill as well. Beautiful stuff. The 9th on the board for Cloud9. And actually 4 Spectres, the scope. For Mel, a couple of Sheriffs. Now we talked about actually a couple of gaps in that round 3 purchase previously because of the investment from Crew. Well, that's going to be a factor here once again on Haven. I'm going to just rinse and repeat here, try and find something onto C-side. Katsumi will be tested once again. 4 players shift walking up here.
See if that patience can hold. And Katsumi,
big paranoia.
That was perfect. It's just slowed everything down and even isolated Bashed. Alexis will claim it, but the job's done. They've instantly hindered that pressure that was coming towards C-Long. And now they're going to send them looking for other options, right? Has there been an over-rotation? Do we have a chance somewhere? You got early progress from Konsu. Maybe they can take a little bit more space towards allow that passage to come through quickly from that spike.
I see Konsu potentially catching a timing here. It's already Mel just ready and waiting. Just in case, actually, yeah, Mel will note it. Smoke will go up, but still might with the numbers advantage here, happy to rely on their retake. Bob actually lining up for a reveal here.
Their retakes that I saw before leading into this tournament were out of this world.
So well rehearsed.
Percentage-wise, it is choreographed. So I'll be very interested to see how this looks now going in.
Big
Already
reveal.
Big info. That's huge, but can they build off the back of it? They need to get towards the site here and flying on in. Jazzy, life on the line. The trade going to be coming in. There it is. Mel, Katsumi, Alexis, all in unison, leaving Romy the last one alive. 1v4, defuse started, smoke in place, and 2 out of nowhere.
Back.
And the paint shell back into play. Going to do some chip damage, force Katsumi into a bad scenario. 1 more bullet to play with, and sweating them on the other side. But plenty of time for the defuse, but it got dangerous.
I mean, it's only actually that Cloud9 White are in position to retake this so early that actually Romy doesn't get another opportunity to close it out. Lots of damage done, though. Just 2 weapons carried away from that. For C9. That's a massive reveal coming through. And just swarming onto site. It's totally blind.
He's starting to feel a little bit of that pressure now. At 4 to 10, you do see that they've hit those double digits. Now, it is only the pistol, so put it where you want. This is the big buy coming out from Crew, and it's got to be clean in my book. I want to see at least 4 standing. I want to see those rifles brought through. I need to see this round look sewn up. On the other side for Cloud9, they have very little in the form of firepower.
I mean, they know that ultimately they can ride this out. Whatever they can achieve in this round, they don't want to give away the opportunity of any financial advantage here. Early probe towards C. Katsumi and Alexis with a much deeper hold this time around. Katsumi obviously on a Sheriff. Alexis with a Spectre in Garage. Initial probe, and Crew will pivot back towards A.
Are they going to repick this together? Okay, off the back of the Prowler gets dealt with quite quickly. So Mel knows they've made progress up a long. Takes a swing and gets punished for it. Romy, good work. That's first in.
Actually, Bob repositioning back towards Heaven.
Still waiting.
Look for this reveal. Clip it. That's the reveal. Bob actually rewarded for as well, but Romi's found another 2. Jazzy and Katsumi will fall.
Yeah, this is good work, but again, we're talking about keeping this clean. They have the 4 rifles still standing. They do not want to lose a single other one.
Problem being, though, in this post plant, it's going to be very difficult to find value. Romi's actually very close and actually giving one away.
And that could be a rifle to be picked up. If they ever find a way to get a little bit more safety towards it, that could be a rifle back in the hand. And Kalita looking like they want to play towards Graffiti. Going to tuck in the corner.
Connor just caught sleeping. And the rifle retrieved here.
And there it is. This is where it all could fall to pieces. You've got to look at that player in towards the corner. Kalita here, tucked on the corner, has to pay off, and it does. Takes away Alexis from this, and Bob now on the chopping block, dealt with, but it's costly. It's not as clean as I'd like, but they get across the line.
Spike planted, yeah, so they have that 300 credit bonus. I think that might be able to just scrape through light armors and rifles yet. Just about. I mean, basically going to be the only one that's struggling here, but a weapon dropped across. Crew find their 5th. I might draw blood, but this is the one that actually, again, it just shifts around behind. Like I said, Romy giving this one away. The only real thing that causes problems for Crew here is, like you said, if they can find one, bring it back down to, maybe just a one-head advantage, and that rifle being recovered.
And this is the one. This could start great things for Crew.
Same probe once again towards C site as well. And last time, I mean, Mel and Bob didn't progress down long, but this time Mel's hanging around with the operator.
Yeah, it's sticking here, trying to maybe bail Bob out, but
Revealed
Bob can't get out of danger. Yeah, Bob is stuck to this one. Any damage that she can do? How is Bob alive?
What was that? 3 HP.
How? Someone's looking after C9 White. I do not know how she is still alive. Katsumi trying to slow down the roll, and actually the counter quite nice here. Katsumi's still fine. One slipping through towards the side, and actually Kaneer's got to be careful. And does Katsumi consider it? Maybe thinking about it. Damage achieved. Standing and fighting. Katsumi sprays into the dark and claims 2. Alexis expecting the pressure through from Garage. They're sewing this one up. Beige, lovely shot. Needs 4 more of those.
Oh my God. What
Give me
was
that one more
round?
time. I want to see that.
That was ridiculous from Bob.
How?
Again, the reveal. Mel's desperate to try and deal with the operator. I'm not sure if Bob was actually blinded ahead of that. You can see the near side had come through.
It looked like she was, yeah.
This is outrageous. What?
How?
I think Katsumi as well, the adjustment here to find Connor, who slipped onto site, the second completely blind onto Kalita, and smiles on the faces. That's the 11th on the board for C9 White. Crew back down on a garbage buy here, just pistols to work with. No showstopper, invested in the previous, and no tour de force. With this composition, those are the things we look to rely on in this sort of purchase.
There's reliable elements absent. And B pressure.
Look what C9 White are doing now on C-Long.
And there's certain markers in the game, right? You get past that first gun round, you keep some of those ultimates away from them, then you can start exploring. Then these are the rounds you can start stretching your legs a little bit here, taking walks around the map, finding backline pressure like they're doing. And maybe Crew are aware, but they're just not equipped. Just going to be those sheriffs and odds and ends and bits and pieces, and it's just a massacre again. 3 bodies littered on the floor, Spike now down. And this is looking brutal. And only the Ghost and Sheriff to take the stand, and the poor of utility.
So much util.
Look at it, just raining in, and Romy, it felt inevitable, and it's clean, and it's 12. 5 stand, 5 move forward, and only 5 rounds for Crew.
Not letting their foot off the gas at all, maintaining this level of pressure. The Crew, unfortunately, just left licking their wounds. Bice now, Nightfall available. So some of these positives we talk about just haven't come to fruition here in the second half.
No. They didn't have much time to work it in, though.
No.
This is the other thing.
I said a slight advantage on the first map's result.
Yeah, it's difficult because at the very worst, you know that C9 White have that solid approach to the game. They've got great fundamentals. So even trying to find that little bit of space to work within, it is minimal, it is limited, and it looks all in. It looks pacey towards A. Not much of a backline to depend upon here, so they do need to somewhat commit. Yes, they can leave maybe Kaneer to keep a consideration towards that, keep that in mind for a little while, but it's going to be Mel very much alone. How long do you stick around here? Going to be found by the Prowler, and eventually will concede the site. Oh, actually, Alexis is stuck around, right out of the air. Mel's there too, and it is a shot down and a shot out. You've even got the ult coming as well. Jazzy Kins with a double. It's 13-5. Cloud 9 white, proving exactly why they are the team to beat.
Another round where Robbie, just got to mention, just plucked from the air once again, just getting no success here after a very, very strong first half for C9 White, barely breaking a sweat. Once they found their groove once again, we saw the same trend on Ascent. Actually, looking at the scoreboard, a real testament here to Romi's performance, desperately trying to put Crew in a position to succeed here on Haven. But the team unit, that core from C9 White, just excelling here in their opening game in Berlin.
Yeah, fantastic look coming out from C9 White, proving the Lanimals are here. They are very solid. Some of those same looks we've seen online coming through here into this offline environment, in front of the crowd, different setups, still looking solid. And again, Crew coming out of their region, we did consider them a very strong team.
Yeah.
And honestly, some of the previous roles leading into this, they had cleaner games against some of the other North American teams, leading into this tournament.
Yeah,
so
two teams that are revered in terms of their track records.
Absolutely.
But like I said, this is a statement to make for C9 White to come out against. In my eyes, this is probably one of the best opening matches we could have had in terms of the potential for upsets. This could alter the entire course, but it's business as usual for C9 White.
Yeah, they know what they're doing. They should be very proud of this first real debut on the stage here. Looking solid as a rock, so fantastic look from them. For Crew, though, I mean, it's not all over just yet. There is still more to come. You probably had the hardest game to start with.
Absolutely.
I don't think anyone envied that position.
And there were positives to take away. Like I said, there were glimmers of hope that if Crew were able to build behind that, the recovery factor from C9 White is ultimately what removed that possibility in my eyes.
Yeah, and I think, for me, I'm curious to see now how this shakes down with everyone else. Do we then see, I don't know, Crew play the next team and it looks completely different? They're the dominant team. Does that then completely shake up our expectation throughout this tournament? That's what it's all about. This is why we love these check-ins on the international stage. You finally get to see how these regions perform against each other.
Absolutely. And White obviously will go on to play later today. A good opening game here, big confidence booster, and like I said, you could see throughout this series just the personality starting to build on stage, getting a little louder, looking to command that arena themselves, not just in their gameplay, but like I said,
30 seconds left.
Audibly on stage. That's tough for Crew to really answer back on.
Yeah, and I think this then kind of plays into the rest of the games either coming up today or going forward, is because I think a lot of eyes then go on G2 now. I think that's a fair assessment, because they're the two teams a lot of people are looking at.
Ultimately, everybody now wants to see G2 replicate the same thing, right? Bring that kind of fire here to the stage in Berlin.
That's the thing, and then maybe you get that big matchup, potentially, who knows? I mean, that's what we're kind of all considering, but as we said, throughout there was a couple of standouts for us, but we want your thoughts. The MVP vote is down there, so do scan the QR code and let us know who started you. Mike, anyone?
Bob, obviously Bob and Alexis had fantastic, but Katsumi having such a huge start to Ascent and really being kind of, that second, third line in some of these executions for C9 White. Absolutely fantastic series from Kat.
No, I think I'm actually in full agreement with you. Normally, it's hard to ignore, Bob, scoreboard-wise, big impact here and there. She's looked fantastic throughout it. Alexis as well, some really key moments, but you're right. I think especially including map 1, I think you're spot on with that. A big performance to start off with. So that must be a great confidence boost that we're all turning up. So this is great news for the Cloud9 White fans. You guys will be absolutely chuffed with this result. The Crew fans probably waiting to see how everyone else in this tournament looks, because we're all still just checking in, finding out how these teams will finally perform. So guys, do stick around. We'll be back in a moment's time.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Live and let live, let them figure it out. We can do whatever, I just want you around. Tell it to the world when I don't pick up your calls. And if you're thinking something stupid, don't say nothing at all. Don't talk if you're not gonna say much. You could have something you don't like the taste of. Don't talk if you won't make it worth it. Did you get far before you hit the Don't talk. And if you don't say something, I'm just gonna dig myself deeper. I wish I could have gone a little cleaner. And if you don't say something, I'm just gonna dig myself deeper. But most of us aren't good with that either. Don't talk if you're not gonna say much. You could have something you don't like the taste of. Don't talk. Make it worth
Welcome back, everyone, to the VALORANT Game Changers Championship as C9Y pick up the win, only allowing their opponent, Crew Esports, to pick up 9 rounds total across 2 maps. A truly dominating performance for North America's finest here as I'm Golden Boy alongside with Mimi and Kukuka. And Kukuka, I mean, look, you know, you got to call a spade a spade. Everyone coming to this tournament is like, we don't know how people are going to play and, you know, so on and so forth. But it's very clear here that C9Y, they came to play, and in that game, they came to dominate.
They didn't come to play. I think they came to win, and definitely they showed up both in the attack and in the defense. I wanted to pull out this stat that it was shown for us. They only allowed Crew to plant 5 times during the entire series, and they retook on 3 of them. That is insane to say for a team. The dominance that they've shown in every single play, every counter play, all the utility was ready at all times.
And all the individuals were performing for Cloud9, but Crew showed up too. That was a much better game out of them. Romy was giving moments it looked like Crew could come over top, but it was the calling for Cloud9 and the coordination that this team had that really impressed me. This round in particular, you can see the synergy, the experience that these players have together. Crew breach ults in immediately. Cat sends out a Paranoia. You have a Rolling Thunder coming in to support her from Alexis in Garage, and as well as that, Jazzy is coming out, has a nade to separate, and at this point, Crew is separated off on the site. Cat has a 1v1 versus Kinnear, and she can just hold space over towards Long. Cloud9 was so coordinated in this game, and on top of that, the calling from Mel was fantastic. At the start of that game, they thought the solution to this Fade Raze comp was putting an emphasis on that B site, on holding that down and going for those executes. Then they figured out that, hey, we can just bait out the C's nade every time and get our way into the site. It's such good work from Cloud9.
How important it is to just come into a LAN event like this and having this big performance right at the beginning. Sometimes, you know, we feel like maybe for Crew they were a little bit cold at the beginning. We can definitely say that for Ascend. But as you mentioned, Mimi, to me, every single player in Cloud9 has outperformed the performance that they were doing already in NA. You know, of course, you know, I acknowledge the power that they have. I wanted something different from other regions, but I'm actually very happy to see that they take the competition to another level. To me, I know that Hypox said that Katsumi is insane. To me, Alexis did an insane series, something out of this world.
You can see it in how they do their retakes. It just looks like a performance. It looks like they are. Every person has just the exact lineup. They have rehearsed it. They have prepped it. And I think that is, that on top of many other reasons why C9Y are coming into this tournament as the odds-on favorite. But of course, there's still plenty more to come here. We actually did ask you guys before the break, though, about the in-zone player of the match. We want to hear from you guys who you think it is. And Katsumi is going to end up being the one getting the MVP nod here. Mimi, got to give shout out to Katsumi because she was playing out of her mind.
She really was. I think she started something like 8-0 on the first map of this series and really kept that performance throughout.
To me, it's the fact that it's the supportive agents that we're seeing shining the most. What really shines also about C9 White is that you have 5 superstars. They can perform at any given moment, especially when necessary. So I'm happy for Katsumi.
Yeah, she really does deserve that MVP vote win. Jazzy as well in that last game really did step up playing that Raze. Yeah. You can see how much value she provides when she's on the comfort role. Even though she's the youngest player on the team, even though she's the most experienced, no one on C9 looked shaky in the slightest coming into their first big LAN. They've played smaller events before, but this was something different for them, and they really showed up.
Yeah, I think that is a very important note there as well. It's that the moment C9 White took the stage, it looked like they were confident. It looked like every angle, every position that they were holding, everything was from a position of confidence.
Sure.
That's very scary for everyone else to have to deal with.
Of course. And you have that performance on the first map. As we said, every single round had a plan and they just followed it. And it's working. Yeah. And it's working. You jump into the second one. Okay, you lose the pistol round. But then on the gun rounds, you start getting them. Almost all of them go in your favor, and you know that you have the upper hand. You know that you're, directing the ship.
And I think that Crew actually did regain their confidence throughout this series. In the first map, it was clear that the mental was one of the issues. Their players were very shaky. I think some of the nerves were showing through. But once we got into that second map, a lot of the confidence was reinstilled. They still weren't able to take down Cloud9, but that does give me some hope for their path in the lower bracket. This isn't a game that I walk away from thinking Crew isn't living up to the expectations I had for them. It's that Cloud9 is showing up and looking just as good as they were in North America.
Yeah, it is very scary for the rest of the world. They have certainly been put on notice. But to hear from the winners, here's Ender actually going to be standing by with the one who blew up the end of that last game. It's Jazzy standing by for our Verizon post-match interview.
Yeah, Golden Boy blew it up with that signature Raze. I am here with Jazzykins. And first of all, congratulations on the win, 2-0. A lot of people have you as favorites, so it's a great way to start the event off. And I just want to ask, I know you've been to some smaller LAN events here before with the team as well, but do you have any sort of pre-game rituals, things to get you and the team in the zone for the match?
For me, at least, I love blasting music, so that's what I do. I'm sure a couple of my teammates do the same.
What's your favorite track?
Shoot.
Or genre even?
Genre, like hip-hop.
Okay,
Yeah.
I like that. Now, you guys got off to a great start, 9-0 over on Ascent. So I'm curious, like, obviously you got to be feeling confident after that. Were there any
100%.
Players on the team that were a little extra talkative or over-the-top energy?
Mel, Lexi, you already know, like, they're the biggest talkers of the team for sure. So.
Alexis had some insane rounds in that first map as well, and I would actually like to check out a round from that first map of Ascent because I don't know what was going on in this round. It starts off, I think you guys just sort of walked in, cruised into that A site, but then the calls coming out from Mel, I'd really just sort of like to pick your brain on that. And we're gonna be able to throw it up in this back wall in just a second here, and just sort of like talk me through this round because you go into this A site. There's a couple of mollies here, but then no one's really there. Why don't you actually plant the spike?
I think the call was to cancel, or right here, actually.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because they KJ ulted, so the call was to cancel and go B. But as soon as we got to Cat, we were like, okay, we're just gonna slow down and then re-hit A. And then Cat was just gonna be our lurker at that point. So.
Yeah. And so what was sort of your role in this situation here? I know you're sort of working through the team.
Yeah, so I have res, so my role was just to bait my teammates.
Perfect.
And I was just baiting Mel here. And if I have res, like I'm always baiting my teammates, so.
Yeah. I mean, understandable.
Yeah.
And then you get to be the bait going in
exactly.
on that
I'm usually the
final map.
entry fragger if I don't have res, so. Yeah.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Now, looking forward today, this is not your only best of 3 today. You're going to be playing after G2 and X10 matchup here in just a second. So I'd like to ask you, who do you expect to face off, and how do you think that match is going to go?
Honestly, like playing X10 would be fun, but I feel like we're gonna play G2 next. So,
yeah?
Yeah.
And how I know a lot of people talking up Giuliano, Duelist on the other side. How's that matchup going down?
You know, it might be a Duelist diff.
Oh, okay. Okay,
we'll see though, we'll see.
Yeah, well, you're gonna get a chance to watch those games, crank the hip hop, have a lot of fun, and get ready for that. And we are gonna throw to a break and check out the Prime Gaming post-match highlights.
We've been waiting for this moment since the launch of VALORANT Game Changers. 8 teams have poured everything they have into this defining moment of their legacy. And all that's left is to seal the final chapter of their year. Let's see how it all plays out. And welcome to the stage, Cloud9 White and Crew Esports.
Dash comes in and the first swing. Stunning work from Katsumi, and even once more. Welcome to the stage, Cloud9. You're looking like you're at home. Alexis taking heads. What are you doing?
To anticipate this, but Alexis just swings out, finds all 3. 4 on the round for Alexis. C9 White close out Ascent.
There's going to be a push off the spike, potentially can't sit that no more. 50 seconds and the clutch for Jazzy. What are you doing? Mel behind them, behind the wire. Mel closing in now. Don't do it to him. Just get the job done. It's 13-5. Cloud9 White proving exactly why they are the team to beat.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Game Changers World Championship. I am your host, Yingsu. We brought you a taste of what this competition could be already, but it's time to move on to our second match of the day. It is G2 Gozen versus X10 Sapphire. And as you can see, guys, we have a new face on the desk. Athena, welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be here, excited to watch the games, and I'm ready for this next matchup.
Yeah, I can't wait to get some of your insight as well. As an IGL, I'm very accomplished pro player in the scene too. But speaking of accomplished, we got to talk about G2 Gozen. Kakuka, you and I have waited for this moment for a long, long time.
I've been doing this breakdown for 2 years, you know. I've been talking about G2 for too long, but this is the moment that we've been waiting. As you said, Yinsu, this team, the experience that they brought in, this 5 players, actually with that 3-player core that has been so significant into EMEA. But what happened there at the end? All that dominance that they've been having over 3 series in a row disappeared and crumbled under the pressure and under Gildex.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of crazy that they didn't end up being the #1 seed for sure, but I think coming into this tournament, they definitely do have the LAN experience that a lot of these teams don't actually have. Like, they can go forward, go hard hitting, and we say it a lot, like, within our teams, that when you are playing at LAN, you kind of have to just run at them because there's no sound. The sound isn't the same. And so, like, I'm really excited to see how these teams perform, especially at LAN.
I mean, let's talk about that because Mimi in the press conference last night said people are underestimating our LAN performance and how much experience we have at LAN because there's so much pressure there, Athena. You know, talk me through the kind of pressure that these players might be facing if they've never played a LAN event before.
I mean, there's so much pressure. I mean, there's cameras in your face, there's people in the audience, you can see, you know, the lights kind of flashing past you. Like, there's definitely a huge physical kind of connection to like a nervous entity that you might have. And then with the mental as well, you know, you can kind of see your opponents on the other side. And obviously the mental game kind of comes in when people are like yelling like, yeah, let's go. I mean, I saw C9 having like a really fun time with it. And like, you know, just having these girls kind of going crazy on the other side, it's part of the mental game that also like pertains to like the emotional and mental challenge that comes to LAN.
Like, let's be honest about this. We've been waiting for this LAN a lot, but I think that the G2 goes and girls have been waiting way more than us because we're talking about 3 years, 2 to 3 years without that experience that they had been having for a very long time. They were macerating. Talking to them, they just want to go back on the stage. Like, of course, I agree with Mimi on that statement, especially because maybe people are looking down on them after their last performance, but this is their moment to thrive. This is their natural habitat.
I mean, as we saw in that graphic just now, Petra, Giuliano, and Mimi, they have a combined FPS experience, I think, of 37
that
years.
Is insane.
Yeah, which
Literally
is
insane.
still less than Vansili has been alive on this planet, by the way. But it's not just the veteran players we got to talk about because Kakuka, I think Mary has got to be one of the fan favorites coming into this as well.
Completely. Coming in with the MENA representation, Mary has been literally shining from the moment that she joined G2, and she had very big shoes to fill in. We're talking about Zaz. That was part of that core as well. She decided to step down, and it was a very hard task for G2 to find another player that could be the mini Zaz that has been the title that has been given to Mary.
Yeah, I mean, Mary has been such an insane player across the board, no matter what role she's kind of been playing in. Even if she is in that support role, she's still popping off, like giving us those numbers in a game. And I think that, especially for such a young player, is such an insane skill to have.
And that we have, right?
Literally the youngest player in the entire tournament. She is just doing like an amazing job so far. And so I'm really excited to see how she does at LAN, especially with like the veterans beside her, and see how that kind of goes.
Yeah, and also Glance, another person that was kind of filling, you know, Kakuka, this hole we used to talk about EMEA as G2's fifth, because they kept kind of flip-flopping throughout the last 2 years.
Yeah, totally. I think that they had Anya also, who was already on Guild, and Glance was the one that they took from Guild X, and they were like, nah, you're coming with us. It actually really suited her, but let's keep talking about Mary. We can take a look at her stats, but you should, I hope that we have interviews with her. You should know her personally. She is a superstar. She's a 16-year-old that's not afraid of anything.
I'm glad that you mentioned that because I met Mary for the first time in this tournament, like in the hotel a couple days ago, and I have never met a 16-year-old with this much confidence. And Athena, that is what you need, especially considering that she doesn't have the veteran experience that the other three girls have.
Exactly. I mean, I love that. I mean, just knowing that you have a personality that's somewhat louder, bubblier, confident, you always need that staple in a team because they can always like drive your team forward. And like, she's just so young and she brings all of that, so I think that that's awesome.
I think it's a perfect fit because she came into a winning team already. She had all the potential and she had the perfect base. She's just like, okay, this is how it looks when we win. This is what it is to be G2. And I think that the experience of losing that last series is the best thing that could have happened to them.
How big of an advantage do you guys think this is? Because it does feel like it is the almost like pocket kind of rocket of G2 having this many years of experience. How much are they going to have to rely on that?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think for G2, it's kind of a given that they're going to be able to perform just because they have had that experience before. So I kind of wonder for X10 how it's kind of going to go in that aspect, but I think for sure it's definitely a plus, and it's a big one in my opinion.
Genie, Muffin, and Baby TC also have a LAN experience, but definitely not on the level that these girls do. Although Genie is a very experienced player. We're going to talk about her in a bit, but I think, of course, it is a huge advantage, and knowing that all the rest of the pieces fit so well, I think that, of course, it's going to be something. But remember, it's been a long time. Many things have changed. This is a different game. We talk about LAN experience, about FPS experience, but not LAN experience in this FPS. So we'll see.
I mean, we've talked about Mary a lot, and speaking of young players, we got a resident Zoomer, Mimi, sitting down with Ender for a chat with Giuliano and Mary.
Hi there, it's Mimi and Ender, and we're sitting down with two of G2's players, Mary and Giuliano. Welcome, and thanks for sitting down with us. The first thing I wanted to ask, Mary, for you is at 16, you are the absolute youngest player in the tournament. You are like the youngest possible player that could even be competing in Game Changers. And with so many players, including your teammates and people you're competing against, being so experienced, is there anyone at this tournament that you maybe looked up to when you were kind of on your come up in competitive FPS?
So basically, before I could have like competed in the start, I looked up to G2, obviously. G2 goes and, you know, and I saw how they were playing and I saw how they play as a team and all that. So I think if there were players, they would beat them because they have the most experience out of everyone in the tournament.
Yeah. And Juliana, what's it been like playing with someone who's like looked up to you in earlier parts of your career like that?
I mean, it's super cool. I think that throughout my entire career, I've always like trained players and had young players join my team. But Mary came from absolutely zero team experience, and that was like, I think in the beginning it was way harder than it is now, because you know you have to relearn all the basics that you've learned from like 15 years of competitive.
Yeah.
So I think that she's doing really good, and I think it's great because you have someone with like a lot of hunger and a lot of passion to bring fire to the team, basically.
Yeah.
And I think that's
and with this being Mary's first LAN ever, have you given her any advice coming in yet, or would you like to give her any advice now?
I've given her the most advices that
what have you told her?
I mean, some of them are a secret, but
okay.
it's between
but
me and Julia.
it's like really good exercises to get your nerves down and how to focus and not think so much about that you're on LAN, how to redirect your mind and such, which is something, you know, I've learned.
Yeah, and Mary, for you, with this being your first LAN event, do you think that experience actually matters that much? Do you think the amount of like LANs and tournaments that your teammates have played will make them like significantly better coming into this event? Or are you just going to show up to your first LAN and just be kicking things off on the ground running?
I mean, honestly, I think that the experience plays a big role. It's like any other thing in life, you know? If you have experience with something, you'd be really good at it. So, I mean, I wouldn't be expecting myself to be performing as much as I would because it's going to be like my first ever LAN. But yeah, I think for sure experience plays a big role, and they've been through so much. They know how to calm down their nerves and so many other things and just focus in the game. And
yeah, I think that also brings a lot of calmness to the rest of the teammates. So, I mean, I've been through before having players who've been nervous, and it's all been fine eventually because you have such a strong backbone in the team, and I think that's really important.
Now, you with G2 Gozen have been so dominant in EMEA for so long, but you lost the finals against Guild. Coming into this tournament, do you still believe you're the best team in EMEA? And if a rematch were to happen, how would that go down?
Yeah, of course. I mean, let's not forget, we're like 19-6 against them in maps. And also, I think that like the finals was us crumbling a bit. Like that was not the real G2, and we had like roles that were not fitting. We tried to throw Mary in as Sass when she's not Sass. She's lacking a lot of experience, which Sass has. So we really we really optimized the way we put our agent pool together this time, so it's fitting for every player and the whole team in general.
Is there anything you're comfortable saying now about like changes with what you're going to be playing or not, or all on the hush hush?
I can say that a lot of times it would not be what anybody expects.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see. It's going to be interesting to see. But that is all the time we have for now. Thank you both so much for sitting down with us and for answering our questions. And that'll wrap it up.
Honestly, I think that's the first time I've seen Mimi in the presence of someone who's younger than her as our resident Zoomer. But Mary, though, the way she carries herself, you can't tell that she's the one that has, like Juliana said, no experience prior to joining G2.
I love the self-awareness, though. Like she's saying, you know, maybe I do not perform. I do not expect to perform the same way that I do when I'm home, you know? Like many things are going to change. I have to ask Juliana, though. I'm going to message her later being like, what is that advice that you have on how to control nerves? Because I could definitely use that. But what I like the most about the interview was the fact that Juliano looked back into the final and said, we were trying to use Mary as Sass, and we need to understand that she's not the same person, and we need to work with what we have now, which is not a little.
Yeah, and the role changes. Do you think they've had enough time to try and get that on board?
I have no idea, because for me, for my team, whenever we've tried to make role changes, we've always had to allocate like at least like a month worth of trials, and we just like mess around with roles.
Well, they've had exactly a month.
True. So maybe they're going to surprise us. Maybe because they have the 3 veterans, they could do it a lot faster. You know, I'm personally just like really excited to see what the roles are and who's going to fit into which role, because again, like we said, Mary was kind of popping off in like that support role. So I wonder if she's even going to be going even harder on another role. We'll see.
Maybe multiple of them have to swap roles. We'll see indeed. But their opponent today is one that we would probably call the Titan Slayers of APAC. It's X10, Sapphire, and Athena. It very nearly wasn't them. I think throughout this year, we probably expected a different team, but my God, did they do a lot to be able to get here.
Yeah, I mean, they fought hard all year long against Alter Ego, and they put up a fight in the last Game Changers. They actually ended up beating them not once, but twice in the tournament. They kind of overcame, like you said, their Titans, and I don't think that that's something that came along easy. They obviously changed something up, and I'm excited to see what that is.
Oh yeah, definitely. I want to see all the changes that Obi has brought into the team, because going back in that history, as we're saying, we're talking about a year that didn't look too good, and it literally looked like they were going to give up and, you know, and dissolve as a team at some point, and then something happens. Something happens and they just go completely crazy, and they change everybody's minds and everybody's prospect to what team was going to be here.
I mean, we credit G2 for having veteran players, but we can't ignore the one on this team as well, Kakuka. Ginny, she's been around for a very long time.
Yeah, exactly. I think that she's actually the oldest player that we have going now against the youngest, so I think the contrast is going to be massive for sure. Ginny has probably brought all those advices that Juliana was giving to Mary to the rest of her teammates. We've seen insane plays coming from her. Like, she looks like she can do it all. So I think that going up against Juliana, it looks pretty exciting.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the veterans of G2. They have the 3, right? But then when you come to X10, they have the 1. And the 1, and she's kind of IGLing, and she's putting up big numbers. So I think for me, from my eyes, especially as an IGL, I'm like, holy, this girl is insane. And even I like respect her and look up to her, and I would love to hear advice from both of these teams for sure. And I think that Ginny just herself is just bringing so much to the table, like IGLing, putting up numbers and everything. So that it's just wonderful.
And improving so much in such a little time.
Yeah, we're going to the map select right now to see which maps we're going to be seeing today. G2 Kakuka have such a big map pool. It does feel like they're going to be the ones that's probably going to be playing some games today.
Yeah, exactly. They're deciding to go with the Banner Fracture, something that I'm not very surprised with. I think that especially since we heard that from Giuliano being like, we're going to swap roles. I do agree with you, Sue. If you change a role, maybe you have to change more than one. It's not going to be that easy. And the first one is going to be Icebox. Let me love this, because this is the map that made G2 lose that final, and it was also the map that made X10 secure their ticket to Berlin.
It literally feels like some sort of redemption map for G2.
Exactly.
Like literally a whole redemption map.
They come here and they're like, we lost here. This is the first map that we're going to play. You thought that it was weak. We lost it twice in a row against them. We do not care.
I mean, love that. G2 are doing a lot of crazy things here. They've left Bind open as well here for X10. I mean, on paper, it's not as one-sided as I thought it could be, Athena.
Yeah, on Bind, like X10 is known to have gone 100% win rate, and they've played it a lot. They've gone 3-0 in the past Game Changers in that. And G2, they've only played it the once. They won it, but they've only played it the once. So I wonder if maybe they're kind of taking that and taking all the maybe VODs that they've seen, or maybe done their research on the other team and kind of put that into action, or if they really just didn't want to play Haven. Even though for me, Haven is both of these teams' strong maps. So that's kind of weird for me.
I think that we have a lot of questions coming into how teams are going to clash, and I love the fact that Icebox is going to be the first one. Are we going to see that change coming in from G2? If we want to see this series going the full distance, going to that third map, it has to start on Icebox, and we have to see something crazy coming in from the both. Has X10 actually improved that much? Can they stand up to the rest of the regions?
It is very G2 for us, for them to kind of give us something to be excited about right off the bat. But we are going to take a quick break here, but make sure you stay with us, because we're going to be bringing on the teams on stage right after this.
Like the threat.
This is it. I hope you guys at home are ready because our teams here are ready to hit the stage. Here is G2 Gozen and X10 Sapphire. X10, they are the Titan Slayers of APAC, and they face yet another Titan, this time from EMEA. But this is G2's home turf. And do we believe in another upset? Do we feel it right now? What do we think?
I mean, especially since what we saw on the first match, I'm kind of leaning towards G2. Also, we have just heard the crowd. We know that we have some people here, and they're all cheering for G2. So if that is going to affect someone's mental, it's going to be both teams, actually.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I just know that we have a couple of EU fangirls on the desk here.
Not me.
I think for me, I strongly believe that G2's experience will be a really hard hitter to push against, but I do think that X10 is a team to be able to push past it. So I'm just really excited to see that.
Let me tell you something. To me, the most important thing about this G2 Gozen, besides the experience, which I think it's great, and especially coming into LAN, it's something else. It's the fact that when they came into the game, everybody thought that they were going to be superstars, that they were going to be above everyone, and they didn't. They didn't. They had to go. They had to work. They had to start from scratch and become what they are today. They have the means to keep growing, to keep developing themselves as players, and this is what I want to see today here.
Well, I want to talk about that icebox that you mentioned, especially the redemption element of it. Do you feel like this is the right way to go about this, Kakuka? Because not only do they lose on icebox to not get first seed coming into this tournament, it didn't look good.
It didn't look good. No, not at all. And it was not the first time that they lost it against Gildex on that same tournament. So of course we had a lot of questions. I think that Juliana was hinting us a lot there into, we had to fix some roles. Maybe we're putting Mary. Maybe there's another role where she would shine more. Also, even with that, they had to lose. They had to learn.
Yeah, I think with new roles comes new initiatives. Like each individual player can always bring something crazy to the table when they switch roles. That's been something very common with a lot of pro teams. As soon as they do that role swap, that maybe their icebox was fixed because they found the right puzzle pieces to put into the jigsaw. So I think that I'm excited. That's all I can say.
I think furthermore, is Icebox the map that you expect role changes? Because even the comps, there aren't that many kind of areas to be creative here.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because Icebox is, again, exactly like you said, the meta has kind of been the same for so long, and Icebox is such a closed map. Like, you either do like 5-man executes, or you just like kind of get info and do whatever. But it just seems like maybe with the new rules, with the new whatever, like, they should be able to push past that. So
yeah, exactly. We will see it with the agents in a second, because I think that they try to. The biggest swap that we see is maybe the Jet coming in, but watch out, because we had some changes on Reina that actually make her viable for this map.
Oh god, I would love to see a Juliana Reina. But we are going to be going into the Prime Gaming agent select shortly. Here it is. Again, both of you said there's not much room to be like super creative. Maybe this is not the map that we see a lot of changes, but again, it does seem to be Kakuka, the Jet versus the Chamber.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, Mimi is going to be.
Well, we've seen it.
Okay, well, that's a change.
Oh my god.
Okay.
What is it? Is this FPX? Are we watching FPX? Mary's on the chain.
Is this liquid? Oh my god, that is the big change.
What?
You bring a young player, you want them to be on the guns, you want them to be explosive, electric. Of course, you give them the Chamber.
Yeah, I think G2 made a really good call here, because X10 is going for the double Senti meta as well. So it's really interesting that Raze is going to be able to take that space and kind of push past all of that.
I think we didn't see changes on the other side. No. I think we saw the same composition that we expected from X10 to be playing. So, of course, this is very exciting. I think that Giuliano is one of the few players that can go on the race, still be in IGL and having this change in the composition, and she's going to perform the same.
I am so excited for these changes, and I'm even more excited to introduce you guys to your casters for this game. It is Enmi, Ender and Mimi.
Yes, thanks so much, Yinsu and the analyst desk crew. We've got Icebox, the last map of both of these teams, best out of 5 in their grand finals. One team lost, the other won. One team changed their comp, the other stuck to it. Why is that?
Oh, well, you know what? G2 came out and in their interview were saying, look, expect the unexpected. There's going to be a lot of changes in terms of comps coming in. And already it's like super interesting, right? Mary, who even in the loss in that finals against Guild had a really good couple of maps there, is going to be on the Chamber. That's a huge switch up for her jumping in on that. But I think on this attacking side, it completely alters the identity of G2 Gozen. Previously, when Mimi was on the Killjoy, she was always that mid lurk, that pivot for the team. Now on the Sage, that responsibility is going to likely fall into Glance's hands.
And we are into it. Icebox, the first map of X10 versus G2, a chance to face off against Cloud9 or an early lower bracket awaiting them.
And already we're seeing a big setup here over towards the A site out of G2. Very likely Baby TZ might just put down an early wall here, expecting a lot of pressure coming through from the team. And all eyes on Mary, I think, early on here. See what she can accomplish on this chamber for her. She used to be the baiter on the team, having to play a Sage, wait for the team to have to show up, but now full steam ahead for her and Giuliano on the raise.
With this bait, it will just be the cat on in. Mary not able to find that initial shot. Alyssa will drop her down, and maybe TZ actually going for more aggression. X10 picks 2 up immediately, and G2 has no response. They're zoned by the Sage Wall and forced to fall away.
Yeah, they may be getting a little greedy. They were trying to push past the Sage Wall. Yeah, they were able to break it, but got a little ahead of themselves off of that. But this is that mid lurk I was talking about. Not really a lurk when the whole team is around it, but you can see Glance very much in the front here. No Viper Wall or any setup for them when they do work into this B site, and you have to be concerned about Muffin, an excellent player over here for X10, but gets caught on the timing. Glance and Petra pick up a couple, and the round immediately back in G2's hands.
And now trouble for X10. It's all Glance. Finds the third. Alyssa alone, trapped in mid, and G2 has no awareness. A slow orb down for the moment. And that spike is ticking. Mimi spots her. Alyssa will find the first. A second onto the headshot. She needs just one more glance. Already huge in this round, and now holding down, hiding behind that wall. She has the time on her side, and she's got the shot too.
Yeah, kick it off with a 4K out of Glance. You can hear the G2 Gozen chants in the crowd. A little bit of home field advantage there maybe for the squad, and Glance showing up in a big way here.
And this is where G2 feels comfortable. That core 3 has been waiting years to get back to land. This is their element.
It absolutely is for them. You know, we were sort of going back, you know, this team that sort of first played together, the 3-player core. It's back in 2015. And we actually saw Baby TZ dropped a tweet where she watched that core of G2 play back in 2019, which is just unreal.
She was a fan back then, and now she'll have to take them down if they want to stay alive in this upper bracket. Towards B, this time G2 will head more akin to their normal style with this composition. I think the biggest difference, not having that Sova to drone out buff, but she will be traded down.
Definitely will be. Already just sort of blitzing on over here. I think X10 maybe a little bit slow to get the rotations on through. Lots of tools, but no wall on Mimi does make things a little bit more difficult without having sort of the rifles to spam through the Viper smokes, though I think they can play this a little bit more patiently, maybe bring down that Viper utility and play these longer range fights.
Very forward, has this rendezvous set up, but Giuliano's nade just finds one, and G2 is cleaning up. Holly will deal a little bit more damage, but this should just be a formality. That is, unless Alyssa can get a little bit cheeky. 1 versus 2 now, another go. Try to. At this clutch, her position very much noted, and G2 playing this one together, both members healthy, so a difficult task, but even another kill here could put her in the right direction. Up top holds Giuliano, and Alyssa not quite ready for that one.
Absolutely no chance you're ready to clear up that high on that one. And getting a little extra shots in the Killjoy turrets. You know, the Killjoy turrets, not big fans of that here in the VCT. No. But G2 already with a good start to kick things off here. And of course, this is a G2 team that was so incredibly dominant in EMEA for so long, the last couple of years in Game Changers, and we're finally dethroned on this map of Icebox, losing in that Game 5 up against Guild, which is a completely different story to X10, who finally got their chance to make it here.
Yeah, now here they go again on Icebox with this brand new composition. Giuliano will have the onus put on her with that Spectre in hand. Everyone else just stuck down to the pistols. Don't want to enter too much into this one, as X10 will just hold passive with these compositions, with the Killjoy. You're relying on letting your opponent scale into you.
Yeah, the one concern I have with the Killjoy here and the utility being set up on this A site is there's a Raze on the opposite side. Raze not a super popular pick on this map, but so effective at just annihilating Killjoy utility. The paint shell is just a little bit too distant there, so you can see the alarm bot is still going to be there. Turret still up as well as a couple of Molotovs. Just guard the entrances towards the site, the wall as well. So G2 going to have to slowly work their way, bait out that utility before fully committing, and the Viper wall comes down to signal the hit.
They do still have that alarm bot for contact, and Alyssa playing close. Stall utility is good, and there's even a dart to hold G2 at bay, but they're just waiting for all of this to drop. Their final opportunity to come. Getting a spike plant, even with these pistols, would be great. And for X10, on this setup, their goal is to stay away from that retake, to deny early. Up top, alarm bot will make contact, and Alyssa, she's got the angle. 2 frags picked up, and a pretty simple cleanup on the site. Lance is trying to work another one of these lurks, but very aware is Polly on the other side, and support available there by Baby TZ. Lance will find one, though. Has Polly isolated, but would have to push her own Molly to take that duel, which is 35 HP, and support on the way. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, really solid lockdown there out of X10. Again, the fact that the info utility was there, they could get the vulnerable, and the alarm as well just sets everything up for success on that site. Alyssa already off to a good start with the lockdown coming online as well. And you can notice actually a couple of players here on X10 just with the light armor next round. But in terms of how this one played out, just the absolute lockdown, the awareness that Glance is going to be that late round pivot for G, working in through mid. X10 have very clearly done their homework, come in prepared against this G2.
Alyssa will have the lockdown in this round, so you can lean a little bit more to playing that retake on the A site. Use that ult to find a little bit more, but you do have lots of tools to contend with that Raze in the composition. And this time they will scale fast towards A. This is a big difference from their previous comp, where they are a very heavy B team on their attack.
Yeah, when you're playing the sort of Jet as the duelist and playing a lot of the info around mid with the Killjoy, you can definitely work into that B site a little bit easier. But with this Raze, I think it allows you to clear back 410. You can do a lot of things. The Fade, Haunt, or C's coming out as well. And already Giuliano very far forward here and alone.
And Alyssa's kind of stuck here. She'll be slow orbed off everyone from X10 in these backlines, and Glance has that Viper's Pit. Mary will try and hold the line, and dropping from above is Giuliano, but Baby Bay plucks her from the sky. 3 versus 3, the pit holds, the wall is up, and X10 is slow on this rotate.
Baby TZ just sort of stuck on this site at the moment, was walled off, so had a little bit of protection, but intelligent to hold time, get the rest of her team to rotate over on here. They have the Viper wall to make things a little bit easier, but face checking in towards Glance. You can see the gun, but no, the kills aren't there for Glance. The Viper Pit is going to be coming down, and Mimi from backside finds 3, turns it around with Petra on the trade. G2 secure the round.
A near tragedy for G2, but you can see in that round the highlight of this compositional change. If you're X10, you invest so much time into prepping for that Killjoy comp, and now G2 is throwing you these consistent, faster A pieces with that deep Raze dive. It can really be tough to come back from that.
Definitely can be, and especially like with Giuliano being able to clear so much over towards that A site, just open things up, even though there was a Viper wall sort of isolating her from the rest of the team. Her finding the opening kills, getting the Viper Pit down onto the ground, made playing out the rest of that round so much simpler for the team. And it doesn't look like we're going to see a big change from X10 coming into this round. Killjoy again going to be set up over towards A. Of course, this is going to be a bit of a thrifty round for X10, but they're going to have to find some way of dealing with this Raze, maybe switching up some placements of the Killjoy utility so that it's not so easily cleared.
Muffin will hold close, has a rendezvous to get out, but can't find that initial shot, so Polly is just holding alone towards back yellow. G2 very committed to the scale into B, but after losing a member, things could get a bit interesting. Roomba up, but that orb will kind of segment G2 off on this end. They have to clear back yellow, and they cannot get Polly out of this position. She'll make the decision to leave herself, but still, G2 sit at a man disadvantage.
Polly finding 2 big kills, but here come G2. Mary on the attack, getting tagged through the Viper wall. Somehow is able to reclaim and get back towards yellow. Not spammed easily out through that one. The Sage wall is going to come up, and that's going to block out the shock darts too. So very easy to get that plant down, and X10 unable to deny for now.
Jenny find a shot, but G2 just wants to fight. Petra swings forward, grabs 3, and Mary is there for the last. A great realization of G2 needing to put onus on themselves and take those forward duels.
This is a very different looking G2 than the way they have played their Icebox previously. We've talked about their compositional difference, but just in terms of previously how they really slow worked through mid, you'd see a lot more of these mid-round rotations off of what Mimi was able to accomplish in mid. Instead, this G2 with the Raze is just much more about those full-on executes. It's been effective here so far, but they've got a lot of tools on the opposite side for X10 to deal with.
X10 now will be calling that tactical timeout, getting Obi into the mix. This is a team that has been around for a while in APAC, but they have always been second fiddle. They finally make it here. They win in the one that counts. They qualify to the international event, but for the majority of their squad, there's a lot of inexperience still. They have 2 members who have been in these situations many a time, and Ginny in particular, their IGL, she's who I'm looking towards in this timeout.
Absolutely. Ginny going to be calling the shots for the team, and this has been a player that's been around for so long in the TAC FPS scene. She's played at super high levels on mixed rosters in both CSGO at the start and Valorant, IGLing for them as well, really making an impact wherever she goes.
And their coach as well, Obi, he was with that X10 roster that we saw early in 2021 qualifying actually here to Berlin and as well to some of those first lands. Now he's the coach of this team. Now he's leading a new X10, this X10 roster of Sapphire into the mix. So we'll have to see if those words can turn anything around. Getting more rounds on this defense is going to be pivotal for X10.
And in terms of X10 coming into this round, right, you have the Viper's pit up, you have the Killjoy ult there as well. The setup for them has just been Viper chamber towards B, the other 3 around A with a relatively soft mid presence. They're not really tempting that too much. So I was maybe expecting to see the Viper work over towards A in a round like this, but instead it will just be on B, maybe a reactive ult there if you hear some stuff around that. But Giuliano instantly on top 2, maybe to counteract an early Viper's pit.
Oh, Giuliano, there's a player just below her. She does have that awareness. Nade, I think that's actually just to break that trademark there, but isn't able to take it down. And now Mary is pushed so deep, but I think she thought she finished that food. Ginny is still alive. She'll find that trade back, and now G2 in dire straits. They've lost all their control of mid with Ginny redroning.
Yeah, it's crazy because it seemed like G2 had the read in the timeout of, hey, they're not really playing mid too aggressively. Mary had that huge walk up all the way into pallet, but the X10 frontline there just locking it down, and now they... G2 make this call. We work into B because we have the Viper's wall to play off of, and Glance finds that opening kill. That's unreal to start this attack off for G2.
She'll push deeper as well through her own orb, trying to take a duel here. Polly is down to low HP. That spike is now planted, but Glance is on a bit of an island. The forward wall, so G2 can stay on the site for this post.
That's the whole idea, right? We're down in numbers, so we don't want to play that sort of, shooting gallery from back yellow. It all comes down to Glance, this first point of contact for G2, but still chances to trade with Mimi lining up and now calling Glance out as the lockdown comes in.
They're forced to concede that space, and Baby TZ a well-timed swing onto Petra. 2 left standing. Mimi and Glance, they have the time on their side. A Sage Wall is up, a tap on the spike, but no one holding Alyssa. She's going to try and stick this one down. The swing is there, but she's gotten it half. It's only Glance, but she's found 3, trying to find something more, but Mimi just cannot do it.
The 3K not enough, and it's Alyssa to find that round win out for the team. Coming down to the wire on that, secures the op for the squad as well, and X10 only had to commit the lockdown off that. Alyssa gets 3 kills afterwards, or 2 kills, and the end of the defuse, so that one already halfway to returning. What a round from X10.
A huge one for them. Baby TZ starting to show some of that value with Alyssa as well, making that retake a reality. We'll have to see now if they can convert that into consistency. Muffin, a player who has been really dominant for X10 regionally, struggling thus far in this map, but now that operator in her hands.
Let's play.
You can see the crowd trying to get back on G2's side here, and G2 not concerned about that B site anymore. Glance is working that mid lurk, so when things get a little bit dicey for G2, returning to some of the trends that we've seen from them previously, already walking all the way down tube, and no one's actually played Kitchen just yet, so Glance breaking this is going to cause some chaos in the minds of X10. Their 2 B players have pushed into B main, but realistically, G2 could be almost anywhere, pushed back on towards the back of B site or towards X10 spawn.
I actually really like this call from X10. Instead of re-rotating to clear towards Kitchen, towards their spawn, they have a player hold their flank and go for a double flank. If G2 doesn't go fast, there'll be 2 players in their back line.
I think they may be able to spot the spike here. You can see Polly pushed all the way garage. If the spike is on the left side of the cans, they would see that and could instantly sort of play back, guard that. Polly gets the kill. That is massive, and Juliano flies into the back lines, gets that opening frag, and wants a little bit more, but Baby TZ locks her down.
And the objective has been lost. There's no sight of it for G2. They've gone too fast on this execute, and now they have to work all the way back through their spawn, but they're making it happen. Glance and Mary. Both were one. It comes down to this pinch, and there's a Viper's pick for Polly. She'll pop it straight onto the spike. An operator holding on that other angle, and only 20 seconds for G2. This is a catastrophe.
I mean, you have to sprint into it, but there's an operator outside the pit. How are you going to expect that? Muffin and Polly get the double flank option, spot the spike, and it explodes the round for G2.
And that is the identity of this composition. G2 is aware of it. They used to play that very same style on their defense, heavily committing to those double flanks in the late round.
Yeah, when you don't have that sort of dive ability, the jet dash, the raised satchels or anything like that, it's really important to open up other opportunities to get into a site. That's exactly what they were going to do there. If they're not spotting out the spike, those two players could realistically work together, trade out any single flank watcher from G2. So G2 rewinding the clock a couple of rounds now here. It's going to be another mid look, likely a couple of satchels to work towards top two with the Sheriffs. It's actually going to be under tube right off the bat. They know there's early B main pressure, so they're trying to sneak their way onto the site. And Juliano opens it up with the Sheriff. What is that?
Muffin needs to survive back yellow. She's the only force remaining on this site. She'll find one. No say teleport to get out, but does it matter? Muffin has found a second. They're walling out in the open. G2 trying to pinch onto her, and Mimi will find the shot. Back to a 3v3. Now that op can be recovered.
Really strange wall from Mimi. Look how deep that is on the site, sort of blocking in any players from orange working on towards there. Is able to get the resurrection back yellow too, and very aware that Alyssa's going to try and swing around the side.
This round, no flank for X10, but they do have the res. However, none of those players available, and G2 is holding these lines so deep. Juliano, she's received a gift, and she is making use of it. One shot connecting the slow orb down, and Baby TZ just has to swing into this line, and somehow she'll still get the kill.
It's still just two Sheriffs.
And there's a Sage. Well, they need to spam it so quickly. Baby TZ will get this to half. The mollies are there. The Wally's still up. Glance needs to stop this. She'll jiggle in and out, knows the time is on her side, but Ginny, she's attempted to stick. It will not happen. Glance somehow makes it happen for G2.
Oh my god, they still only had two Sheriffs at the end, even with all of those kills. It is Glance to show up here. 9 kills already. We were wondering how the sort of compositional switch up was going to work. It has done some favors here for Glance. Has been able to find so many openings in the late round, those mid plays as well. And you can see the frustration on X10 in the clutch. They knew they could have had that.
And not only is that a round loss, they're back down to the eco here. Muffin does have that tour de force. She was the only one who made that round as close as it was previous, but G2 won't head into her. Instead, they play the slower look towards A as X10 does look to creep up here.
This is finally a new way of playing, I feel like, for X10, because they've been doing sort of the same thing a lot over and over in these rounds, really trying to test it with that early A push on the Thrifty. But I think one more time, Glance has just unlocked this ability of no one's actually going to watch me in kitchen. I can break that. And again, the chaos, the uncertainty for X10 now weighing on them as Baby TZ just finds a kill in A. I mean, you can rely on a player like that. That is impressive.
And Mary wants to go hunting for more. The youngest player in this tournament put on a role that enables her, and they're putting on a show. Glance 2 of her own. This is a pretty simple anti-eco. Muffin is still alive, though. How's that all? Maybe she can get something here in the 1v4.
All right, the coping's coming in strong here. This is a good-looking G2. And yeah, that operator can do a lot of things, but not when Juliano is on the hunt. Look at her, ready and wait. She can hear the footsteps of Muffin, knows exactly what's going on. Petra's not even getting greedy, right? She's gonna swing under tube as soon as Juliano makes contact. You're not gonna do anything, and Juliano got a little bit hungry. Had to go for that swing around there and wrap up the round for G2.
Yeah, that's the coordination for G2. The core of this team playing together for years and showing it here. X10 back on the bye, but the loss of that Thrifty is going to have big implications for the rest of the half. This really is a must-win round for them.
It absolutely is, and oh, they're finally doing something different. Okay, I was waiting for this because G2 really had just sort of unlocked how X10 were playing the map, but finally we see the switch ups. This Killjoy turret in kitchen, it's gonna be able to block off both tube and under tube, which G2 have sort of done both, right? With the scan, It actually sees out from Snowpile. That's a really good switch up for them. Does make their A-hold a little bit lighter, but with this alarm bot going down pallet too, it shuts down really any of those mid lurks that Glance has been going for.
G2, though, actually not putting any emphasis on mid this round. Instead, they're just heading straight for an A hit here. We'll have to see if the changes for X10 are enough to hold this site.
Well, that's the thing, is it's just one molly that instantly gets broken. I guess a Sage Wall could come into play. Baby TZ hasn't locked that in just yet, but in terms of actual fighting power on this site, it's much weaker than previously.
Polly's been seen. She could be in trouble here. Or to get out, but up top is Mary taken down. Sees for the trade on a spam through the smoke. So 4 versus 4. And glance again on this lurk. Now they have to set the alarm bells ringing. Someone has to contend with this. This should weaken the hold towards F.
But notice, as this res comes through, Ginny is playing much more over towards screens. Baby TZ is able to find one and get that res off. So a big swing, and also Viper utility still up on it. It's going to be hard for G2 to scale.
Another layer to this lurk. Glance keeps pressuring in mid. Ginny actually walking all the way around. There could be backstabs on backstabs in that area of the map, but it's relying on X10 living in the backlines of this site, because Glance could beat the timing. If she wins against Alyssa, she has this site cracked open. It's Polly alone. It's Petra for 3, and it's Ginny in the backside. Glance has this pit up. A dart will go in. Does it spot her? Not quite. She needs this kill now, and we'll be able to grab it now. Just Petra in close, and Ginny 4-2. The veteran claims the round for X10.
Oh, what a hero play coming through from Ginny to wrap it up. And not just that, like, respect to Ginny for winning that 1 versus 2 right there before Muffin was going to get there. But the call, right? You have 3 rounds left in the half. You've been doing the same thing every single round. Not just the decision we're going to put Killjoy turret in kitchen, but also Ginny comes around. So once that's broken, you instantly have a drone following up. That's Ginny herself making that happen, being very aware of the mid lurk. And yes, it does fall apart as the G2 players just so good. Sometimes you're going to win out in those fights, but I love the extra layers, the switch up coming through on the fly with so little time left in the half.
Huge round for them, and that is even despite Petra's heroics, almost single-handedly making that round happen. For X10 now, looks like there will be another bit of a pause coming through to consider the options.
G2, okay, look, they did the same thing for 9 rounds. All of a sudden, they've switched up the setup. Let's come in with a different plan. Even though, like, I think G2 did react pretty well within it, right? You still have Glance breaking. Instead of a tripwire, it's going to be a turret in kitchen, but knowing, hey, if Ginny's playing more of a float, could we actually just burst execute onto that A site a little bit quicker, right? That Killjoy previously had been really anchored down on the A site. Now, she actually has to play Pallet or Boiler to stay in range of her turret, or that's going to go offline and you lose that protection. So you almost know the location of the Killjoy because of the range limitations of her utility. That's something you don't have to really consider when a Chamber's on the mix.
Yeah, I think the kind of compositional choices on this map kind of come down to what you're able to access with your composition. And here, without the Sova, it makes it very hard to access those just straight-up B main hits, which means G2 has been consistently forced into these A hits or the mid-splits and lurks, which X10 seems to have a good read on.
Seems like another mid-split here for Giuliano, working up on top of 2, but you have to keep in mind, lockdown is ready for Alyssa, so executing onto the B site, the post plant does get a little bit tricky when that lockdown comes into play. Ginny forced perhaps to use the early drone, but nah, she wants to take the fight first.
As the information, a tag there is big. Mary might just have to concede this space or risk sticking around in the danger area. Alyssa on the re-clear. Mary is now trapped out in the open unless she can teleport out of this one. And X10 is trying to hunt her, but there's a timing here. Mary's made it past, not quite. Ginny on the turn, Giuliano on the trade. That's her up top of Tube. And now this is going to be a split. Again, pressure is with Muffin. She's been here before last time. A 2K to keep her team in the round, but G2 cancel.
Yeah, they're just going to run away. I think Muffin had already used the teleport. 15 seconds on that cooldown was low, but they don't even want to deal with that operator at all.
With Alyssa dead, mid-pressure here is huge for X10.
It absolutely is. No utility to sort of guard that one out, but G2 aren't trying to activate a lurk or anything like that. Instead, just instantly bursting out onto this A site once the utility is going to come in. Mimi has that ult ready to go, and on the zipline, you can't kill Baby TZ, but they're able to find that kill behind the box regardless. Polly will be cleared on through. G2 very diligent working into this A site.
Has to be Ginny again. Practically full utility bar that drone in an isolated duel, but it's a wall bang. Not gonna convert, hard pressed to commit to this retake. That operator in the hands of Muffin, an early kill is really needed to activate this.
I just don't know if it can actually happen here. Not a ton of credits, 250, 300 on Muffin. Yeah, you don't want to commit the ultimate here for Ginny. The operator has to be saved. So X10 gonna back on out of that one, live to fight another day. And they're gonna be using these last few seconds to again figure out what can we do in this final round to bring it within 2 before the half.
And this game has been a lot about Giuliano and what she does. She's one of the few IGLs who plays on that dive role.
Oh, yeah.
And in this Raze composition, it's very much changed the style with her leading from the front so often with these early pushes into mid.
Yeah, she had previously been a Jet player on this map, so had some of those abilities, but I think especially when they're doing those A hits, right? It's instantly the paint shells and then double satcheling onto the site, sometimes leaving her team a little bit in the dust. Petra got involved a little bit on this one too, you got to give her credit there, but I think Giuliano really has been the main switch for G2 in terms of their actual side executes.
It definitely has been. Last round of the half now. Some massive ultimates online for X10. That Viper's Pit, Polly. I want to put this one early towards A. She's buying Shorty as the secondary there.
X10 have nothing in kitchen, by the way. Instead, maybe Muffin is going to try to push down tube. That could be an idea. Just fight your way out because you have the Viper's Pit on A, so maybe expecting G2 to try and get some pressure down in mid off this. The operator is going to go for that very late peek here.
Muffin has never played here before, but Mary is ready regardless. A huge opening kill for her. I'm going to try and reclaim this space off of the wall. Baby TZ makes it across off of that. But G2 is fine to stay slow now with their player advantage.
And now, because you've burned that wall in mid, right, you have no information in kitchen, so you feel like maybe you have to block that off. You don't have that as an option when you're retaking a site, right, to throw that up, try to get at least a half stick, maybe even a full defuse, whatnot, block away any sort of utility. And it means that their B hold is very, very soft at the moment. Baby TZ, the only player here to do anything.
And it's a good awareness of the setup of X10. This chamber trademark, when you're putting that turret in mid, is almost always here. And with the chamber dead, that opens up lots of opportunities towards B.
What is this, though? Giuliano is the new mid lurk for G2. No paint shells, I think. They just decided, hey, we don't need the satchels to get in there, so we're going to use her as that thorn in the side of X10. Giuliano killing her opposite IGL. Just break open this round for G2.
And G2 has been loving this deep wall. With that lurk activated, they hold so much space. And Mary is posted on the line. Another shot connected with that operator. Alyssa, the last standing. X10 is locked out of this one. A showstopper on top of it all. And Mimi will close things out. A Prime Gaming flawless to end.
Oh yeah, so good out of G2, just pivoting so quickly, the mid lurk from Giuliano. But credit throughout this half to Glance, stepping in to that mid lurk role for the team. A big switch for G2 that looked oh so good.
Yeah, a lot of pivots have been made for this team heading into this match, and it all seems like it's working. Maybe a bit of a slower start for Mary, but now she is farming, finding some massive impact kills. And for X10, it is going to be a tough task to come back in this second half. But to reflect on the first and get us ready for the rest of the game, got the desk.
Very much, Mimi and Ender 8-4. What a recovery there from G2 towards the end. And Kakuka, do you feel like they've answered those questions when it comes to redemption, why they chose this map, and what are you thinking right now of G2's performance?
So there are many things that I've saw here from G2 that made me think that they're still testing. Of course, we talk about they've had some time, they've had a month to bring this together, but I still feel that it's a little bit rookie. And it's actually, for example, in that last round where we saw Giuliano going on that trail, is the whole old habits that bring it in. I wanted to take a look at this round and round number 7 because we saw something that Giuliano was doing over and over again, and it's trying to be that entry, trying to create that space with that Raze. But even though she gets the first kill just thanks to the showstopper, she doesn't manage to get anything else. And the response of the rest of the team is being in places where they're not used to be. The control over the map is also given completely to Extend that already know where the spike is, also got the kill onto Mimi, and now have all the space and the time in the round to play with it.
Yeah, I think that was super cool. I feel like X10 definitely reacted in a way, then G2 kind of had to do something, and it really felt kind of scrambled, kind of like what you said, that they kind of reacted in a way that didn't play to their favor.
Well, let's talk about one of the bigger changes we saw. It is Mary. They've opted to bring in the chamber instead of the killjoy. Of course, Mimi is an incredible killjoy play. Athena, what are you expecting from Mary? What would you like to see from this defense change?
Yeah, I mean, the change from Mimi off of killjoy, Mimi playing killjoy is like super defensive, and especially in Icebox, you need that kind of staple sentinel on that site to be able to hold it down. So for Mary to be able to play chamber and to kind of do the same job or even better, she has to start definitely opping more. Like that on the attack side, we didn't see that much of her op, but she also has to start taking those lines and kind of playing in a little more aggressive angles and being able to control and take the space that kind of seems like that they weren't 100% doing. So I think for Mary to kind of step it up and kind of show the confidence that she has been showing us in game and out of game. If she's able to take the lines, hold the space, hold the angles, and as a chamber, she should technically be able to do her job.
Yeah, completely. But we just saw her on camera. She's actually pretty nervous, and I think it's because things are not going according to plan. On the previous game, we were talking about how for C9, everything's working. For G2, is not that moment yet, and Mary needs something to boost her confidence.
Well, there's going to be a very important pistol round coming up as we pitch this back into the game with Ender and Mimi.
Thanks very much, Sue. Yeah, 8-4 at the half here. G2 now a pivotal pistol round to close this one out.
Definitely is going to be for them, and interesting setup I'm seeing out of G2 with both Giuliano and Mary over towards B long. I was wondering, like, actually Mary did jump up onto yellow. 2 players on top yellow. When was the last time you saw that?
The ancient era when we still saw like Jet combined with a second duelist, or even when we saw Omen on this map. I don't know.
Those were dark times. The Jet plus Omen on this one. Back when people thought Viper was completely troll, but is Baby TZ actually going to take first contact here on the Sage, getting chunked instantly? Baby TZ's got a wall. You don't want to lose that. That's like the most important piece of utility when trying to execute over towards B, so that one's going to sting.
Yeah, and Nadesu was talking about Mary's confidence. This may be her first real chamber game in an official with G2, but she's looking pretty solid here. Already a dink, she'll stick by for a little bit longer, and the second player will fall off too, but now they have so much utility to stall this out. This is the value of the raise.
Oh, the Viper wall does just instantly come down here. I was wondering, are they actually going to execute in? You can see the Killjoy Molly comes to try and clear back yellow as well. That's one of the hardest things to do here when you're playing a no duelist comp here on this map, is actually getting the space to fight back yellow. So using the utility does cost you some in terms of post plant, but does make that a little bit easier. But they're just bailing out of B entirely.
Yeah, and it's interesting as well. This is one of the few maps where you oftentimes do see that the fade rays separated out from each other, playing more individual setups, and that wall for Mimi now. It's so well timed. 40 seconds for that to decay. They'll have to break it or all funnel through 410. There's a molly to go down as well. There is so much stall from
a paint shell too from
and they
Giuliano.
have to push straight through. This is a death drop. 10 seconds left for X10. They have a wall of their own, but can they get past Mimi? Not yet. 10 on the clock. The plant not down, and Ginny dead to rights. 9-4. As G2 take their pistol.
Yeah, G2 just read them like a book right there. Got the players over towards that A site and a perfect wall. No chance for that one to go down when it's just like, maybe if you have rifles as X10, it's a little easier because you can bust it down quickly, but you have to go for the reload on 3-4 players after trying to break that one. Even if the kills hadn't come through, the util was going to be there. G2 just carve up X10, now up to 9 here.
And X10 going for a lean towards A here on their eco. They're one of the teams that play with the Killjoy that actually often has favors this side of the map. Pretty uncommon with this comp.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those things where if you're able to work in towards that B site, that's maybe a little bit easier to take. But when you have to take A, it's really hard to get past this Viper wall. You don't have a flash or anything to push you on past there. Not that flashes are necessarily mandatory on this map, but definitely help when getting past this Viper wall on the A side.
And that initial setup in mid, pretty cool for G2, but Glance, I'd say pretty cool as well. 3 kills for her.
Yeah, Glance is having a very nice time of things. G2 fans in the crowd have to be happy off of that one. And, you know, Glance finds 3 kills, you know, against the pistols right there. But all game long, you can see 17-8 has been looking real good, especially on that attacking side.
Yeah, G2 is one of those teams, well, they have the stars, they have Giuliana, they have Mary. It does not always matter if they're having a great game because the supportive line of this team is fantastic.
Yeah, Giuliana's just chilling. Honestly, last round with her, or pistol round rather, her boosted on yellow with Mary, her job was just to break the Sova drone so that you wouldn't actually spot Mary. Now, Mary fought the player that peeked deep back B main, but it's so interesting seeing how Mary has taken so much more of a forefront for this team when previously she's been locking in the Sage.
And look at that aggression.
Wow.
G2 is just full sending it into spawn. Mary's hitting a shot with her headhunter, and now X10 is pinched. They're trapped towards B. They're forced to commit to the site.
Yeah, and Mary's able to get the one in B main as well. Like, there's nowhere to go. Petra is stuck under bottom side here too. You're never ready for her to be swinging you on this position. Mary is revealed, and Polly's able to clear here, but there's the stinger in the back. Petra finds one, and it's all chaos here. How do you even plant a spike?
But G2 have a double flank. They're making their way back around, and they've dropped into spawn too. Giuliana for 1, and Polly down. No heroics for her this time. A 10th round for G2.
Hold on. Giuliano pushed A main right? She was one of the players that was sprinting up belt, and then she's swinging you Snowman too and killing you there. She's just sprinting around the map, an absolute marathon runner here for G2.
The Juliana World Tour. Berlin, the first stop. Let's see where she's stopping next.
Oh, yeah. Hey, that's actually the thing, right? G2, sort of, you do have a little bit of that home field advantage. Didn't have to really fly in here necessarily. Maybe Mary had to.
I think she was boot camping before.
She was boot camping before, that's
yeah.
true. She was talking to us and said that, yeah, she's been with the team a whole lot of times, so not necessarily new for her, but a stage like this definitely is.
They've got the spray paint on the sidewalk buff. For those of you not with us at the LEC studio here, there is an entire line from the S-Bond station all the way to the studio with spray paint saying this is Gozen's home.
Yeah, it's like the line of breadcrumbs, right, that you follow, and then, oh, you got Valorant at the very end. That's better than a house full of candy.
For Hansel and Gretel,
yeah,
I'd say.
You gotta love that. I don't remember that one ending very well, but perhaps
I like this
for
ending
G2,
better.
this one could be good for them. The House of Gozen, they've been saying. It's a little bit fun, and honestly, like the confidence from this team too, in interviews, backstage as well, sort of smile and be like, yeah, you know, we changed things up on a couple of maps already. Map 1 looking real strong.
All right, I want you to cope for me
Okay.
for a bit about X10. What's their way back in?
Well, they've slayed Titans before, right?
They have done
look,
that.
they knocked down Alter Ego today. If they were able to beat G2, it would be C9 later, so you have to get through a couple of tournament favorites. But
That's an outcome, not a route.
that's
They need
not a
actionable
solution.
feedback here.
Okay, I'm gonna work on some action here. They've got 5 seconds left in the timeout. I would say in this round here, you almost need to go for a force buy, right? Otherwise, G2 get up to 12, but their actual money situation is terrible. I don't think they're going to go for this one at all. If anything, I would have said, let's like lock in a couple of shorties here and try to see if we can get onto a site, maybe like one sheriff, a couple of shorties, and then you play inside the Viper's Pit. That could be a way for them, but I think with the way G2 have been fighting forward, I mean, look at that. Like the paint shells instantly with the Slorb as well. The setup is there, so you can't actually quickly get out into A main.
And I think the way that G2 is playing around mid without a Killjoy has been really excellent. You constantly have Petra holding there with the cats in the haunt to re-clear space, but you've also had different players pivoting in and out. This time Mary's in position, last time it was Giuliano. It is a very flexible defensive-sided setup, which has meant X10 hasn't had a single round where they've managed to find a gap and exploit a lurk, which generally they're pretty good at.
And I think actually one of the biggest benefits you get with something like the Fade on this defensive side as opposed to a Sova is like the double cats as opposed to one.
She didn't even see
Yeah, I mean, Mary's just absolutely
Reasonable.
carving. You're not going to do anything against that. X10 just hiding back towards their spawn against that operator. But I think having like multiple cats to re-clear mid as opposed to just the one Sova drone does give you a lot of ways to counter out the lack of having that second Sentinel.
Oh, Alyssa finding a nice shot onto Giuliano there, just stomping her way through A main. That's a rifle conceded something for X10 here.
I mean, you asked me to cope earlier. This would be the ultimate follow-through if they were able to make something happen with this, but I think time really working against them. 20 seconds left, still have to get
And
through.
a Viper's Pit. That is insult to injury.
And the wall, again, like Mimi is just so ready to lock this down in the last second. Polly is able to find one, but you're never going to be able to plant this spike. Alyssa, it's only a 1 versus 2, but again, the clock is gone. You can't get the plant off. The round is lost. G2 move on to map point.
G2 is here. G2 is home. 12-4 on their map choice. And for X10, this is looking dire. If there was a round to turn it around, maybe it was there, but now an unstoppable object they're against.
Last player standing. Spike down.
G2, one more round to close this out. Move on over to Sunny Breeze for map number 2. That would be X10's map pick, but X10 still with options here, just gearing up 5 players towards B main. We'd maybe like to see them work late mid lurk into the equation. Interestingly enough, yeah, okay, Polly did end up throwing that mid morb down there, so they do have the ability to rotate out.
Excuse me?
Yeah, Morbin back into mid on that one.
I don't know if I accept that one.
You don't accept, denied?
There are certain things you can shorten that make sense. I don't know if I'm on board for
Oh, look,
the
we've got the Sage Slow Orb, the Slorb.
Okay.
We've got the Chamber Operator, the Chop. I don't see why we can't have a Morb for the mid orb.
The council's going to have to decide.
The council will decide, okay.
I'll send it up the chain of command. But for now, let's see if X10 can send something more to maybe build into a comeback here.
That's a segue.
Yeah, I segue.
All right, wall comes down. That's fairly committal, and Mimi takes first contact on the Sage. Instantly gonna fall back, right? G2, you have numbers advantage. Maybe even go for like a late. Actually, Mimi doesn't have that wall, so can't actually do that one. Just looking to take another fight. Okay. She is confident. Would you look at that?
3 left alive. Viper's Pit is down, and the plant coming through. Baby TZ will be able to convert that one. So 3 versus 5. G2 on the retake. Resurrection for Mimi, but she's not looking to use it. She wants to fight into this pit.
And look, into this pit, you have a Seeker, you have a Seize, you have Paint Shells, you have a Haunt, like so much utility for G2 to flush X10 out of it.
There's the first layer, Seize nade. Shorty for Baby TZ though. If these players get wounded by the pit, she could find so much value. 1 HP on glance, but Baby TZ is down just 2. They're deafened, they're dead. Mimi on her 3rd, and Ginny in main. She's trapped, and this one might just be over. G2, 13-4, make a statement in their opener on LAN.
What a start for this team here. Another day at the office. Locking things up for G2, giving the fans a little bit of a show here as well. And honestly, like, in such a cool fashion, right? Switching things up completely. After losing Game 5 to Guild, the first time they lose in Game Changers on Icebox, they say, you know, forget that last comp. We're going to take our youngest player. We're going to put her on the chamber. No more Sage duty. And she and the rest of the team take over the server on map 1.
Yeah, some real innovation for G2. We've seen FPX play this comp before, but he's very much not in vogue here on Icebox. However, they make it work very well. And X10, well, I think in the early days of that game, they had some good ideas, some good adaptations. It took them a little bit too long to make that change, particularly once G2 got that read in the latter half of that first part of the game.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You know, Ginny is such an experienced IGL, and I think she figured out what the pivot needed to be for the team, but it came round 9, right? The last 3-4 rounds of the half, maybe a little bit too little, too late for X10. There are also a couple of heartbreak moments. You think the pistol round where Alyssa almost wins that out for the squad, but it gets shut down, and I just really liked the way G2 were playing, especially like with these forward Sage walls on the B side, always trying to play off one another, really keeping it flexible round to round.
Yeah, they really did, and I think for X10 as well, a couple of their players, a very slow start to this LAN debut. Muffin in particular, normally a player who is the absolute top of the scoreboard for this team, was very much shut down by G2, so X10 really hoping to take this time to rally, get that chat in, and try and turn this around.
Muffin's going to be really important. We got an Op Kingdom over on Breeze, so it needs to be able to show up, but also Baby TZ, really nasty with the lurks on Breeze. I was really impressed watching some of her gameplay. So it's not over just yet for G2.
Yeah, and you talk about the lurks. We'll have Mimi most likely playing that more traditional Cypher as well. Maybe I'll go hop in the server. We'll see if they let it happen. We're going to go figure that one out. But before then, we got a little break here on the desk to break things down.
Well, we had some questions regarding G2 Gozen's Icebox, and it seems like they have answered them all. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back on the desk with Athena and Kakuka. We were worried. We were like, why haven't we picked Icebox? But Kakuka, of course, they're always proving us wrong.
I mean, definitely. And this last half, I think I kind of understood why Juliana wanted to go on that pick, because we saw her surfing around the map and actually making and giving us a lot of value. We know that especially when it came to the attack original in the previous comp, she's all about the lurks and, you know, trying to be a little bit cheeky with that. But now that she has the extra mobility, you know, I kind of dig it.
Yeah, I mean, with Juliana on that pick, you know, you kind of had her going and entering first, and I was getting a little worried, but then we had Mary coming in with the follow-up, and on that attack side, it kind of looked a little shaky for both of them just because they weren't necessarily getting the picks that they needed, but they ended up playing it out and playing it perfectly.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Polly in there with the 4 first bloods as well. I feel like it could have been a lot even harder for G2, Athena, in that defense half because of Polly.
Yeah, I mean, Polly was even like pushing up towards places that she definitely should not have been in. She was getting multiple multi-kill rounds, and I think for Polly, like, she really tried to put her team on her shoulders in that game. But yeah, like we see Mary actually finally grabbed a hold of that op, which is what I was talking about, taking that space. Yeah, she heard everything that I said. She took the space, she took the picks, she had the confidence, and once she got a hold of that op, it was pretty much impossible to get pushed past Mary.
3 things that were key for me on Mary performing like this is, 1, Glance saving that first half. I think did a lot for that. The fact that Mimi is no longer playing on the Killjoy, that now she's on the stage. So Mary is going to be the sole sentinel. She's going to be guarding and creating that pressure on the angles that need to be guarded, especially on the defense. That was where her role was going to be the most heavy. So seeing her perform, I hope that gave her the confidence boost that I think she needed after the first half.
I know we didn't see that many rounds, but are you convinced by this new role change, Mary, on the chamber?
No, I think I need to see more, definitely. But what I do say, and what I did really like, from the Series 2 in EMEA to Series 3, Mimi had a drop in performance that was like 40 points, over 40 points of ACS, and all of this that's just going worse. But this is the kind of Mimi that I wanted to see. I knew that this was going to be the Mimi that we got on LAN.
I mean, we mentioned Polly already, but I do want to take a closer look at her stats as well, because even if they lose the next map, it's not over. We're going to get to see Polly play again, no matter what happens. And what a player she is as well, Athena. I do feel like G2 goes, and maybe they're slightly too big of a Titan for them, but they definitely have a chance in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, with that meta and that comp that they picked, they definitely needed more rounds on the defense side, but Polly still held her own. Even playing just the controller, she was solo pushing once she realized that she could get that space, and I think that her having that confidence coming into the next map might actually be like an insane thing.
Yeah, and we've got the Aim Lab shoot around as always, you guys, and this time around we've got Juliana. We're going to take a look at what she's doing to prep for map 2, and she is one of the rare duelist IGLs we have in the game, and the fact that she's putting in the numbers that she's putting up with her role, I think is extremely impressive.
Yeah, I mean, being an IGL and being a duelist, a lot of IGLs hate doing that because you're going in first. You can't see your team behind you. You are calling the shots and you are kind of making that first push and that first impression, but as soon as you die, you kind of have to start microing everyone around you. So being that person, like, you can't do it while you're alive in the back. You have to focus on your crosshair and push and push and push, and I think Juliana is just doing an amazing job at that.
Yeah, and of course, she needs to warm up. Of course, if she's going to play Raze, we saw the surprise on the first map. There's at least one more to go. We expect more surprises coming into the tournament, and I think that she's going to keep performing. Maybe not the most brilliant of her performance, but it's the first time that they were testing this, and Mary playing on the chamber for the first time as well. So we're going to give them a little bit of space.
Our expectation for them is so high. They win 13-4, and we're like, they could do better.
No, because the feeling that I got coming out of C9 White is like they demolished them. Like they were doing with them whatever they wanted. From G2 and X10, I didn't get the same feeling. Most of it was because of Polly and Genie playing some picks that were insane. They were not scared of them. They were jumping onto the side, and you will see them taking the duels, and I'll be like, you go, girl.
Yeah, I mean, for me, just to go on to that as well, like G2 had to take a timeout and talk about it. When the scoreline started getting close, that's when you notice that, like, okay, wait, they need to figure out something out. And obviously they ended up figuring it out, worked out well. But again, it was a lot closer of a game, especially at the beginning. So that's kind of what the feeling I think you're describing is. Yeah. Because C9, obviously they didn't have to take any pauses. But I think, again, X10 took both their timeouts, and unfortunately, they didn't kind of get it until the end, and that's why I'm saying, like, they definitely needed more defense-sided rounds. They started getting it towards the end, but it just wasn't enough.
All right, Carcass, no more timeouts, right? Like, with these, why are we not believing in G2 all of a sudden? I'm gonna need you guys to win even more dominantly. And speaking of, we are moving on to the next map, which is Breeze, and I'm gonna eat my own words. Although we do want to see them, you know, at their best, X10 on Breeze, Kakuga, they look really, really good.
Yeah, exactly. This is one of the most played maps alongside with Icebox, I believe. So, of course, there's a lot of repetitions from them. G2 on the last 6 months, they played it a couple of times. And it wasn't even that they played it against Guild when it came to finals. So it was a pretty long time ago. I want to see what they do with the roles. And also watch out, because when we jump into agent picks, we talked on the pre-show, there were some changes coming in for KO. There's changes coming in from Sky, very important ones. So we'll see how that's one will. If I see someone shooting at a Sky Flash, I'm going to be mad.
Yeah, I mean, we just went from Icebox with no flashes on the agents, and now we're going to go into Breeze, where you literally have to have some sort of flash agent. So that is really exciting to see. And yeah, I mean, again, like, Breeze for both these teams has seemed to be, I know G2 hasn't played it a lot, but they have won it when they have played it. Like, it has been like a 2-0, I think, in their past Game Changers. And so for X10 to have it as their stronger map, I think they might possibly have the edge here.
And also, I want to say, Kakuga, because I know how much you love Cypher, you know, your favorite ulti in the whole game, which, you know, that's a story for another time, but we don't often see 2 Cyphers on the server these days, and this is where we might see that. Would you like to see Mimi, especially, you know, going back to that as well?
So here's the thing, I wonder, now that we have seen Mary going on the Chamber, is this something that we're going to see replicated here? Is it Juliana playing on the Jet? You know, now that they've given us a little bit, now we want everything, like, if you give us a hand, we take the arm, because of course you give us a chance and we want to see all the changes.
He's so relaxed. I want to be as relaxed as him.
He's so relaxed. But yeah, I do not know what to expect, even though I love Cypher.
Yeah, I think Cypher is super viable. I love him on Breeze. His bald head, you know, there's just something about it. There's something going on there. But yeah, I think Chamber is like, when he takes off his hat. With Chamber, with Mary kind of being more confident, I think that is a pick that wouldn't be crazy. I think it would be a pick that works on defense. But again, it would change for attack. Like, if they have that space maker and Mary's going in second, like, is she going to be able to capitalize off of that?
Yeah, the thing is, like, what do we do with Giuliano? Like, are you maybe going to put her on a Neon? Are we going to see something crazy like that, like extra explosive? And what are you going to do with your initiators? Because, for example, we know that Giuliano can play Viper, but we know the Glance is it's ideal to be for her on that position. So, of course, a lot of the questions are on that side. I still want to know if we expect any kind of surprises on the other side, because they're playing like the most traditional side of the composition on the side of X10.
Yeah,
so
I got a stat for you. They've played this comp 17 times. This is ridiculous. Like, they do not change their comp, but also we talk about the Cypher. Baby TZ on this map is insanely impactful. I'm 100% expecting her to be playing the Cypher, but again, having 2 on the server, I don't know about you guys. When I first saw 2 Killjoys on the server at Champions, I was like, what? this is happening? Where are the Chambers at?
Well, especially before the latest Cypher changes to come into the game, it's definitely going to be a surprise, but we still need to wait and see if that is going to be the case. Again, I'm going to remind quickly to the people at home what the Sky changes are. Basically, one, you cannot break that flash, and secondly is the fact that you can no longer play for yourself that much, because now the flash needs to be charged. So either you glitch it, and please don't glitch things here.
That's illegal.
No, either you find a spot where you can delay it a little bit and actually play for it, or you have to play for your teammates constantly, and it's actually going to have a better impact.
Yeah, I really wonder, like, the flashes are such a huge aspect into this, and I'm really curious because, again, like on Icebox, we didn't see that, and so maybe this might be something that X10 is playing on their comfort pick, so they might be able to play with those flashes a little better, especially if the role changes come in. Like, switching to a flash character is a whole new deal. It's one of the hardest characters to change. If you're not blinding your teammates, you're not doing it right.
I love initiators.
Really?
Yeah. KO Fate. I love Fate. I love Fate. It gets into your brain. But yeah, also we do have the KO changes as well, and again, it's just on the same line. The pop flash is worse for you, but the other one is the best for the team.
We're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here. On Icebox, we saw some changes, but again here, X10, they play Breeze with this comp 17 different times. I think G2 is where we're looking to see if they are going to keep with the changes we saw on Icebox.
Oh my god.
There's 2 Chamber
yes,
players.
2 Chambers, 1 Neon. Let's go.
I'm glad Mary is the first person we're going to see to locking her agent, because then it answers all of our questions.
Oh
there we
my
go.
god. Second time
go.
for Mary, second map today. Petra's going to be going on the Sova. That's something that we expected.
Oh my god!
She's actually viable. I want to see the other
change on the KO.
The other change that we expected to see, sorry, the other change that came in also with this patch, the Lear no longer has that restriction of length. Is going to come out a little bit faster. It's going to last a little bit less, but I think overall it makes the agent more playable. Juliano being the player that she is, she loves the lurks, she loves the cheeky picks. I think it could work with her and definitely adds on to the power force that you have open in the sides with the KO, the Sova, and then the Lear.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it could be super, super powerful, and I think that the only thing that it lacks is that you don't have that space that you need. So I'm just interested to see how it plays out.
I can't wait to see it either. You might not like the Reyna pick at home, guys, but don't worry. It's Juliano on the Reyna and Ender and Mimi. You guys know exactly how strong this pick is.
Well, so it would seem like we're making ourselves at home, because I don't know if I like the Reyna pick, Ender.
You're not quite sure. See, look, here's the thing, is I was casting with Pansy, right? EMEA Game Changers.
Sure.
And Juliano walks in the Reyna on Pearl, and I tell Pansy, right, like, this is ridiculous, this Reyna pick has no place in the game, and then she just pounds Guild on Pearl with it. It looks so good, it's so hard to talk it down, and yet with the buffs too, like the Lear has become a real ability. I am hard coping right now, because I still don't know if I love it, but if anyone's gonna get frags and make it happen, it's gotta be Juliano.
Well, we'll have to see what these changes will bring. G2 and X10, map number 2. And for X10, this is a must-win if they want to stay in this upper bracket. And again, they're faced with a surprise.
Yeah, X10, first the Raze fade on Icebox, now the Reyna out of Juliano.
Okay.
And look at that, Mary activating early on.
The desk wanted to see maybe a little bit more of Mary on the chamber. We're getting it nice and early.
Hey,
We're
there
getting some content out of her. A beautiful shot to start things off. And X10 could see all their space in mid off of that.
And the thing is, X10 play Breeze on the attack so slowly. It doesn't matter if it's eco round, buy round, pistol round, anything. Like, they very slowly work forward. Usually you're gonna find Baby TZ really testing for these late lurks, like up halls, maybe through elbow if they're over towards the B site. And those lurk timings have looked really good for Baby TZ. She finds really good openings to sort of sneak into the enemy backlines, but it can be punished through early mid aggression. That's what we saw from Mary, and already Baby TZ spotted.
And she's causing trouble, opens that door, pulls rotations towards A. All 3 players anchored here, but maybe could catch the rotation. Maybe he's actually dropping through the hatch into mid, but Mimi takes her head straight off. Maybe a bit misguided on that drop, but with the pressure coming through halls, she had no other option. Mary, another one. This time onto Muffin. X10 is just being picked to pieces. Vultures from all sides.
Yeah, Mary runs down mid, gets a kill, rotates, runs down hall, gets another. It is falling apart.
And that's Flash.
A Prime Gaming flawless to kick off Breeze, and it's Mary leading the charge.
I think thus far in this series, what I've been impressed with from G2 is Mimi and the flexibility she's showing now. A change being made off of her very, very strong Killjoy on Icebox, and now here again, she's being taken off of that role, put on the KO instead, moved away from the lurk.
Yeah, all of the agents that Mary previously been playing, Mimi has just picked that up. So, I mean, not letting the learning curve really show at all. We'll see how that progresses throughout the tournament for her, because she's playing now a variety of different agents with very different feels between the KO and the Sage. It's a new look for G2, and it's a strong look for them as well.
Mary, another shot to get things going. Baby TZ will find something here. So back to a 4 versus 4. Petra does trade back, though. So let's see if X10 can get anything else on damage. It is just Baby TZ with that weapon in hand.
Okay, wait, Baby TZ just waiting for that late lurk, and this is what I was going to say, like, Baby TZ, it's not necessarily always pushing, trying to take space, but you're going to see her play B window a lot, have maybe a tripwire or a camera sort of guarding that for a moment.
Polly
I don't know
is
how
in their
Polly
spawn.
is here. It's 2 versus 2 out of nowhere. X10 just seemingly everywhere on the map at the moment, and Juliano taken down to 49.
these two players from G2 are playing a single-player game right now, completely separated from one another, but the same is true of X10. This is just ships passing through a channel together. Who will find who first? In main, sitting tucked is Glance, and Polly wants to take this space. The question is, does she commit deep enough to clear bricks?
Well, the thing is, she doesn't have Spike, so she may actually continue this push forward, right? She's trying to buy space for BabyTZ to get in. She's going to see the bear roll.
No way!
But Glance out of the peripheral grabs that one. And now with 15 seconds left, BabyTZ and a Marshall in hand. Glance surely is able to shut that down. A bit dodgy for a moment, but G2 close it out.
All right, G2. Second round there, it gets a little bit dicey yet again, but they are able to convert. I think the biggest question in this composition is how the Reyna works. Because on the attacking side, I feel like it's kind of, okay, you're just subbing out the jet positions, you don't have the die, so maybe a hull split is a little bit more possible, but it's generally the same role. But here on defense, it's kind of different without having that same escape tool.
Yeah, you know, it's...
I mean, I guess she does, but you have to get the kill
She does, you gotta
first.
get the kill. That's the thing, right? And I mean, Giuliano usually able to find the kills, maybe it doesn't matter quite as much, but it does mean, I think it's a little bit harder to go for like the super aggressive mid plays. Like Giuliano is gonna play mid doors, but it's way harder to just sprint down mid like a Jet could.
Yeah, well, talk of people sprinting down mid, it is just Mary picking up that role. Second time she's done that kind of roll out with the chamber TP bottom of mid, and doesn't look like G2 is going to be committing to that fight. Just wanted early pressure, see if they could get away with a kill, but it's not happening.
You can see though, X10 sort of take that space, slow down, wait to see where the re-aggress is going to come. G2 have been very willing to go for these a little bit later mid pushes. You can see again, Mimi challenging down elbow. But BabyTZ in classic position right here. If you've done your homework, if you watch any Breeze VODs with X10, you will know this is BabyTZ's favorite position on the map. She is always here. And I think this time Mimi a little bit more patient after running into that Marshall in the previous round, not over pushing out of elbow.
Noise being made here in main. This dog should still be spotted. Looks like G2 might actually want to flank, yeah.
Yeah, we've been able to work Mary all the way down mid, and Mimi goes for the over push again. BabyTZ camps there 9 out of 10 rounds. If she's not there, she is going to be pushing into your spawn somehow.
But Mary could cut this rotation, has 5 bullets in the Headhunter, re-established on the same line, but there's a cage across. X10 have the site now. Bar one player tucked close on the site is Glance, but Muffin's aware. An entry from her. We needed her to step up for X10. She's doing so with a big frag. Still, not out of the danger zone. G2 fast on this retake. Wally's coming down. And all these angles are so difficult to clear. Muffin trying to swing. There's Polly from the other side, and Ginny is there on the trade. Only Mary. She's low, and it's only a Headhunter. She'll find a second. 1 bullet. 2 players against her. The door opening. A 1v1 against Alyssa. And she's missed the shot. Now just a classic. Now barely a chance in this one. She wants a gun. She needs a gun. Make this one happen. At this point, it might just be a matter of damage. And Mary has another. She's only 16, and she's making this happen. Her first land, maybe a clutch. She needs to get this halfway, but Alyssa will swing, and she'll shut it all down.
Alyssa necessary to win the round out for X10. But my God, Mary sees a Vandal on the ground. I was like, no, I actually feel better with the Sheriff, right? After the Headhunter looks that good, is able to do that. Oh, man. What a performance, and yet some crack showing, I think, for G2, right? With Mimi again, maybe it's the bonus for her,
Sure.
So going for maybe a little bit more of an aggressive push. But I think you definitely need to be aware from this default from X10.
By the way, Mary has tour de force on round 4.
Oh.
That's pretty reasonable in common,
Yeah,
I would say.
that's reasonable. We would love to see that right now, especially with, again, aggressive mid-peaks for G2. They go for this all the time, although the 2 players you want sort of fighting forward didn't find that angle. It's going to be Mimi for 2! Make it a 3rd! You cannot get past her!
Absolutely not. Another Prime Gaming flawless in the hands of G2. Their 3rd round here. X10 try something a little bit faster, and they get nothing for it.
So X10, how do you switch this up? I mean, again, it's not going to be a bias. They have a little bit longer to think about things coming through for them, but I mean, they just run into the meat grinder here. It looked like the trade was almost there for Muffin. Like, the timing wasn't even like that long. It was maybe half a second, the spacing between those 2 players, which isn't that unreasonable, but Mimi, just a brick wall, unbreakable.
Look at G2, though. might have the read on this one. 2 players towards B main, a drone tag connecting. XTEN do want to just push this in. Giuliano in the corner. This is where Reina can shine. She gets a kill. She can just pop on out, but she'll stick around for more. Second and the dismiss. Easy hold.
The back-to-back Prime Gaming flawlesses from G2. And a rare full commit onto a site from XTEN, I think, just sort of trying to switch up the tempo on G2, throw that one into the mix, because on rifle rounds, that is just not the MO of XTEN. And I think maybe for them, we could see them take a little bit more proactive of a look with Baby TZ.
Sure.
Again, she really likes to work over towards halls. And one of the things that's been very effective for them in the past is sort of playing Baby TZ towards halls, the rest of the team up elbow. And then by showing a lot of presence in elbow, that pulls your sort of halls watch, that float player, usually going to be maybe a Sova on the other side, the scout player, and that gives the timing for Baby's TZ to actually push all the way towards spawn, catch out that player by Nest. I'd maybe like to see them look to go into that, especially with how aggressively G2 have been fighting for mid. I think that taking another angle, XTEN have been running all through bottom mid. Let's fight through elbow, switch things up, give G2 another look.
Okay, so they will be trying to make that change. OB again in the conversation here for the side of XTEN. And for G2, honestly, they're just kind of chilling out. So much of this early aggression has all been predicated on Mary. She's really playing this role similarly to how that Jet would, and it's been working very well for them thus far.
And for Mary, the youngest player in the tournament at 16, her story has just been insane too, because no one expected G2, who'd been so dominant in EMEA, to drop Zaz. Legendary TAC FPS
I mean, not
player.
even dropped. She just kind of makes a decision, makes her way out of the
Sure,
team, and now there's these huge shoes to fill. And who do they find? A 16-year-old Bahraini girl who steps up into this team, her first competitive team in Valorant, and just gets off on the ground absolutely sprinting.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, right? She gets out sprinting in the, support roles, right? The Sage, the KO, playing a lot of those. Now on the chamber, and once again working down mid. But this setup...
And she does it again, by the way.
She does it again. Somehow she just finds that one more time. It does look like XTEN was going for a similar setup with that elbow push, but somehow Giuliano has made this timing through shop. No one's going to be ready if Baby TZ is able to step out here and does see Giuliano there. Baby TZ might want to press out of cave.
She actually finds Mimi in that one, swinging deep into sight. She figures that if Giuliano is that far down hall, she'll be able to swing and get a kill on sight. The decision is correct. And now XTEN actually looks to re-push and re-clear this space that they could have lost. Very well done by Baby TZ.
Yeah, Baby TZ finds these openings so frequently in the regional space. And, usually you look on a map like Breeze and you're like, oh, Jet, pick up the operator, go crazy. Yeah, Muffin, fantastic player in her own right. But I would sort of liken Baby TZ to a player like Nats almost, who just has that uncanny ability to find the perfect lurk timings there. Even working through a main, you don't really think that's a place you would lurk. But yeah, playing on her own is able to just find that kill on the player over by stairs. And now the rest of XTEN ready to move into the site.
Jenny is going to pop her ult here to help with the scale, but it's too late. Giuliano gets one, gets out, and Glance anchors a double of her own. Round's already over, 16 seconds. His timer has ticked so far, and despite the early advantages, XTEN get nothing.
10 seconds left.
Just all falls apart. Jenny has to call for the save on that one. Again, I think the right idea, but a solo player in bottom mid when Mary is in the server, I just don't think is the right idea. She is going to find a chance every time.
Yeah, and for XTEN, again, they're staring down the barrel of a very tough scoreline, 5-1. That first tactical timeout already used. So this is the moment where you need your IGL. You need Jenny to make the call. She's been here before. She's not a new player. She's not new to the scene. Before this, she was competing at the highest level in her region, in Thailand. She was one of the only female players in all of APAC competing in a mixed team, back in Counter-Strike, and also in the early days of Valorant. Now here with XTEN, she's the leader you need to try and build back in.
And sort of the player to lead the charge in the big upset over Alter Ego, the leader for the team. Now, the hero rifle for her, the knives on Muffin too is able to open things up in mid, but Giuliano and Mimi are not done. They're going for the reaggress. Giuliano is insane. Look at her continue the push as Mimi is there to trade everything on through. A triple for her, and that round over before it started.
G2 does not give a damn. They are not giving any respect at this point in the game, just pushing all the way through. And I want to ask you this question quick. Do you think the Reyna is something they want to play consistently in this map, or is this just like, we're playing insane today, let's get confident, let's do something crazy?
That's the thing, is like, I know that Giuliano is a fan of the Reyna, right? She does play it on the pro. She's an average Reyna enjoyer, and they also have just promised us that they are playing crazy things, right? Things that no other teams are playing. So it would not shock me if this Reyna was something that stuck around for Giuliano.
I'm liking it more and more as the game goes on, but what I've also been enjoying is Mary on this chamber. This time it's not the rifle that often said. None of these sky flashes connect, by the way. An entire belt of utility dumped into her, but Mary still finds a shot. Only one. Baby TZ rips her head off through the wall and back to a 4 versus 4, but still this Viper's Pit, a thorn in the side towards main.
How do X10 deal with this? They have the positioning, perhaps try to split in, pincer down on that pit, but with the way Petra has angled herself in mid, right on top of that wall, that could instantly get shut down. If these players try to rotate out from double doors, instead of just trying to use those seekers to scout out the players inside the pit. Here comes the pinch.
They only know one player
Petra!
is towards B, but Petra, she's on top of the wall.
That is
what
insane.
An angle.
That is an angle you play like in the super late post plants on your attacking side. That is not an angle you get to just punish the attackers from themselves.
They're pushing out of the pit. Mimi took a fight. It's only glance on this site now. This round is still very much in question. Maybe trying to find her timing to push through, or maybe just biding her time to wait.
So Petra has the ult, but she's gonna have to work through mid, and Baby TZ hasn't moved in the last 10 years. She has just been camped on these doors. She's heard everything from Petra. She is prepared. She will lock down those doors. Now Glance versus the world. Ginny there to secure the round.
That is the round that X10 needed. G2 tries something cool there, but X10, the patience pays off this time. They don't overcommit into that Viper's Pit. They wait to gain the information. I think if this team has one asset, it's in these late rounds, not overheating, not overcommitting, being able to slow things down and make the right call.
That's very true. It's a team that sort of, we talked to one of the casters in the APAC region, Quack, who gave us a ton of information, some history here on X10 Sapphire. Said, Ginny sort of thinks about the game almost like it's an RTS, right? So it's like, play very slow early rounds, absorb as much information as possible, and then make really strong mid-round decisions. I think the weakness here has been that G2 are just fighting them before X10 can get all that info that they'd love. But with an early first kill, a rarity for X10 this game, they might be able to change things up.
I think this is only the second time they've been able to shut down Mary on one of these openings. And now they have a lot of options. Split towards B, that's the decision. Muffin in quick, a dash through. Spot the player towards the half wall, and Mimi could be in trouble, but the flash is there to support. Petra finds two. Polly trying to trade back. Ginny needs something here as G2 is zoned behind that wall. And now with the Viper's Pit down, this post plant potent. Giuliano's just pushing in close. She has a timing on this. Wait a minute. Can she find it? No. Polly too aware. Just Glance now 1 versus 3. And the pit up. A dart in her face. It misses though. Is that misinformation? Did they realize? Is the comm there? Yes. Baby TZ spots her out. Holds her time. Holds the angle. But Glance finds it. 1 versus 2 now. That pit is waiting. The Abyss on the other side. She's yet to find a single player in that timer. Her biggest enemy still. A Molly on the spike. And the players so far back. Glance just needs to spot the edge of one. The Viper there, a flick around, but Ginny playing the long con. She'll wrap all the way back through. Glance is aware, but she cannot find the shot. Ginny shuts down.
Glance went from being aware, just the aware emote, the smile turned upside down on that one. And Ginny is able to secure the round. She had a couple of clutch moments too, back on that Icebox map. And now on Breeze, try and stay alive in the series. So necessary. I love that too, right? Catching Giuliano, trying to cancel out the plant from going down. And the round slips away at the last possible second. Very important as X10 try to build back in here, because I think they have been very successful in the past attacking on this map.
Yeah. That round a lot faster from X10, and that seems to be the decision again. Thrown straight into a main, but it's the issue with these faster plays. G2's composition has a lot of utility to slow you down, and now they have 4 players ready on this site.
Look at the high-low, right? Glance and Mimi playing on that same angle ready, but the Viper Wall does cut it off. G2 don't really have any forward scouting, so X10 actually able to sneak 4 players out and try and push past this Viper Wall. Mimi's ready, that was not caught by the flash, and the crossfire, the lineup, it is all here. Baby TZ, the sole survivor.
Wall in her face. 1 versus 5. Something tells me this is beyond the reach of Baby TZ. Is G2 set up together? Juliano, ready for the trade. He's patient for but a moment, but now just look to hound her down with his utility, not give her a chance in this one. The swing is through. That's the commitment, and that's her downfall. G2 reply.
Oh, what do you do here? G2's early aggression has just been so painful for X10. Then when it doesn't even come, you just know there's 3 players anchored down on site, ready to just shoot you down the second you try to go for a play yourself. And like, not even just the high-low there, but you also have Juliano double doors, right? So the second you're coming through that Viper wall, Juliano's shooting you in the side. So it's a 90-degree, the high-low, it's just all there. And X10 really struggling to push past. You can see actually big light armor enjoyers, even with some money in the bank. Ginny and Baby TZ gonna make sure they have enough for rifles in the next.
Last round, it was just push down mid, and again, G2 go for it. This time, X10 ready to receive. I think that was a big win condition in the previous round for them. Having that fast rotation to be able to have 4 immediately on that A site. This time, X10 deny that space and the information.
The thing is, though, Juliano is also here. And another mid-aggress. Now that X10 have fully cleared, they've bailed out of mid. This could turn into a very quick flank option. There's not actually a tripwire over in cannon, so if Juliano is just feeling completely wild,
They're holding
you could just
for it,
go
though.
for this.
Polly, oh, the timing, she turns around. Juliano has it, doesn't get greedy, falls away. B site will be lost here. A retake down for G2.
That's your Viper wall that you just lost there. Like, X10 have no coverage once they get on site. Luckily, they got through, but now Petra is stalling. It's going to be a shooting gallery here as all of G2 rotate to B.
And look at the utility that they have for this retake. Full belts on both of their initiators. That orb for glance to pop down and try and defuse. X10 haven't even gotten the spike down yet. And G2 is already pushing in. Dart for the backside, gets broken immediately. No scans. X10 need to take these fights. They need to win them. They need to try and stall out. But Petra, quickly a flash in a lineup. Only one. Ult is coming through, and Ginny is stuck with her bow in her hand, and Baby TZ alone now. Finds one of the spam, but the health is low. A 1v2, and Mimi ready for it. G2, 8-4.
What a pick from Juliano, removing the Viper from play, and like you said, the utility on that retake just flawless, clearing out the little cubby outside of B main, and then fully working as a team into backside. Right there just sort of shuts down your ability to play the round, right? You can't actually play in B main, so it's all 4 players of X10 backside. Without the Viper wall, you can't play cubby. Really hard to play up near half wall as well. Very excited on top of everything else here is going into the final round of the half. It is literally a thrift store purchase for X10. Just hand-me-downs galore, light armor on 4 players. It is not pretty.
Well, let's see if they can maybe use something to make a round out of this. 2 flashes into main. Juliano a pick. She'll get away as well. Quick dismiss, but she wants more. Juliano has been hungry this game. She has been greedy and wants another as well. I suppose that's one of the gifts of Reyna. You get 2 dismisses, not just 1 compared to your Chamber or Jet. As long as you're killing them.
Hey, that is very true. That is very true. And, I mean, the question is, does a Reyna player ever use her ultimate?
No.
no, they just don't. It's the last round of the half. Juliano has it. Hasn't popped it yet. We'll see if it comes through eventually. But here we go.
As you say it.
We are zooming down halls, opening up that door to find another way to pinch out onto site. This is an aggressive X10, and the trade is good, but there's still Mimi on site here, and you gotta pull out your gun to fight her.
Oh, she'll find one. Not quite the second, Ginny. 1 versus 2, and it will not do. 9-3 for G2.
Great way to start off the half. G2 just gave us the formula to beating X10. When X10 are on the attack, it is fight them early, deny them the ability to slow play and gain the information. And when these side hits come through, always down in numbers, the G2 anchors, and Mimi especially, on fire.
Yeah. Baby TZ still having a good half there, but the rest of the team struggling to contend with G2. We'll hear what the Dest has to say about all that.
It's a 9-3 half here for G2 goes, and they nearly, I felt like we could have seen a momentum shift at one point for X10 Athena when they chained 2 rounds together towards the end.
Kind of almost finally took it a place that they really needed to take it. They kind of broke the momentum. They took the space that they needed way towards mid. They started putting pressure towards mid and forcing G2 to kind of take space back and make them hesitate. And they actually played it really, really well, because in that next round, they actually ended up going towards B. So here's a round that I do want to talk about, just the momentum breaker on that round 8. Alyssa actually walked out behind the Viper ult, and she kind of made a play towards mid. And so when the Viper ulted A main, Alyssa walked into site, took that space because she knew that they weren't playing on site. They were playing in that A main ult. And then after that, the entire team took mid, took the space back, put pressure. And the next round, you started seeing G2 kind of hesitating, putting pressure towards mid, trying to get the info. And off of that, X10 played it just perfectly well.
So here's the thing. In so many occasions, we have seen X10, you know, after that pause, I think that they start working the map a lot more, because Breeze is such a big map, you know, with a lot of mid space, and you have to control it. And for those 2 rounds, you know, they were putting the pressure, they were working a little bit of the map here and there, and then they go back to being, I don't know, overconfident and just this 5-woman pushes. I hate to say this, okay, but the Sky Flash has changed. You cannot pop flash after the Viper wall, because it's not going to be as effective, and we saw it over and over again. G2 weren't even that scared to be in a rough position, because it's going to be just a second off a flash. So, you know, moving forward into what this next half is going to be, we need to talk about how Giuliano is going to be playing on that Reyna. Our casters were making fun of when do you use the ult when you're playing Reyna? Well, definitely in the defense, it has to be in a very tricky situation. Giuliano, I don't think that she's probably going to use it for the entry, but we need to compare it with who has to shut her down directly. That has to be Muffin. Both players have been kind of absent in this first half, just because the rest of the team was doing the work. Baby TC on the side of X10. Beautiful things coming in from Mimi and the rest of the team on the side of G2. But moving into the next half, these two need to have a lot of head-to-heads.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we saw them kind of like trying to get the momentum back. Again, they kind of did the same thing on Icebox, where they started shifting towards the right answer towards the end for X10, but then they kind of lost it again. And so, you know, it is a 9-3 curse. Maybe we can see them bring it back, but I'm sure that going forward, it's going to have to be a lot different of a new strat.
Yeah, G2 100% win rate on the pistol so far. We want to see if X10 can break this, as I hand this back to your casters to go back into the second half. Over to you, Mimi and Ender.
A big round here for X10 Sapphire as they start off their defensive side with a double push towards mid.
Oh yeah, already. I mean, it's not even mid, it's just straight down into elbow. Now, are they ready for the Baby TZ position that Glance is currently occupying? And are they ready for this massive Halls push? There's a Cypher trip right there, but the Lear actually does catch Ginny. She might not want to re-push into this with Giuliano absolutely posted up on the angle.
Yeah, and in this composition, you don't have jet smokes to flash out of, or a flash to get your way, or excuse me, a dash to get your way onto site there. So those hall splits are made really difficult. Instead, G2 actually fall back, but Baby TC could be in a good position here holding in mid.
Good news for those pushes, the Lear is actually way more reliable coming out of the hall doors as opposed to the KO Flash. The KO Flash, not a ton of value because there's so many angles for those A players to hide on and sort of re-swing into you. And yet, not going to be fully sending players down halls. Mary does get shut down as the Viper wall does end up coming down, but it's a little bit late. G2 are just sort of fighting their way out of this. Alyssa not going to want a piece of that as she does get tagged up on the exchange, but very likely the plant does manage to go down here.
Maybe trying to flash through this wall, but the right click's not quite turnable.
Ooh.
Will be 2 for G2. They want to keep fighting, though. A third picked up. Maybe 2 of her own in the back lines. Polly is so low on HP. Petra just toying with her, biding her time, but wait a minute. Polly found 2 on 1 HP, and Baby TC just comes in. What just happened?
I actually have just no idea. Polly, yeah, one shot would have absolutely just taken her down. She's able to win out the round for the team. A huge round to take for X10. You absolutely love that out of Polly. If someone's going to find a moment in this defensive half, it's almost got to be Polly, one of your strong anchors for the team to shut down the late attacks. And as that whole sort of protection, she gets that first kill. And as her sight hold falls apart, she's late round coming back in to reinforce the team, swing back here, and just instantly, I mean, having to cover 2 different angles there. Very quick on the readjustment to find the second kill.
Yeah, she was a bright spot for them back on Icebox, and she is doing it again here, coming a light. For that first pistol round of the second half, I suppose there's only one pistol round in the second half.
Yeah, I
Maybe
think so.
Maybe a pistol round of some form or another.
That's true. Every round's a pistol round for a chamber, I suppose. You could sort of convince yourself of that. As yeah, Baby TZ just gonna farm through the wall. Ooh, we still got the setup on the site too. Look, I'm a huge Cypher enjoyer, and Muffin is going to enjoy the tags, playing off of her teammates' utility as X10 just clean up shop on the backside.
Yeah, very nice retake here. Glance does have some mollies to hold the post, but X10's going quickly. Muffin is just styling on them. And there are some post-plant lineups here, but surely nothing will come of them. Alyssa trying to hold, smoked off, the spam not hitting. It's already gone halfway, and Alyssa's just going to take it all the way home here for G2. Or excuse me, for X10.
Yeah, no, G2 going home after that round. Gonna have to rethink things before.
Home.
They are home. That is true. That is true. But
the sidewalk taught me at least one thing.
Yeah, it is the house of Gozen. But hey, honestly, X10 looking strong here on the start of the defensive half. I do think most players did end up surviving here, so they can't really try to go for like a half rifle and Spectres sort of deal. Baby TC, checking it out, doesn't actually have enough to even upgrade into the rifle. So it is going to be a true bonus for them. See what sort of damage they can amass for themselves, because right now G2 are going to their favorite place on Breeze, and that is right down the middle.
X10 going for a double push here. Back towards Cannon, and it is being held for. And Muffin is in the perfect position here to try and find something. Glance, though, ready for it. Swings around the corner from Baby TZ's own favorite spot. Finds him of her own. And
Juliano surely saw the hat!
What is going on? The player not spotted there. Juliana goes up into a Cypher cage. There's players there to support. This is falling apart again for G2.
Oh no, I swear Juliano could have seen the hat of Baby TZ over logs right there, but then jumped straight up into the nastiest one-way.
And they have Viper's Pit now for Polly.
Viper's Pit. All of a sudden, this round is starting to come together, and G2 don't have the ability to pinch on the pit from mid, instead just holding hands here with less than 100 HP between the two of them together. Yes, they have full utility on these players, but even then, they're gonna have to walk straight on forward. Mimi finds the first though. They've got a chance.
They're both on 1 HP. Have to work their way back into this pit, and Polly has a Spectre. Spam could be so dangerous. 30 seconds left to make that heist happen, and 2 layers of security to bypass. Knife will hit. Polly just swings out of it. Pit's down. It's just Ginny. 1 versus 2. She's found the first needs. The connection onto Mimi. 1 HP. No worry for her. A 10th round to G2.
Mimi is having a game right here. Absolutely massive. Even as the round nearly slips through her fingers. Mimi at 16 and 8. On the roll swap as well. Absolutely massive for the team, and yet full credit to X10 in this round, sort of carving this one up. The combination of Polly, who, by the way, clutched up that pistol round, and Baby TZ, so strong on the attacking side. Those are the 2 players I am looking at for the remainder of this half if they are going to stand up against this G2 team.
Yeah, G2 so resilient in these rounds that look impossible. They're going to be going a little bit faster into this one, straight towards the B site. KO ult to suppress that Viper utility. X10 playing close still, maybe considering fighting through it, but there's no flash to do so. So instead, they just get spammed down by Mimi, and now a post plant with a pit.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough, right? Because X10 make the decision we play off-site because there's the KO ult, and we'll full retake his 5 very quickly. But they get spammed through the wall, and it's like, now it's a 5 versus 4.
But double drone. They have both the dog and the drone to re-clear this, but Alyssa just goes in. Spam is there. Pit down. That's success for Ginny. Now a 3 versus 4. Mimi in the back lines will swing, trade it through, and Polly unable to make it happen. Another multi-kill for Petra.
Petra finds the multi-kill. Glance is able to hold the fort for a couple of kills in the pit as well there. And you don't get that anywhere else here. Look, it's many a time we've heard the G2 chants in this studio. G2 goes in a new squad that gets to do it as well, and I mean, full credit to this team. It has been a treat to watch today. So many changes over the last month and a half since the last time we saw them play, since we saw them be dethroned, and even after that loss, so many people still had very high expectations for them. And I think showing this different look today has just added a level of depth to this G2 roster that we weren't necessarily sure was there in terms of overall agent pool. They have integrated Mary in a way that's been so interesting to watch, with Mimi's evolution alongside.
It has been really cool indeed. But for X10 now, this is where they have to dig deep. 11-5, their final tactical timeout will be taken here.
And I'm sort of scanning the money right now. It looks like 2,800 roughly where most players are going to be sitting, and that's before actually purchasing utility. X10 back on Icebox were in the same position. I think it was 11-4 at that point. And they said, no force, we're going to try to play for the tie. And I think that may be what you have to do here, because even in terms of ultimates, you got a Cypher ult, which, hey, if you're playing on the new patch, hey, it's pretty sweet ability. You got 2 tags now. You got to love that. But no, definitely not the same on an eco. Muffin is 1 orb away from grabbing the knives. And I think that may be the best idea for X10, but even then, you're on defense. And Breeze is a map that just does not favor the defense to grab the early orbs. There's a lot of maps you can, right? Like Icebox A-Site, maybe a good example of a place you can do that, but it is not the same. So Muffin instead has decided to go for Sheriffs, and it's 5 Sheriffs. Everyone is coming to the Wild West for X10.
We'll have to see if any robberies can happen on this one. Do we have some bandits in the server? Just a formality for G2. Muffin already has to use her dash early as she gets out of her deep position in mid. X10 is still looking to contest that space, though.
Yeah, who would win? 5 Sheriffs, 5 Samurai Warriors. Gozen. The name, I did some research. Yeah, typically refers to women samurai. Interestingly enough. Yeah, it makes sense with the G2 branding here. But swords or guns, what would you prefer? And G2 have 5 rifles, so
is this in Valorant?
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know if I want a sword in Valorant. Maybe more of a rifle. Juliana, what's her preference? Let's see. Seems to be the Vandal in this situation.
Seems to be the gun. Yeah. X10 a little bit scattered in the approach, sort of trying to pressure all different angles. G2 going to be able to shut this one down right here. And luckily for X10, I think it's going to be probably light armor and rifles going into the next, but so far have yet to really find an answer against the G2 attack, especially when they've been leaving these sites open.
Petra will close things out. Map and series point here for G2. Only 5 rounds to X10 as they try and make something happen. They are back on the rifles here. Seekers to work with for Alyssa, a bit of a tool for their mid-round, but I mean, right now G2 is looking unstoppable.
Yeah, they are a different beast. We sort of, and I mean, this is preparing for the potential C9 matchup later today. Yeah. C9, who looked very dominant. G2, everyone had been waiting for that matchup. X10 with the last chance to play spoiler here, must win 7 rounds in a row, and hey, they've got some big ultimates. Seekers, you got the knives as well on Muffin. Maybe not the big game-changing ones. Muffin already pressuring, pushing down mid. This could open up the round with such a close position. Right around the corner, finds Mary, wraps around the opposite side as well, but no. G2 carved them to pieces, and it's a 2 versus 1. Polly, the last survivor.
A fight versus Mimi. Can she find it? Yes. Tap onto the head. Now a 1 versus 1 for the game, and Glance pushing around. The angle is there, and Polly's got the clutch.
The Red Bull clutch for Polly. She does it again. The pistol round, and then here as well. Polly has been the X factor in these late rounds for X10. Even after losing the initial fight in mid, she writes the course on that one. But how many more times in a row can she do it?
Yeah, you can beckon your team into the backpack once, but you need consistency to make a comeback against a team like G2.
You definitely do. Now, that being said, sort of examining that round as a whole, it was over so quickly. X10 didn't really have to invest anything. So now Ginny has actually been able to get the Hunter's Fury online. 2 Bulldogs on X10, so not perfect for them, but their solution here has just been unlock Muffin, put her in a position to find these early pushes, but she hasn't had the most success working down tunnel, or elbow. Excuse me, especially against Mimi, who has just been posted up here so many a time. Muffin looking for the reaggress, but not going to challenge it again.
Oh, Glance has worked her way up halls. Ginny holding for this one. She's actually considering.
Oh no, look at this!
There, and Muffin finds a timing behind this tripwire, though. Glance is trapped. This isn't a chamber. You cannot smoke that piece of information off. Juliano finds one, and now Glance finds her opportunity. Ginny, though, quick on the reaction.
So often on Breeze, your Sova float is going to be the one to sort of lock down and stop mid from exploding, right? Because if you lose your nest player, you lose the ability to rotate on this map. You lose your spawn, you're all of a sudden concerned, are they going to be pinching me from back bridge, from back arches, over towards the B site? Everything can fall apart. So Ginny showing up at the final hour, so critical for her team holding on here. And now rotating to assist Baby TZ as this BXQ is sure to come in.
Or will fall. And Baby TZ has no utility for this one. Hunter's Fury shut down. A one-way popped. It's something to play off of. Ginny takes down Giuliano, Baby TZ there as well. It's only Mimi. Try and make this one happen, and it's looking undoable. Already a bit wounded, but kill found. 1 versus 3. The player's isolated on site. Time knows her biggest issue, and interfaces Baby TZ, but now she has the plant. 1 versus 2. Can Mimi make it happen? A flash still up. She'll swing around the corner and isolate a duel, but Alyssa turns the flash, finds the kill, and again, keeps her squad alive.
X10 keeping the hope here for all the fans maybe watching, getting a little bit late at night. But X10 making it happen at the final hour. I mean, just a shock that they even made it to this tournament for many, with Alter Ego being so dominant in the region for so long. They found the upset. Now a chance to really get things going here up against G2. That was a really solid round for them, for Ginny finding the kill in Halls. And the site anchoring from Baby TZ and Polly on the opposite side has been fantastic. The one-ways have just been so frustrating for G2 to deal with, and now they're holding hands over on near B main.
Let's play.
G2 though, don't think that's supposed to go there.
No, that's a lineup. You just haven't seen it. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
You learn something new every
Well,
day.
yeah, because you pick it up and then you throw it actually to the correct position is the idea. And the other team was like, I just hear this orb rattling around. What's going on? Look at this, though. Alyssa's traded out by Mimi as G2 try to speed things up over onto the A site.
Oh, Op is here. Muffin has a dash activated, but Mimi for another 3 kills. She's doing everything right now for G2, and they should be able to get this plant down on A. Rotations so far behind out of X10.
Oh, big problems here. Baby TZ, light armor, and a Bulldog, too. You have no flashes or any initiating utility to get you back onto the site. X10 guessed wrong with those side anchors. Mimi's been opening them up with a 3K already in the round. And a chance to swing back into the team. Mary finds 1, Mary finds 2. G2 take the series.
This is their home. Back on land. G2 goes in. Look incredible. Not allowing their opponents to break the double digits on a single map. And now a date with Cloud9 in the upper semi.
Oh, everybody wanted this. You know, everybody likes this. We get to see a long anticipated matchup, multiple years in the waiting for that matchup, but we can't get there before we just sing the praises of Mimi. What a performance out of her. She's completely changing her role. Sage on Icebox, the KO here finishes the game. 24 kills, 11 deaths. Absolutely smurfing on the server.
And in Mary's very first game, in a big LAN, she performs, makes a complete pivot onto the chamber, and looks incredible. And you can see the crowd is loving it. What a moment for the 2 new players of G2 integrating into this core and having their opportunity to shine.
Great stuff out from them. Of course, X10 journey not over just yet. Moved down into the bracket and had some bright moments themselves, right? Like Polly had some insane clutches in this one. I think just sort of unlocked a lot of things that maybe a little bit too late, but G2 gonna take their bow in front of the home crowd here in Berlin, Germany. You heard the chants all day long, right? Like the crowd definitely has picked out their favorites in this tournament, and you're looking at them on your screen right now.
You hear a smattering of the X10 fans still in the audience, but G2, at the end of the day, this is their home turf, and I imagine the players are feeling excellent. You talked about that matchup. We've all been waiting, but the players too, both those on G2 and Cloud9 have taught me so much confidence against facing the other. Both have been so incredibly excited. What a moment for them to earn that spot.
100%. This team feeling real good about it, right? Second seed maybe, but first seed in their minds, absolutely.
Yeah, and if you're Cloud9 now, G2 making these huge changes coming in, you can't really know what to expect with this squad. And with them getting ready for that matchup, I imagine it turns to X10 now. They have a day here.
Oh, look at that! Back at home for Mary. The watch party is supporting from across the world. Oh, that just brings warmth to my heart. You know, like we finally got an international event for Game Changers, right? We finally got that now too. All of our players here in person, but we couldn't get all the fans here. But we know you're all watching around the world. You just got a taste. That's just heartwarming.
Yeah, and I mean for those folks at home, seeing Mary perform here on this stage, she's one of the very few Bahraini players in Valorant competing at this level, and it's super cool. And you have a chance to vote in the poll. It's over about there, and Mimi one of those options.
Mimi, look, I'm sorry. I could vote for you. I'm going to vote for the G2 Mimi. I think Mary, honestly, all the players on G2 good, but Mimi standing out from the crowd here, especially on Breeze.
Yeah, if I had to put one in there, I'd say it would have to be Mimi for my in-zone MVP. But you guys get to have your say, and until then, we get a little break the desk to break things down on the other side.
Waiting for another day to see the light. Breaking rules, taking rides, 'cause you're alive. Looking for another friend, another love. Is it far away? We'll never know. Feeling like I regret the one away. Are we there or not yet? I'll have to say everything we're missing here, I'll take away. It's everything we came to get, flying away. We could fall. I'm so glad we don't fear it. We don't fear it. We could fall. It's the greatest feeling. We don't fear it. Oh my love, don't fear it. It feels so great to run away. It feels so great to run away. It feels so great to walk away. We could lose it. I was about to forget if we try it over. Never notice. We could lose it. I was about to forget if we don't try it over. Never notice.
And that was a 2-0 for G2 Gozen. I'm Yingsu and I'm back on the desk with Athena and Kakuka. 2-0 for both of the big titans coming out of NA and EMEA. It is pretty fitting they're going to face each other, but before we get to that, Kakuka, what a convincing close to the map as well for G2.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I have to say that for the side of X10, I'm very happy because some of the things that we talked about, like Muffin stepping up a little bit more right at the end, you know, those things were definitely there, but as you said, Yinsu, they are the titans. They're one of the ones to beat. And, you know, in the end, we're going to get the match that we expected to get on day one and maybe sometime in the final later.
Yeah, I mean, G2 really showed us why they're considered the Titans this game. I think that they really managed to pull a lot of things out and kind of prove it to X10 that, like, hey, we're here to play. I think X10 definitely started getting it more towards the end of both of these games, which kind of sucks, because if they had adapted just a little bit faster, they definitely would have gotten a lot closer of a game here.
I love the fact that Mimi keeps performing. I think that she is going to be our first certified Lanimo, especially because of the performance that she had been having in Game Changers. Again, from Series 2 to Series 3, she dropped over 40 ACS. She was dropping in every single category. And now she's coming in, playing KO for the first time, just filling in for the team, also swapping to that stage. And now she can do anything. She feels unstoppable. On the side of X10, I think that it's also complicated to be putting on the numbers. I admire their resilience because it is very hard to keep your head in the game when you're in like a 5-11, you know?
Yeah, they definitely held on to something towards the end there. They were getting the rounds that they definitely could have just lost all confidence, lost all momentum, but they actually ended up doing it really, really well. But at the end of the day, G2 just going crazy here. We see Mimi going off, getting these kills, kind of doing the aim training, you know, the aim lap shootout that she was doing before definitely paid out here. She was, like, as Ender said, kind of smurfing in the server, and I think at the end of the day, G2 definitely just showed that they were a lot more composed and a lot more ready for this match.
Oh yeah, completely. Another cool stat that we need to mention is the fact that Juliana is such an important part for the team. We were talking about and surprised about the Reina. I want to see it more in the future. Definitely keep bringing in those changes. You want to see it in every single map. I'm kind of sad that we only got to see 2, but it's very fun to watch it perform. In every single round that she died first, G2 was not able to convert it. Even though on those 4v5 situations, they still had a chance. If Juliana wasn't there, if that thinking mind that you were talking about, Athena, wasn't there in the round to play with them, things got complicated.
Yeah, and I gotta say, we talk about a lot of teams go through the role changes. We were a little bit worried, have they had enough time? They spoke about it themselves. This is the right thing to do. Are you guys on board with this now? Do you understand why they made the changes?
I'm definitely on board. I think these changes played out amazingly well for them. I think they definitely, like, solidified themselves in their roles, and it just showed today.
Yeah, it did indeed. And Mimi, debut on KO. She's in for a chance for the MVP of the match, of course. We do have the poll results here for you guys, so we can have a look to the
Finally, I can agree with Twitter on something.
Yeah, the in-zone fan poll result you have here, 66% for Mimi, but also Mimi completely deserved it, but I do want to give a shout out to Glance. What a series for her.
Especially right off the bat. If you take a look at G2, of course, she's not part of the core, and in some of the cases, if you look at the stats, she's going to be at the bottom. But the fact that just on the first round, she got that 4K. On the third round, she already had her ultimate to play around. She gave so many things to her teammates all over the way. I'm very happy with that.
Her impact frags were just amazing. And she is the newest change to the roster. So I think she kind of, like, fit in perfectly there. And I think that, like, it was a great decision for Glance. And she's not necessarily in the role that does get those kills, but she did her job. She got the impact kills, and she really just did, like, a solid job of her role.
It's the Zoomers. I feel like Mimi is like the boomer being like, hey, I'm going to show you what I can do. But Glance and Mary, it doesn't even look like that's their first ever, you know, big LAN event like this.
I think it's the impact that we were talking about of when you have experience within your teammates, what they can give you. I was just hearing something in my ear, and I was like, oh.
No, it's all good, because speaking of boomers, here's Golden Boy, and he's standing by with Giuliano in the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you. Thank you, I think. I want to, Anyway, of course, I'm here with the one and only Giuliano. You know, they asked me who I wanted to talk to, and I just had to talk to you. You're a legend in the space. It's a pleasure to be able to chat with you here. How did that feel? How did it feel going up against X10 there on the stage? There's so many of the people in the crowd, you know, cheering you guys on.
Yeah, I mean, this is our house, right?
I like that. I like that.
Yeah, it felt really good, actually.
Yeah. No, of course. And, you know, going into, Icebox, something that stood out right away, you guys were bringing out the Fade Rays, which, you know, I know that this was a point of contention for you guys when you faced off Guild last time. Did you feel like you needed to make changes? Is this like what we should be expecting, or was this you testing something out in an official match here against an opponent you felt confident against?
No, I mean, it was just a comp that we tried doing during our prep for this tournament, and Honestly, it was like the comp that we were stomping everyone on. And yeah, we went with it.
Yeah, the comp you're stomping with. I get it. I like it. I like it. Did you have any concerns about X10 though going into it? Because it felt like in the beginning they were showing some life. They were holding their own whenever they needed to, and then you guys started to run away with it. Were there concerns on the initial portion of that game against X10?
I think it was like initially because, it's very hard to know if teams have changed anything, what's their prep for this tournament and such. So we were like just feeling out the map, kind of how they were playing. And eventually we realized, well, they're playing heavy A, and we started abusing their mid and B side. So I think that was just the main point. Like, they were shooting hard, but we were also running into stacks. Yeah. But it's kind of our play style. Like, we figure out a lot how to play and how to counter. If you can't counter, then we'll
So you have C9 White coming up next. This is the matchup everyone's been looking forward to. Yeah. I mean, this is it, right? Yeah. For you guys in the EMEA, it's time for you guys to show that, this whole time you're the most dominant team. C9 White, same thing there as well. What are your thoughts about that match?
I think it's going to be fun. I mean, I've had rivalry with CG Red before for such a long time, and I mean, we won a couple of times.
Okay,
so,
okay.
I don't know. We'll see how it goes, but I'm excited, and I think it's going to be a really good game. No matter what. Yeah.
I think everyone is excited as well, and I can't wait to watch it myself. Juliana, I want to thank you so much, and congratulations on your win. Looking forward to seeing you in the next match. But that's going to do it for us here. But for now, let's actually take a look at the Prime Gaming post-match highlights of that last game and see how G2 were able to walk away with that 2-0 victory.
X10, they are the Titan Slayers of APAC, and they face yet another Titan, this time from EMEA. But this is G2's home turf. And do we believe in another upset?
Find a shot, but G2 just wants to bite. Petra swings forward, grabs 3, and Mary is there for the last.
What a start for this team here. Another day at the office.
G2, 13-4, make a statement in their opener on LAN.
You're good. You're great. You're great. You're great. You're amazing. You're amazing. You're good. You're insane. You're insane. In the head. True.
It's going to be Mimi for 2. Make it a 3rd. You cannot get past her.
She gets a kill. She can just pop on out, but she'll stick around for more. 2nd and the dismiss. Easy
Nice! Let's go. And to continue the push as Mimi is there to trade everything on through. A triple for her. And that round over before it started. G2 take the series.
This is their home. Back on land. G2 goes in. Look incredible. Not allowing their opponents to break the double digits on a single map.
you're just my type. You're just my type, type. That's what I like. You're just my type, type. That's what I like. You're just my type, type. That's what I like. You're just my type, type. That's what I like. 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 You're just my type, type. That's what I like. Yeah, here we go again. You're just my type, type. That's what I like. You're just my type, type. That's what I like. You're just my type, type. That's what I like. You're just my type, type. That's what I like. 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 You're just my type, type. Switch, type, my type, type, my type. Type, my type, type, my type. Hey, type, my type, type, my type. Type, my type, type, my type. Type, my type, type, my type.
Welcome back to the Game Changers World Championships, where we're about to show you the most highly anticipated Game Changers match of all time. And I cannot believe we're getting this on day one. It is Cloud9 White versus G2 Gozen. And joining me to break things down are Athena and the guy that's been gassing up EU in this very studio for years, Ender.
That's true.
I can't wait to see you gas up EU more.
Look, the thing is, I'm gassing everyone up because this matchup is just actually too good. We've been waiting so long for it. I want it to start now. Like, I just want to press that start game button and get us in.
I mean, I feel there's too much on the line. There's the NA versus EU. There's the pride of everything. But the good thing is we've seen both teams play already today. We know a little bit of what we're going to be getting. And Ender, to the people at home that might not be as excited about C9 White as the rest of us, why should we be excited about this matchup?
Well, first of all, hold on. What have you guys been watching? Like, everyone should be excited for Cloud9 White. But no, this is a team that has just dominated NA from start to finish. They've never lost a Game Changers event in North America, and they've never even really looked challenged. Like, Shopify have gotten like somewhat close, but since G2 has been, dominating things in EMEA, they have been crushing it over in North America. So it really is two worlds colliding here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just happy that I'm not the only NA on the desk anymore.
Oh, no. I'm outnumbered.
Yeah, C9. Now I can say it. I can say it now. No, I think C9 obviously have been showing that they are dominating, and G2 as well. I mean, for me, they is a pleasant surprise to watch them play just now. Like, I think they really brought a lot to the board.
Yeah, I think the fact that we just saw them play, it's something that we can keep in our memories, recent memories of what we should be expecting. And now we've seen the LAN debut of C9 White. What for you, Ender, do you feel like is the one thing that is going to allow them to dominate another team that is as good as G2?
I think this team just has the strongest fundamentals of Valorant in Game Changers, just bar none, and I don't think it's close. Like, in terms of just like setting up, like always just very strong defaulting, and more than anything, like their post-plant holds, like it's so hard to find a crack in the armor of C9, whether it's their defensive spreads or it's them. I just wanted to look at a couple of rounds on Ascent, because every single time you have a player in a position that's easily tradable. This is a bonus round. You've got two ghosts right outside doors, and then Mel with the late reflank through mid. That's fantastic. Then you have this other clip right here where they're able to play really sort of like off-angle positions, right? Alexis is here, ready to swing out, two players working towards heaven. Alexis just absolutely dominating. And it didn't matter if it was A site or B site on Ascent. It didn't matter if it was going to be moving over onto Haven. They were just always making the right decisions in the post plans, and it meant that there were very few rounds Crew was able to actually win from that deficit.
Yeah, I think C9 for sure is one of those teams that they're so unified, but also individualistic at the exact same time. Like, each one of these players can perform, but at the same time, they also play perfectly together. They have that synergy, and they have proof of they have what it takes, and this is why they have been dominating the NA scene.
100%. I also just think like they are great problem solvers on the fly too, right? Like the calling for Mel is so good that even when you lose a couple of players, like that clip right there, it's a 2 versus 2. They don't really know where everyone is on the map, and instead of just planting the spike on A, they push into CT spawn, right? Try to scout that out and make the right choices. They are very good at that on the fly decision making, and it really does put them a cut above.
Did you expect them to win as dominantly as they did on that first game? Because I know that Crew were your kind of like secret pocket picks.
That's the thing, is like I had really high expectations of Crew, but it goes to show like my expectations of C9 are just actually in the clouds, right? Like they're my favorites to win the tournament, and I think that it just is that combination of just really strong, sturdy play and the aim. It really is the full package there.
Well, if there's anyone that I feel like that's going to bring them down to earth, it does seem like it's going to be G2 Gozen, because Athena, it feels like their LAN debut was extremely strong as well. Maybe not as flashy as the way the C9 did, but they come in here with some changes and it looks good.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw them play. We just saw those changes go kind of crazy. We saw Mary popping off, Mimi popping off, Giuliano, Glance, all of them literally in their own retrospective roles made it work, even if it was a new change. And I think for them, especially coming into this, the edge that they might potentially have over C9 is that LAN experience. Like, they know how to play. They have the element of surprise with their new roster picks. They might be running completely new playstyles too. We don't know. And I think that that is something that C9 perhaps might not be able to expect, might not be able to play around, and those small decision makings might not be as smooth as they want it to be.
That's the thing, right? Like, G2 have been hyping up the experience. I think sort of looking at the comps too, like my concern when they pivoted away from Mimi on Killjoy, because she was like the main like mid solo player, lurk player on Icebox, was like, do they lose that element? No, they didn't. Like, Glance immediately just jumped in and sort of carried that role. So this was not just a full, like, strategic compositional switch up. No, this was just an extra layer that they can tap into. And having those layers, having that diversity in the playbook that you can bring in is what you need against a team like Cloud9. Because you will not beat this team by running one trick. You can't be a one-trick pony versus C9. You have to be on your game round around.
Yeah, I think even with G2, one thing that I know personally about LAN experience is when you're playing and you've just played and you're still warm, especially with the way that these girls were just playing, I think they can definitely like put out a really, really good fight against C9, who potentially isn't as warm as G2.
I mean, what I will say is, though, two players that, at least coming into this tournament, I was personally really excited about were Bob and Giuliano. And it does feel like, at least after the first match we saw of them, and it was different storylines for both of these two. I was expecting Giuliano to maybe outperform Bob, but so far it's been the other way around.
Yeah, it's a Bob world out here, and we just live in it. Oh my, what a treat to watch of a player, because I really do feel like she can accomplish so much. And like, obviously, cracked out aimer, great game sense, all this stuff too, but the Bob lurks got activated on Ascent, and Bob is a player that when, you know, your duelist, your opening fraggers fall on Cloud9, she will take the gamble, she will take the risk and just blow up and around. Even if it's a 4v5, 3v5 for C9, she'll just flip it around on you, and out of nowhere, you just lost.
Yeah, I mean, and she's on that initiator role. Like, that's not the role that's supposed to be doing that. She's becoming a playmaker, a lurker, an entry fragger, a clutcher. Like, Bob has been doing so much for this roster that she's actually one of the most insane pickups, I think, that has happened in the Game Changers scene, period. Because she is literally proving herself over and over again and dropping the numbers on initiator, which is insane to me.
She is the best pickup. I will double down with you on that one. That is so good. She also busts out the op. You know, because why not on the Sova? Like, she just really is the complete package of a player, someone where the sky really is the limit in terms of her future.
I honestly think Giuliano underperforming is a good thing, because G2 were able to win that dominantly when Giuliano is not on form. When she's going to drop like 350 ACS on Raze, they're going to be 13-0ing everyone. I'm just going to throw that out right now. But what I will say is I'm about to eat my own words, because if you look at the map losses between C9Y and G2 Goes, and the reason we're doing losses is because they're two of the most dominant teams in the world. It hasn't looked great for G2. Actually, I heard one of the C9 players say, oh, G2, they lost the same number of maps as we did in a week than we did in an entire year.
Damn.
Which
that
is true,
ridiculous.
by the way. I checked. It was true.
Yeah, also, this is map losses, not series losses. Like, Cloud9 have lost 4 maps all year. G2 have lost 7. Like, that is just ridiculous on its own. But yes, G2 did have that late fall up against Guild. Of course, us, you know, stinging them coming into this, that they're only the 2nd seed. But hey, you know, it let us get this match on day 1. You wouldn't get that if they were the first seed.
I'm okay with it.
So really, they really are just playing to the crowd. You gotta appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what Giuliana just said too. She said, like, it's our turf, you know? Like, I think she has that confidence. I think now she's potentially warmed up to kind of drop bombs on these kids, like, you know, like go on to C9 and kind of like show what she really wants to do as that duelist and as that IGL mega mine going in first. So I'm really excited. I think warming up is just a huge, huge aspect of it. And I think Giuliano might just be on top of something.
You're one of us. You'll come to EMEA. What are you doing in NA? You're a free agent now. You can come to EU.
I will say, like, on that point about, like, being warm, like, Giuliano, yesterday, I was talking with her, and we were talking about the schedule. She's like, yeah, I would much prefer to be the one playing the second match, and then back-to-back, you're already on the stage. So, yeah, you know, she had the 2 warm-up games. She's coming in full force here.
I mean, speaking of Giuliano being confident, I know that it's not going to be a surprise that C9Y players are confident, and I saw a tweet from Alexis I want to show you guys at home right after they beat Crew. Surely this gets harder than this. Right?
Oh.
Sure, does it?
I love the confidence.
Look, G2 is super hyped up. I would say, yeah, let's hope G2 make it a little bit harder for them. But honestly, if Jazzy was just cranking the hip-hop backstage, getting amped up for this one, I don't know if you can beat that.
I mean, this is the question, right? Does this settle it? Do you guys feel like whoever comes out on top today can confidently say that they can settle the we are the best team in the world, or you know, it's a bit
counteroffer? Guild still exists.
Yeah.
They're playing
Finally.
tomorrow. Another insane matchup on our hands there as well. But I think they're gonna have a run for money. There's a lot of Liquid fans out there too that I think would be like, no, you can't say that after day one.
It's Fennel for me. It's all about Fennel.
They're so cute. It's all about Fennel for me as well. They're so cute. But yeah, I mean, seeing C9 play and seeing G2 play, like, it's so similar but so different at the same time. Like, they can both, I think, outplay each other in way different aspects. Like, I think Lurks and all that stuff, like, both these teams have them down. And I think the fundamentals are just there for both teams. So I do think that it might be, hey, we're the best team in the world now.
Oh, I mean, it's still two teams also with the best map pool of this entire tournament. And I cannot wait to see what we're going to get as I hand this over to the map select. Where would you like to see them go? Where would you not like to see them go?
Ooh, that's an interesting question here, because right, I think like G2, I've always been a huge fan of their icebox, so personally, I'd like to see if they can get that going for them, especially with the changes we've seen from that. C9 don't want to deal with that.
Open! They left Pearl open! Do it!
Oh my god.
I mean, C9 have not been like huge icebox enjoyers. They also do like to ban the Breeze, so I think Breeze is like one of those more chaotic maps that they just try to remove from the pool. So those two are like the bans that don't super surprise me, but C9 just put a fantastic performance on Ascent here, and I think that is a great map for them. I'd really be surprised if G2 could take that in their favor.
Yeah, I think they're going defense first. I think they can definitely try to get as many rounds as they possibly can, because we have seen C9 be absolutely deadly on that Ascent attack side. But they did end up picking Breeze, which I think is really good, because again, they are warmed up on it, they just played on it, they just kind of slapped on it. I think they did lose a few rounds, and being able to kind of adapt those mistakes and incorporate that into your next game coming up might be a good play here.
It's funny because like G2 want to be warmed, but at the same time, I think C9 love to be watching that series because they just saw how G2 played that Breeze map. Tons of early mid aggression on the defensive side, so they're going to have very strong ideas of how to counter that out. But finishing out on Pearl is really interesting because G2's Pearl was very good up against Guild in the finals, but we're also not expecting to see that same exact Pearl from them because they've been changing all their other maps.
Giuliano is going to play right now.
That would not surprise me.
Very high chance.
I would love to see that.
I'm surprised that Pearl was left open. How do you guys feel?
Yeah, I honestly, me too. Like, I feel like the playstyle wise, G2 definitely has the kind of edge because they have the firepower of like holding and going forward and kind of doing more individual plays, which I feel like Pearl is really infamous for. Whereas like C9, they do love to do things unified, but you know, as I'm saying that, like in the back of my head, Bob just keeps coming back and coming back. And so I think like this is going to be a real like initiator diff map. I think no matter what happens, the duelists will probably both go crazy, go stupid. But like the initiator diff is really going to come out here. It's super important to get info on that map. It's super important to play that map. So we'll just have to see how it goes.
Yeah, I'm going to need a map 3 for this, but we're going to take a quick break here. And when I tell you not to move, guys, don't move. You do not want to miss C9 White versus G2 Goes, and we'll see you in a minute.
I'm not going anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone. Like I said before the break, I hope you didn't move because Ender lost. He did move. Luckily, you guys have already seen these two teams play today, and history is about to be made. C9 White are taking on G2 Gozen right now. This is the most highly anticipated Game Changers match of all time. The two teams who have always claimed that they are the best in the world. We are about to settle it here. It's NA versus EMEA, and I am very, very excited to see who's going to come out on top and get the bragging rights, I assume, probably for the rest of their careers.
Yeah, this one's going to last for a long time, unless there's a rematch in the finals. Of course, that's always an option, you know? We get into VO5 territory, but these two teams... Oh gosh, I am so excited. We got a little bit of swagger coming out with Mel, you know, brushing it off the shoulder here. These teams are confident they're ready to play.
Yeah, I mean, with these two teams, it's almost feeling like this is going to be the start of an El Clasico kind of, like these two pillars of esports, these two pillars of teams just kind of like dominating everything. Again, I'm so excited to see how this game plays out. You can hear the chants, you can hear everyone going crazy. I'm just as excited as them.
I will say, you can tell how much people respect C9 White, even in Europe, because when they were doing their walkouts, people were still cheering for them, you know, hyping them up. As we saw from Champions, a lot of the NA teams, they don't get much love over here in Europe, but even us Europeans can really see that C9 White has the potential to be the best in the world.
Look, you can't not love Cloud9. Yes, Killjoy! I see you, Cloud9, let's go! I love that. Coming into the studio, repping out C9 and G2. Maybe a battle of chance a little bit later on as we get into it. But this is going to be our first look here on Ascent for G2. So questions are abound. We've seen Mary on the Chamber a couple of times, but I'm not necessarily convinced that that's going to be the look for Mary coming in. The Killjoy has been really strong for them previously.
Yeah, I mean, we saw C9 absolutely dominate their attack side on Ascent and kind of putting up the numbers that we aren't necessarily used to on a map that's that balanced. So again, like, it's going to be really hard for G2 here. Again, if they do put the Chamber on, I think kind of missing that Killjoy Mimi is kind of heartbreaking a little bit, but I do think that obviously they made changes. They might make it work. Maybe we see a Sage come out. Who knows? I think either way, they just saw C9 play Ascent, and so maybe they might have that extra little feedback going in from their coach, from their previous watching of VODs, or just seeing them play live today, that it might work out in their favor also.
Yeah, the thing I'm wondering is, like, are we going to see Giuliano back on a Jet? Because she went away from the Jet on two, you know, previous like strong Jet maps for her, and instead went for the Raze, the Reyna on that. And I think Jet is still very much a staple on this map of Ascent, but it's fairly likely, like, if we see Mimi moving away from the Killjoy, if a Chamber does come into play, it opens up ideas like the Fade Raze to come in if that's the angle Giuliano wants to go.
Or into the Prime Gaming agent select here. Again, you both touched on it. G2 coming in with changes. Cloud9, they also sometimes like to bring some changes, but after the dominant performance we saw earlier, I don't think we're going to expect anything too crazy from them. Mary on the left here is going to be locking in her agent first, and they're going to go for the Chamber.
Wow. Okay. I mean, that to me signals that it very likely is the Raze Fade, but no, it's going to be a Sage. So this is probably a no duelist composition, right? This
what is going on? Wait, can we just confirm with producer that this is not a misclick?
It's a Brimstone. Because, okay, to be clear, in the past, C9 played Brimstone on this map. We're like, yeah, we were trolling, like, we're not playing our best controller on this one. But no, G2 are coming in with the Brimmy and the Stimmy on this map. That is absolutely insane.
I mean, Athena, you called the Sage, but explain the Brimstone.
I can't. I they're on their own with this one. I mean, I tried. I really did. No, I think this comp is it's very interesting. It's definitely a defense-heavy comp. I think they really have to try on that attack side to kind of find the rounds. But it might be the answer to C9's attack side on Ascent.
Yeah, it's interesting because like the tough thing about playing a Brimstone here is like the range on your smokes tethers you. Usually on this map you see an Astra and Omen, so Brimstone sort of has to float around mid, which maybe isn't optimal if you want your chamber to be playing around the middle area of the map. So I don't know. This is a curveball, and I don't know if I love this look for G2.
I need two people to help me react to this. Van Silly and Potter, what do you think?
I'm speechless. I'm just speechless right now. You know.
I'm excited.
Super excited.
We've got almost the grand finals coming through on the first day. I mean, in a lot of people's eyes, especially Twitch chat out there, you're looking at both these teams, and we're getting a treat for ourselves on the first day here at Game Changers.
So many conversations around who's the best team in Game Changers, and we have two pillars as teams, being Cloud9 and G2, and this is finally the time to see which one of these pillars is going to start to crumble down.
Yeah, I'm looking straight. We already kind of got a glimpse, Vans. We got treated, and you know, Ender was mentioning it on the desk. Cloud9, they got to see G2 in the back room. They got to study the notes, see if exactly those VOD reviews leading up to this event, if the notes were accurate. And on the same token, G2, they've got to be flying high. They've got to be riding that momentum coming into this first map.
Exactly, and we're kicking things off right away. C9 versus G2, a wall early as G2 is on the defense here on this B site, but it's a self-boost here for Giuliano to get a little bit of information at the start, and that's where C9 is headed towards. Here's the first shots, but it forces a rotation of Petra to meet up with her.
Yeah, strength of Sage to pull down that Sage wall early now. C9, they've got to deal with that. A lot of pistol bullets to even slow them down, and as soon as that Brimstone smoke comes down, Cloud9 White, they're going to rethink their entire beginning of this round. You saw Mel there kind of shanking away at that knife, or at that wall rather.
Yeah.
She was able to break a piece of that, but glance his position here. All of this cat control, this crossfire is going to be tough for Cloud9.
G2 has all of this information. We even threw a KO knife at the beginning of the A site, and here's the first point of contact, and first blood is going to be G2. And they take the advantage into this round with two more only remaining now for C9 White. It's up to Mel and Bob, who start things off to turn it around for C9. One player disadvantage as Mel is looking for at least an entry somewhere inside this B site, but it's not going to be there. It's going to be Petra welcoming her into G2's home, and that is a second kill with G2 getting the pistol round.
Beautiful, beautiful, precise aiming there for Petra. Nice crosshair placement as well, and that crossfire that we talked about at Cat was so deadly. At first, I was worried there, a little bit of a whiff shot, maybe some land jitters coming through, but either way, the crossfire, believing in that definitely pays off for G2. And there was a chance, right? We saw Mel towards that B main a little bit. Since there was so much interaction going down towards that mid, she tried to find that timing, tried to take over that B site, but Petra just so good for it.
Definitely was a great start for G2 as they had all of their players really focused up on mid and that B side. In this round, it's going to be more focused towards the A side. KO knife coming out for the attack for C9 White. Did spot a little bit of opponents here as there's a double stack from Glance and Mimi. Counter knife out, detecting the presence of only one player so far. And C9, once again, one of those early rounds where we're just going to pull back once they get discovered.
Yeah, quite a bit invested coming into this round. Bob even going for that half armor. At least they are going to get away with grabbing an orb. And Cloud9, these sheriffs can be quite deadly for these players on Cloud9 White. And they're just slowing it down. This is where Cloud9 shines, is when they're able to slow down the pace and really communicate across the board with each other. So these anti-ecos, fans, they are always terrifying for me.
We're already seeing a glance at the beginning here at the walls that come out early into this B side.
Seems
to be a way to just counter Mel exactly into these late lurks where they gotta have to refocus, maybe break the wall, create a presence.
Yeah, exactly. And you saw Mel here just kind of tucking behind, and she didn't want to break that recon dart, give away that free information, and a quick hit is going to come through. Just pistols on the side of Cloud9, but they get the entry.
And that's only one player at the staircase. Lines up for the first kill. That's Giuliano trying to answer for the second one. Meanwhile, we do have to rotate back. The wall comes out, just block the CT spawn. But Katsumi now goes in for the plant. 10 seconds left on the clock, but C9 still at a one-player advantage.
Not a lot of util here left. Bomb is ticking away, and Mimi, she's got one flash left. She's gonna let both of her players take over that stairs position and probably pop a flash, but her teammate goes down early. No trade in sight.
Well, at least the trades are there for C9. Only one to go, and that's Mimi that you talked about before. But that's Alexis waiting. That's a thrifty round that comes in for C9, and that is 1-1 on the scoreboard.
Wow, and you know, we talked about the fact that Cloud9, they shine when they slow things down, and we gotta go back to that recon in B main. Mel, the fact that she didn't give away any sound cue, no information given away for free, just simply by tucking and pouncing and everyone exploding together and making sure they get that trade results in a thrifty round win. Beautiful, simple execute coming out here for Cloud9 White.
Now this puts G2, of course, on an eco. Going into, look at that reaction. We felt the tension going into the walk-ins. The crowd was cheering for G2 and C9, but at the same time, it seems as though you see the clash of G2 and C9, the players themselves. And I'm loving what I'm seeing so far.
Alexis was cracking her knuckles. She is ready.
We were saying we could almost hear it at the caster desk right here.
Exactly. I mean, it's been 2 years, Vance. 2 years for this LAN, and finally, international LAN, and these players are definitely looking sharp right now. Just an anti-eco on the side for G2. Not a lot of money on their side. And interesting positions, though, here. You see Mary really utilizing that chamber kit in that forward position in those mid-stairs. This is a lot of noise cues. You can see the rotations coming through for G2. They want to make it to this A site ASAP.
Trying to delay as much as we can for G2 as they put the brimstone smoke, towards the A main. But after we forfeit the site, that's an open one for C9 to play a 5-player pulse plant. And you see the entry style that Jazzy was talking about. Slow orb, wall towards the heaven side. Going to make it very difficult for G2 to rotate back. And they're just winning their duels. It's easy kills. They have the stronger weapons. And they're looking for the flawless in this round.
Clean. Look, it's easy kills, Vans, but it feels good when you're able to walk away with a round as clean as this. As I said, these anti-ecos absolutely terrify me. So if you're Mel on the side of Cloud9 White, you're just kind of nodding your head and saying, good job, guys. This one wasn't close this time. Finally, we're going to see a healthy purchase coming through here for G2 in the first real gun round.
That was a Prime Gaming flawless that we saw as well. So we're looking at the replays. You see the positioning, playing around the dice as well is very good for C9 to play these pulse plants. And we've seen that in that previous series earlier on today when they play against Crew, and that's what I'm talking about. You said Mel's gonna be calm? Mel's not calm. She's hyping up the team.
Getting really into it, and you love to see it, right? And we have to harp on it because, again, this is the first LAN. We always talk about those LAN jitters. A lot of these players, it's their first time on an international stage such as this. To see them so invested and not really shying away from these duels is fantastic to see. Cloud9 White very much congregated towards this A main, and Mimi, this flash is going to be everything. The timing, Glance gets contact.
Glance still looking to play that bait. Looking for the Jiggle Pete to fall back and potentially go for the double swing. Oh yeah, that's a huge nade.
Oh,
We're looking for it. You can see Mimi's looking up and down.
Missed.
But you missed. She's actually staying back there. Bob looking for the tap on to the orb. It's going to get picked up, and that's the Hunter's Fury that's ready.
I think that nade might have bounced off the kneecap or something. That was a funky bounce there, but luckily for Mimi, she's able to keep breathing there, and Glance still in the same area, and Cloud9 White, they're just cutting noise, but look at this re-aggress.
Still Glance for the first, but Katsumi answers back with 2. That opens up the A site. The smoke comes in towards the door, and there's that lurk from Mel. The battle ensues soon towards that B site, but the plant will come in towards A, and there you go. Mel does win that fight on that lurk, but Mary wants to fight back. It's back to a 2v2 situation, but the health advantage does come in for G2. Already inside the site, Mary gets the third into the round, and it's up to Mel on the lurk to look for the clutch. Wall and the door has to be broken. Looking for the pick, we'll get it, and on the defuse, we're sticking it, but Mel gets the clutch. The Red Bull clutch on that 2 versus 1.
Mel was all the way at B site. She had to really book it, put on those fast running shoes, and make it to her teammate in Katsumi, who was all alone in that site. But again, the comms, the communications coming through for Cloud9 White, it almost came to bite them, almost punished them, but almost no stone left unturned here for the side of C9.
And I remember when I was watching Twitter what was going on here during the match of G2 when they're playing against X10. I remember Zaz was tweeting out, hey, X10's playing a little bit too slow right now. They're giving a lot of room for G2. And you could see for G2 in this match, they want to be relentless. They want to continue to push forward. They don't care if that is a player disadvantage. Mare will swing out and she will fight. They always have great chances to bring it back.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want to see, that sort of fearlessness. and not backing down, and we're seeing it here from Mimi, inching her way forward on an anti-eco. That's a lot of sound cues. Jazzy didn't spot this, and she's going to be telling her teammates right now, they're all going B.
That was 2 sets of footsteps that she called out. Trying to pick up the rifle on the ground. She might get sprayed here. Down to 29 HP. Will survive for a bit and retreats back into the A site. So that will be a Vandal picked up.
Yeah, look at this mini-map. All that information that Mimi was able to gather has made the rotations true. But Cloud9 White, they understand this.
Yeah.
They've slowed things down, and they understand they've got the better weaponry. They just need to use each other, use the information, and that's a clean equalizer for Mel.
Yeah, Petra thought that Mel didn't see her.
Oh, she stuck it.
The TP back at least from Mary, and Glance is holding towards the switch, but when we thought we had good positions, the favor is going back into C9. Nice flash to come out, but that's just going to slow down the attack. Spike has yet to get planted as Jazz again is looking for the wall to get down, and there you go. She's made it safely inside the site. The plant will come in. Now it's time for G2 to see if they can win this Thrifty.
3v3. Util a little bit lacking. And this positioning from Alexis, if she gets hard cleared, Katsumi's got to react quickly here.
That's the important part. C9 are always good for these crossfires that you talked about, Christine.
Beautiful.
And that is clean.
Beautiful. Beautiful stuff, and it's textbook, right? It got a little bit dicey, especially towards that A when Mimi got all that ground, all that information. But again, if you're just able to hold your breath, take a second to recollect yourself, give each other the information, you can really see the inner workings of Cloud9 in those moments. They slow it down, they let each other know what the next step is, and that exec, it's just as clean as it can get.
And this is a great stat line that you see right now. 20-0 for C9 White throughout the whole Game Changer series of 2022. G2 at 9-1. But we're definitely seeing as to why C9 are comfortable, despite these agent changes that are coming out from G2. A new comp that comes into this round.
Yeah, right off the bat, Huntress Fury coming through for Bob, and she's creating so much pressure. Glance was able to punish Katsumi, though. You saw Katsumi really taking that space over, trying to take advantage of all that pressure the Huntress Fury was providing. Mary, forward position, but Mel is just so deadly. She's able to push her off that angle, and not having this B main control for G2 should apply pressure. You see on the minimap, most of the members, most of the defenders are towards this A site. Cloud9 White, they've got a lot of map control. That's beautiful.
Didn't think that was going to happen, and that beautiful ult that comes out from the KO will nullify as well. Prevent the orbital strike from coming down, but Mimi still wants to stand her ground, wants to play around the dices. Now as a KO spawning as a camera, Mary does go for the support. Katsumi will now have to try to clutch a 2 versus 1. Spike is down, out in the open by the door. Recon dart then comes out for the defense. Knife also spots her, but she still has a lot of time to work with.
And you can see Mimi's playing this very disciplined. Doesn't want to give away a freebie. Understands that they have all the advantages. And Petra's just waiting, biding her time to react off of this contact. This smoke is huge. Katsumi misses the shot. So blind.
Beautiful
Good
play.
recovery.
Beautiful play.
Yeah, nice recovery coming through here for G2. And I mean, again, things got dicey because Cloud9 White, we talked about the amount of map control that they had. They were able to push Mary off that B main, then inch forward towards Cat. And again, that's almost the entirety of the map, right? You don't have M1 control, you don't have M2. So Cloud9 had everything they needed in their bag to make that happen. But for some reason, things didn't work out. G2, that crossfire, holding true.
I like these coaching terms that you're calling out. M1, M2. Teach this noob. Teach
Well,
this noob.
M1, mouse, mid one. It's near the bottom towards the arches. It's just a quick way to say that. You're able to, get your controller not as confused. So definitely easier on that front. Mel, so aggressive, using her cages to, again, get this aiming control. And when you're denying this much line of sight, this much vision, it kind of forces you as a defender to go sniffing. And that's exactly what Mary's doing. She's got an inkling and she's able to punish.
Beautiful shots coming in and a push out on Catwalk 2. Glance capitalize on a kill onto Jazzikins. There's still an opportunity here for C9 White to turn things around because we broke that trap towards mid side and we also have control of the door. Which is now being closed. It was slipped through.
Beautiful.
Katsumi with a nice headshot and is looking to answer back. The owl drone comes out, so we know that Petra is there spamming.
My God.
After she gets the tag, but a counter tag comes out. Bob answers back. It's a 2v2 once again.
The spike is going to go down, 2v2 as you say, but Glance, she's going to pull out the Brimstone ult a little late to the trigger, so she decides to hold on to it once more. A lot of utility coming out here for Cloud9 to hold them at bay.
Flash also available here for Alexis. Orbital strike forcing. Now Bob out of her position at Dice. One more trade, but it's Mary that runs down the stairs and wins that duel. You can hear the G2 chants coming back.
And you love to see it. Mary giving a little cheer and celebrating that one. And that's a huge round for G2 to convert. It looked dicey there for a moment. That Brimstone ult really allowing them to feel confident that nothing is going to be popping those shots from back to side. They're able to really scale and speed up that retake. Able to trade it out. Beautiful stuff for G2 here.
At this point when you're watching this, these walls that's coming out on the defense so far from Giuliano is just really filtering C9 to where the stacks are. And Mary's dancing, having fun. And she's pushing the extremities, getting those fights, getting those opportunities too with that tour de force.
Tour de force. Speaking of ultimates, Giuliano has the res up, and off of that 1-round win, these 2 ultimates coming through for the Huntress Fury on Petra and that res on Giuliano should allow them to potentially start racking some more rounds on the board, because so far it's been Cloud9's game, but that's going to change things. Mary, beautiful opening for the side of G2.
C9, now identifying that there's a lot of pressure on Catwalk, and they want to take contact on that first, but it's not working out. Finally, Alexis answers back, but there's still a lot of player disadvantage with the spike being down. Drone, though, actually does not spot it.
Yeah, she didn't spot Bob, and that wall should be going down here within 10 seconds.
But for the rest, this probably is going to be a position for Bob to not become a lurk, so that the other 2 working towards that catwalk, trying to see if they could answer back into something. Holding the grounds, but it's still Mary. Headshot onto Alexis, spike down once again. The res comes up, and that lurk is just not going to work at all anymore. 35 seconds left on the clock. I feel it's going to be one of those moments where you got to save.
Yeah. Gotta count the lucky stars or lack thereof. And, you know, we saw it from our screens, the opportunities that Cloud9 White had in this round coming through. But G2, so disciplined. They hold their ground. And again, it's that cat crossfire that we saw on pistol round coming through, so huge for G2.
So how do you answer back this for C9 White? Seeing that pressure on mid that's really prominent for G2 so far.
It's that Hunter's Fury on Petra's back pocket here. I think the next round coming through for C9 White, you got to say, they've been stacked on Cat every time. Let's just beeline it. Let's go down mid and use this Hunter's Fury and see if we can get some quick trades. But Cloud9 White, they've been known to slow things down. That is their identity. That is their strength. So I don't know if they're going to do that. They might just lean back into their strengths, because as we saw earlier, when they were very much controlling the pace of this game, it was with that aiming control, right? Denying those kinds of lines of sights and making G2 go sniffing. But Mary, she's been on one, right? All of these duels that she's been taking towards this cat, she was able to come out on top of it. So even though C9 are forcing G2 to go sniffing, that's kind of what G2 want.
Yeah, and now we're forcing the first timeout out of Cloud9 White to try to discuss how they can work this mid that we were just talking about. But let's take an opportunity to talk about Mary as well. I remember that feature earlier on today where we had the interview, we had the conversation with Mary, and Mary was like, I'm not too sure if I want to play to the best of my abilities on my first land, but damn, I think she's popping off.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And, you know, you love to see it when you can see that your team is really setting you up for success. And the squad of G2 were talking about that, the fact that they were not going to just make this a mini Zaz anymore.
Exactly,
right? They want Mary to really blossom and flourish in her role. And we're seeing that. I mean, there was a little bit of a slower start, I think, in map 1 in the first series, but coming through here in map 2, it's really been all about Mary on this chamber. Again, it's the kind of duels that she's taking, right?
Yeah.
We talked about the fact that on that round in mid, she went inching all the way forward, even past that Sub Rosa stair area. So very aggressive, very proactive, and that's exactly what you want to see out of your chamber if you're G2.
Yeah, Giuliano also explaining they optimize the compositions to get the best out of Marion, and that's even Giuliano stepping away from doing more duelist roles and still doing her job, right? Getting those assists, doing what she does with that utility with the Sage Wall.
Yeah, exactly. Coming into this round, Cloud9 White, they just took that timeout. Katsumi, she's got that Omen ultimate online, and that's all they have. But I wouldn't be surprised if they use this ultimate. Cloud9, they love to use it in the middle of the round, use it as some sort of distraction, a crosshair displacement, and then make a full-on exec. So we'll see if Cloud9 are able to make that work. But look at this, they are all congregated towards this cat.
Yeah, and speaking of setups, it's the same for G2 at the entrance of A. Counter flash is coming out, but nobody's gonna get hit. So here's the battle up on tree. Still locations revealed by Bob's Silver Dart, but it's still going to be a trade-off, a 4 versus 4, but the spike is still stuck towards A main while the rest of C9 are inside A. Finally move forward. Bob wins that fight against Mimi, and Wine is down, so that allows C9 White to move into the site. A knife also came out, spotted Mary towards the door. Finally the wall to block out the door. The plant's going to come down.
We'll go down. So many pings coming through here for Petra's Dart. No kills, but a lot of damage coming through here for G2.
C9 has to play inside the site because it's not really planted for them towards the A main, and
What a
Alexis
shot.
loves to play the headshot angle, and so does Giuliano with another headshot onto Mel. One more to go here. It is going to be Giuliano herself looking for the double swing. A great job for Cloud9 White off the timeout to capitalize on the round.
And that's exactly what we wanted to see. You know, I said they should rush. They didn't rush. They did exactly what Cloud9 White is known for. They went calculated, slow, very much on their own pace, on their own terms, and that pounce was everything. You saw how many pings both the Silvas and Bob and Petra got in this round. Everyone's location was revealed.
Yeah, that's what I love about this matchup too, because we talk about how there's good utility being used at this level of Game Changers, and the amount of pings that you see, the amount of slow orbs that are coming out as well, just to block out any pushes that's coming out, just the answers that they have on the fly against each other. It's going to be a very, very fun series that we're going to witness here.
Absolutely. Both teams really using almost all of their credits. Telltale sign of a close match already. And again, this cat contention here. Cloud9 were good for it the last time around. And they're fully expecting G2 to be stacked again once more. A quick wall up.
And it's going to see if it's going to cap on somebody. And it's unfortunately C9 that gets caught on it. So 2 to fall, 100 Sphere to come out. And that was a round where C9 had a lot of ultimates to work with. And now they're all getting denied. What a push pushing through by G2.
And it's the Odin to get a double kill there, top mid. And I love it. I love that each team right now, they're going back and forth and they're swinging right back at each other. The reads coming through. I mean, this time G2 said, okay, you're probably going to go up our cat and contest us once more. Let us pounce on you in mid as soon as we get contact. And Petra, she's good for it with the Odin of all things.
Now on defense, it definitely feels like G2 is controlling the pacing and controlling how they want this round to be played out. C9 has to dig deep into their pockets to try to come out with the round. And it always comes down to these 1v1s, but sometimes when they actually have these nice trades towards the A site, these pulse plans have been good for C9. So how do you stop that? It's going to be Mary with this operator at the entrance of the A site. First contact, easy kill. Bob falls, but this is also an eco for C9 White. So they're going to stick together to try to get into this site, but it's being blocked and stopped by a smoke from Brimstone. Full ult from Katsumi in the back of the site. We might be able to make it in at least for that plan.
Nice Sage slow to really buy some time, allow Cloud9 to plant, and a lot of ultimates being invested into this round. It allows them to be in the site, but 4 members alive, no guns, and Mel gets taken out, just making this even more difficult.
And no stones are left unturned. That was actually 3 players converting back into Catwalk to make sure that Mel cannot lurk. So reading them like a book. G2 are retaking the site, unless Alexis goes with something. But that was, man, that could have been a huge highlight reel.
We're going to have to see a replay if we can. I need to see Alexis' POV there. She's been popping off for sure. Really, if you're Cloud9, again, you're happy with that, right? It was as close as it can be for an anti-eco, but G2, it's certainly been their rounds here. They've certainly been controlling the pace here for the past 4 rounds.
And with that, at least that eco that comes in the plant. We're at least able to salvage something here for C9, and let's check that round there from Alexis.
1, 2, 3. Oh, so close for the 4th as well.
We're gonna, you know how we have a spawn on Ascent called Sabrosa? I think anything around that January is gonna have to be called Alexis at this point because she's popping off at that area.
Absolutely, absolutely popping off. And coming into the last round here, both squads, healthy purchases, and Cloud9, they only have the Cypher ultimate to work with coming into this one. So they've got to go into, oh, Bob almost gets taken out.
I love it, a surprise
What a
ult.
combo.
Exactly, but here comes a dart, a spam with the Odin, but no kills, but Mel's pushing forward. Giuliano's on the top of the wall, and they're looking for that fight. Shock darts to try to pin her down. Does a lot of chip damage, and now forces out the push. What beautiful communication by G2, but we're trying to answer back. At the same spot, it's now gonna be Alexis' turn. And we're looking for this counter boost. All 4 players getting ready to move up, and that's Alexis off the top of the ropes. Juliana falls, and here comes the Odin Aurora. It's gonna get pinged out, and 3 players are now pushing through. Alexis gets the headshot, and C9 now takes over the site.
They will get the spike down. Katsumi is in such a power position. There's not going to be a smoke that's going to be able to block her line of sight off here. So on Bob's contact, expect her to swing. And this should be a simple post. I mean, G2, they've got so much to do here.
Yeah. And not much utility to work with. This flash could be huge for right now, as Katsumi just got spotted on the top of the wall. Mary now trying to inch in. All she has is that headhunter, but she makes it work. It's a 2v2. Now in the back of the site, only up to 1. Alexis then comes in with Jazzikins for the last 2 kills, and they tie up this half 6-6.
That got dicey. Cloud9 White are able to convert that one, but man, G2 are swinging right back. Katsumi, you know, we talked about how advantageous that high ground was on top of that sage wall, but Mary, she's just feeling confident as ever, just fully coming through and swinging, almost converting that kill and making that retake happen. But man, what a back and forth first half here, Vance.
Yes, it was super well done, super well played by G2 under the defense, but this is also one of those conversations this time that C9 will actually have to play the defense. We'll see what G2 could do about this, but before that, we still need to digest that first half, so let's see what the desk has to say.
Thank you very much, guys. There is so much to digest. We waited many, many months for this matchup, and this is the game, Athena, that we deserved.
Yeah, I mean, it's been insane. We see how close it is. It's tied up. That's exactly what we wanted to see, because that's what we're saying, these 2 Titans. And so with G2, they were kind of losing it at the beginning, and they kind of adapted. And so with that adaptation at like around round 6 or 7, they actually had a really good round that kind of started as their momentum breaker. So Mel actually went towards B, and I think this is where G2 started realizing that, hey, we just can't let her get picks. Can't let her lurk. Don't give her the space. And so we see Mel here kind of failing to get that first pick, and Mary getting the information on that. And then they're in turn losing one in that A main. And so Mel comes back up towards that cat and instantly doesn't have any kind of like assistance for her team. She just dies, and that's kind of the beginning of the playstyle that they started having, where they just denied Mel those picks, denied Mel the lurks, and it just ended up working out great.
Yeah, you know, C9 seemed pretty strong early on, finding the lurks with both Mel and Bob on the Sova, like sort of taking all those opening fights, and that worked really well for them up until we saw some like late A main peaks from Mary shutting down Bob as well. It seemed like catching them on the good timings was definitely shutting down a lot of their mid-round options.
I mean, G2, they knew what to do with Mel on the attack, but Ender, going into the defense, do you feel like they're going to know what to do with Mel, considering the role that she's playing here?
Yeah, I don't know. Look, Mel's chamber, or Cypher rather, is just a different beast here on Ascent. It is so hard to get through. She has so many different setups. The one-ways come into play as well. And with G2 playing a no dive comp, right? No jet, no raise, and also only having, what, a Sova drone to break the tripwires as opposed to a raise or a fade in there. It's going to be really hard, I think, for them to actually acquire space on sites. And this comp from G2 does generally, typically, play slowly on the attacking side. So I think Mel is going to be a real problem.
I mean, this is the game we deserve, like I said. I can't wait to get back into it. Over to you, Vansily and Potter.
Thank you so much, my friends. And they were just talking about it, right, Christine? How do you counter that Mel now on the defense? But do you think they've done enough for C9 to have 6 rounds on the attack?
It's gonna be tough. I like the idea behind G2's comp here. You know, we talked about maybe it has to be slow, but I'm visualizing again that Brimmy with the stimmy, Giuliano on that stage with those slow lineups, and because of that stimmy, it may be able to compensate for the fact that they don't have any dive sort of agents. Again, though, they've got to take care of these Mel trips in this default while they're slowing things down in the beginning of these rounds here. Double Sentinels is no joke, Vans. You're going to see for the side of Cloud9, Sage on the one side, Cypher on the other, and the Sage wall coming through, really putting a span in the works here for G2.
Self boost, and then also a counter boost, but that's only 1 player making through, so that's 2 left behind for G2, so that's less numbers to run into the site, and that is going to be the advantage still for G2 somehow, and finally, there you go. There was that slight mishap that leaves the last 2 players of G2 at the entrance of A main with the spike out in the open. Mary now contacted the right click then from Jazzikins, self-heal as Giuliano is looking for that clutch. Now Dink and spotted. C9, clean pistol.
Clean stuff. C9 Bob there, you saw the recon was kind of the nail in the coffin there at the end, just making sure that the jig was up, and things got pretty dicey towards that cat. We're seeing so many double sage walls coming through round after round, using one to boost, using one to block off an entire side of the map. Both stages really finding a lot of value with that utility. But a strong start here for Cloud9.
Yeah, Katsumi also feeling it right there for C9, and this is going to be a round where, you know, we split up the pistol rounds 1-4-1. G2 winning on the defense side, this time C9 as well on the defense. But G2, you talked about them wanting to be aggressive. Already 2 players are moving up towards Pizza, but Mel's camera is going to try to spot things up, and that's picture perfect to spot 2 players moving outside of the market. A nice ping also.
So many pings.
So much information for C9 to get ready for this push for G2.
Bob, a lot of enemies on her screen. She does get taken out. This is a 3v3. There's 2 guns to be collected in the site. And C9, they're all congregated. They're looking for a pre-take here.
Nice util for both Jazzikins and Alexis, just to prevent players from moving outside from the backside. Beautiful paranoia too. Jazzikin cleans up and sweeps 2, leaving only 1 behind. That's Petra with the picked up Spectre, and that's not gonna happen. Jazzikin gets the 3rd into the round, and that is an anti-eco in favor of Cloud9 White.
Jazzikin's the hero with that adjustment in that spray control. Beautiful stuff. Again, that could have been real bad for Cloud9 White. I love the aggression coming out here for G2, fearlessness coming through, and of course it helps that you only have some pistols on your back. But take a look at this, Bob. She was under so much pressure, and I love it when you're able to swarm like this, especially when all you have is pistols, right? Make it as difficult as you can on the enemies, and that's exactly what G2 did here. But Jazzikin's fully capitalizing off the paranoia, and it's easy peasy.
You talked about it. The idea was perfect for G2 on how they wanted to push on that sidewalk and that staircase. But again, you're playing against a Sova and a Cypher that pinged so many players and just got C9 ready for that flood that was going to come in from G2. Yeah, they lost their lives, but if you're able to get a couple more before you fall down, it just makes it easier for that retake. But this round now, G2 with the rifles, and the bonus comes in for C9. Mimi looking to congregate back towards the mid with the rest of the team, and a sage wall already set up by Jazzikins on catwalk. Already 1 broken down.
And you can see exactly how slow G2 are coming into this round, especially considering it is Cloud9's bonus. They do not want to deal with any sort of shenanigans. And the shenanigans I'm talking about is Mel's position here, very close forward with that frenzy. Wants to work off this trip, and that's some information. But she's just got a frenzy. She's going to stay tucked. And G2 are controlling the map very well. You can see they've got B main control. They've got all of this mid-2 area, especially towards this pizza. Good control. That's a lot of damage.
5 HP for Bob. Allen drone now stopped. It was a camera setup as well for Mel. And unfortunately, Mel turns around towards the market, and Mary just got a mishap, tripped over her feet, and she falls. As one more is getting spotted. The double swing towards Kench bench. And Mimi also dies, making it a very advantageous bonus round for C9.
Yeah, but G2, they're going to be able to get the spike down. They've got market cut off, and they've got this. They've got the weaponry. This is exactly where you want to see those fundamentals coming through for G2. Sure, you're a man down, but you've got the spike down. You've got all the advantages, but not like that. Glance gets taken out. Petra's line of sight cut off with that smoke. It's all on Giuliano here.
Important utility that was left by Petra. The recon dart first. She still has the owl drone. Or the recon dart is ready now, excuse me. As they're setting up for this crossfire on the sidewalk, trying to isolate, just Mel around the corner, but it's gonna be a bait and switch.
Wow.
Beautiful trades comes out, and that's a bonus round for C9 White, a team that has a high rate in terms of win round percentage on defense, and this is why. This is why.
This is exactly why. Those fundamentals coming through so strong for both squads that we've been seeing, really. I mean, from the first half coming into this one as well. But Mel, the fact that Mary, she felt comfortable. I mean, why wouldn't she, right? She was down in that M1 area for so long that she felt confident enough that, hey, if there was somebody going to be here, they probably would have peeked me by now. So unlucky that she doesn't clear her corners, and a beautiful opening for Mel. She's been so good at finding those kinds of one-off picks, impact frags on the board.
Now we're forcing G2 on a much lower buy. Stinger in the hands of Mary. So we still want to try to allow Mary to do the best of her capabilities, entering on this chamber. Moving up on Catwalk, met up with 2 other players, but it's still going to be Bob that decides to peek out towards the mid archway. Gets the first blood into this round.
Yeah, and you can see all of this was just a ruse, right? I mean, A main is all of a sudden taken out, and oh, that wall though from Jazzy, she's being a nuisance towards this cat. What a paranoia.
Wall miss, but still good enough to allow her to fall back and assist the rest of her teammates. Last 2 players now stuck inside Wine. Smoke coming up, and we're just going to drop smokes after smokes. And A site is on lock, and C9, I mean, they're always comfortable with this, Christine, with leaving Mel by herself on this B side with all that Cypher utility and putting a lot of pressure more on this A site.
Yeah, exactly. It's really the power of these Cypher compositions. You really don't need a lot of babysitting with that member, right? You don't need to do those normal 2-1-2s. You can really start the beginning with your Cypher, then let them play the whole round by themselves. And Mel is so good for it. Glance and Giuliano, they'll be happy if they're able to do some damage, but no damage to be found. Jazzy, such a rock star towards this cat area. And again, it's those walls. I like the timings of it. You know, we saw G2, the wall, from the beginning, right from the beginning, as the barriers go down, they're dropping it. Cloud9, they're choosing to hold on to the wall, wait just a little bit, so that they can get a little bit more value towards the latter part of the rounds.
So the prime gaming flawless as we see here. And actually that wall allows a little gap. That was a beautiful shot from Jazzikin to get that kill. And after those 3 kills, she also has a res ready for the team moving into the later rounds. And
just a little sliver. You know, we call those LAN angles. Definitely capitalizing on those LAN angles with that 3 ping. Beautiful stuff for Cloud9.
So a timeout comes out. This time from G2.
You gotta try to stop the truck, right?
So is it trying to fight against Mel? Because most of these rounds, as we just talked about, Mel's maybe by herself towards this B side. Do we want to try to do double pump? Sorry. What's the conversation you think is going on here, Christine?
Yeah, I think G2 are probably talking about the fact that the last couple of defaults were really centered around that mid, right? Which is, it should be. You do want to go take care of that Cypher trip, but now they want to do that in tandem with either B main control, cat control, or A main control on top of that mid control, right? Pick one of these 3, and with that double control, that should apply that sort of pressure that you're trying to look for on the Cloud9 side, and that starts to manipulate those kinds of rotations. Then you get a sound cue, then you got Mary and say, hey, Mary, go kill. So definitely, hopefully G2, we've seen it, right? Their game plan is very, very thick. They've got a lot of strats in their back pocket, so that's exactly what they're looking for to bring out to the table here.
And you definitely know that G2 has the means necessary to be able to throw these fakes and these pumps, because we saw that on our defense when they pushed up all the way up on mid, and we had that information on a rotate of C9, so they could create that noise, they could create that ruckus, and it starts off here towards mid, as you just mentioned here, Christine. So Mary moving forward once again, trying to see if they could find something, and this little change is from the Brimstone smoke that forces out an early owl drone from Bomb. So that's one piece of utility already gone, very important from the Silva, with 110 left on the clock.
Yeah, and you can see the spike is down outside of B main here, and as I said, we need B main control and mid 2 area, and that's exactly what G2 have gotten here. They're in prime position for this B split. You can see Mimi's just biding her time. What a shot coming out here for Bob. Mary thought she had the timing, and as she should, but Bob just kind of clotheslines her. Giuliano's going to be able to collect that spike, and all of her teammates are waiting for her at A.
Ult comes out now on the attack. That is G2 with Mimi and the rest of the team rushing into A. But look how far back we are right now. The spike has yet to move inside the site. Unfortunately, Mel has fallen at the top. Counter Hunter's Fury to try to stop things down towards this A site. But this should be a plant coming in, with, especially with this wall on the attack towards spawn.
Spike planted.
Spike does go down. All 4 members, all 8 players in the server are all towards this cat and this site area. The retake, Katsumi still has a paranoia. We've got 2 flashes on the back of Alexis as well.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone's about to be blind.
This is going to be a big battle on tree, but we have a perfect crossfire, and it works out for 1-for-1, and it's a 1 for Giuliano to capitalize on a second, and a res available. Only 1 left on the defense. Bob knows exactly where the last 2 players are at, but Giuliano goes to work.
Beautiful reaction, and that res came out so quick as soon as she got that kill, understanding both players are coming out through that heaven. And you love to see that, right? You love to see those communications coming through right in the nick of time. G2, they're able to hold Cloud9 off at bay in those posts. And they've been finding those kinds of successes, right? Being able to get into the site and setting themselves up in those post plants has kind of been the story here in the second half.
I was just looking at that replay and kind of liked it. When that double flash came out, the person that was playing towards the left side of the garden didn't want to shoot until she heard contact from her teammates so that she doesn't give her position away. And I'm pretty sure that was Giuliano. That's how she was able to get those 2 kills. Exactly. So don't give your position away, bait your teammate, get the last 2 kills, and then win that round for G2. Now, this round, though, an op coming out from Jazzikins.
Beautiful opening. Battle Sage coming through. And that's kind of what C9 needed to make sure that G2 don't start this sort of comeback. Wall goes down. And another opening. Jazzy's not missing.
And a leg shot onto Giuliano. Now a trap comes in, and that's Mel. Catches him, and that's the hat coming out from the Cypher. The detector spots the last player, and that's going to be Giuliano. Slow orb, killed by Alexis. And that's a way to answer back with the Prime giving flawless.
Jeez, and it just becomes so oppressive at that point, right? I feel kind of bad for Giuliano there in mid. There was a slow orb. There was a one-way smoke. There was a leg, right? And you took so much damage, so much pressure coming through here for Cloud9. And it's good to see that their crossfire, for these last 2 rounds anyway, towards that pizza area in middle has come through, right? We saw Bob getting that beautiful one-tap in mid, and now we're seeing this operator coming out for Jazzykins, just really dominating that part of the map.
Look at us, Christine. We're actually putting a lot of eggs into our basket in this round for G2. A half buy that comes in, getting whatever we can, actually even a force buy. We bought all the way down to almost nearly nothing. And they have at least the Phantom to work with from Mary. Again, trying to leverage her as the entry. Bulldog from Glance, but picking up this alt orb and also having this orbital strike ready now with the Hunter's Fury could be huge for them to turn it around.
Yeah, if you're G2 here, you're somewhat satisfied at this point in the round, right? You're communicating with each other. Hey, look, we just baited out Kasumi's Paranoia. What other kind of stopping power do they have over there? We still got Alexis's nade, and we've got Jazzykin's slows. So at this point, they're looking for the trips, and they're looking for these Sage util, that wall. And then they're going to be able to pounce with the Spectre, with the pistols. We've seen how deadly and dangerous these sort of quasi-buys can be. This angle for Jazzykins, though, these are freebies. And Petra thinks twice before giving her those freebies.
That would have been a great opportunity as well for G2 to fight back into this B site, but they decide to go back into A. But the trip does not get the kill. Mimi still gets first blood in this round, so Mel falls. Katsumi tries to answer back by spraying through the smoke, but the plant's still going to go down at default here for Glance.
This 1v1 from Bob. Here we go. Sova versus Sova. This kill is going to be everything. That sound cue. Bob hears Petra going back.
Well then, to res up Mel. And the fight comes in with the op. Jazzykin connects onto Mary, and Giuliano looks to tuck back. And what a shot from Bob. Then moves forward, but it will not take this corner. The Dig at least gets the kill with the Bulldog. Now the battle at the bottom. The jump from the air. And Giuliano tries to take her down, but they're both still alive. Both stuck at generator for C9. Right click doesn't work. It's going to be the boomstick. And now only Glance left. Orbital strike. And they're playing the clock. They're playing the time. And this is perfect for Glance so far. Now on the peak, the headshot there from Jazzykins. The defuse will be coming in.
Oh my, 0.35, 0.35. And that was as close as it can get. That shot, Jazzykins, it was everything. And those are the hardest shots to hit, but Jazzy is good for it.
And she wants to aim at the head on top of that.
Yes, I mean, it's just in her blood. I think it's the age, it's the zoomer in her. She's nothing but headshots this one, and she's good for it. Bob, I mean, just the positioning for Cloud9. They had everything they needed to make this retake work, even with G2 making it into the site as easy as they did.
Oh, I love the attitude that we see here from Jazzykins. Straight swagger, exactly.
Yes.
And G2, unfortunately, in another round where the economy is in shambles. Thankfully, though, they have that dual defense available for Mary, but that's a chamber on the attack. And the Owl drone from Bob sees that a trip is actually towards B main. So does this mean that we have less players on the attack for G2 towards B main? How do you adapt for C9?
Yeah, I kind of like the fact that Jazzy's not going to mess with that trip. She's just leaving it open, and she's maintaining that line of sight. I wouldn't be surprised if Bob early rotates, but the fact that they don't have this mid control is making her stay towards this market area. But right now, Cloud9, they've got a lot of information. This trip is holding them at bay at Cat as well.
I think Petra just got legged. Actually, Jazzikin's pushed out, saw her later,
Wait,
and
what
now they're falling back towards the A side, and Katsumi gets the pick onto Giuliano. Then Knife comes out for information on more. Paranoia to answer back, and this is not looking good for G2 to turn it back around here on Ascent. 4 players left alive, and this round, important. But it's not going to work out. It's clean so far for C9. A 3 versus 1. Glance has to pop off, but it's Mel instead. And C9 win the first map 13-7.
What a round. What a confusing round as well. You know, we kind of saw Giuliano walking her way across that cat. And, you know, that's kind of one of those feel-bad moments. You always, as a player, you're like, guys, I have timing. I have timing. I'm going to make it up, cat. And unfortunately for Alexis, she's just like, okay, well, I'll take that one out. And as clean as you can get for Cloud9 White, you are satisfied. You're more than satisfied with the fact that you're able to close it out cleanly in map 1.
Yeah, at least we got a little bit of juice coming out from G2 when they play that defense. It looked like they definitely had control of that defensive half, but again, having to play against C9's setup here on defense doesn't seem to work out for G2.
It doesn't seem to indeed. Map 1, that change in composition, the Brimmy with the Stimmy, it doesn't seem to have worked out for G2. Again, though, a bunch of decent ideas in the beginning. That first half, 6-6 was neck and neck.
Yeah, and you just saw C9 wave off here as we're waiting for the second map to start. But at the same time, when, you know, they're waving, we got a couple of cheers coming out from C9, but that's that G2 house starting to turn into a little bit, you know, might call it a library for now. I don't know. Where are the G2 fans to help them out for the second map?
You're brave, fans. You're brave. Definitely brave. There they are. G2 Mary watch party. You'll love to see it. And you can kind of see that for G2 side of things, at least going into map 2, Mary, she's loosening up.
Yep.
I mean, at least on the scoreboard side of things, she was putting on an absolute show on that chamber. And as your young superstar gets looser and, you know, she starts to gain a little bit more confidence, that's exactly what you want if you're G2.
Very emotional, this Mary player so far. And at the same time, though, when you look back at the G2 roster and that experience, right? It's one of those moments where G2, they have, you know, Yinsu talked about it before, 37 years of experience, still younger than me, but still 37 years of experience, and that could work out here for the second map.
Exactly. I mean, Giuliano's been playing on these international big stages for so many years, just really kind of dominating NA for a lot of fans. So she's used to this. She's used to the spotlight being on her for sure.
Yeah, well, that at least is going to be G2's map on, going to be the second one here on Breeze, and let's see what happens after the break. Great job, great job.
Let's go.
welcome back everybody to Berlin, Germany, where we just witnessed Cloud9 White take their 21st win on Ascent this year and still 0 losses. I'm Yingsu, I'm back here with Athena and Ender. You gloat, do your thing. I'll let you.
No, I'm good.
All right,
Look, the series isn't over just yet, okay? I still need Sion to close out. I was hyping up beforehand, but I'm not gonna count my chickens before they hatch.
Athena?
I've never heard that before.
How have you never heard that before?
Okay, anyway. I think G2 definitely, they needed way more rounds on that defense side with that comp. I think going forward, I hope that maybe their comp on Breeze, kind of brings them back. We saw them play. I hope they're a lot more confident on that. But yes, C9 White, super disciplined. Their defense side is just unbreakable at some point. Like you said earlier, they had no util, they had nothing for Cypher, and it just kept going and going, and you could tell that they couldn't find that little crack in the defense side.
Yeah, if G2 was ever going towards B, it was a Cypher Kingdom. If they were ever trying to creep up mid, it was either Mel or it was Bob, absolutely shutting it down. Once Jazzy got the operator online too, that just added just another layer that made the game so hard for G2. And I mean, the heartbreak of heartbreaks is the two Thrifties. Round 2, end this bonus that C9 was able to win.
Yeah, I mean, we see Mel here, again, playing so disciplined that Mary just thought she had the freedom to kind of walk up, but no, it was not free. She actually ended up getting the kill, and they completely converted this round into a win. It was a 4v3. I mean, G2 really had to grasp onto this round, and it's so sad because if G2 had won those two Thrifties that they did indeed lose, it would have been a much closer game.
Yeah, you have those two Thrifties, and then you also have that moment later in the game where Glance used the Brimstone ult and Cat diffuses on 0.35 seconds. The Brimstone ult wasn't fully centered on the spike, and if you'd forced Cat to make those 5 extra steps with the centered ult, that's a round win for G2. Maybe we're going to OT.
I mean, it kind of feels like a controller diff. I hate to say it, but it felt like a controller diff. And I don't mean it specifically about the players, but definitely about the agent picks. Brimstone for me just wasn't hitting. It really wasn't. They were using their smokes early. They used 2 smokes. They couldn't hit the site because, again, Cypher was there to stop it. And so just like that, Brimstone's utility is almost rendered useless. And so, yeah, I'm not 100% sure about that, but I guess we'll see when we go forward.
I mean, there's a lot of great highlights from that map we saw. And here is one, Alexis in the Verizon high-speed moment with a Sheriff. I did not expect her to do this, but I think all of us were kind of off our seats when we saw this happen.
This was just crazy because G2 are going to win this round, and then boom, 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 the absolute speed of Alexis on this one to get those 2 shots, the headshot on Mary. Can't pull together the 1v5 ace at the end of the day, but who actually cares? Alexis, just on another level today, even earlier today, had so many huge rounds, especially on Ascent. It has seemed kind of like her kingdom in just the 2 maps we've seen her play it so far.
Yeah, that was seriously like a chef's kiss moment, She damaged their economy. She did her job. They didn't win the round, but she still managed to get 3 guns down.
She doesn't say a word. He gets 3 kills
yeah, she's chill like that.
My Sheriff doesn't.
I didn't know she was chill like that.
My Sheriff never does that. I don't know why everyone else's Sheriff seems to be doing that. But I think the issue is, and as we saw from there, the duels, they were going Cloud9 White's way. You can't just leave opportunities for a team like Cloud9 White, because I feel like G2 got punished harder there than they have maybe all year in Europe.
I think when you play against Cloud9, you're playing against one of the most structured teams. So especially when you're attacking into them, they just don't leave holes for you to sneak past, especially because they're playing something like the Cypher as well. So you can have a trip and then also a kill trip on site. You're just never getting through that.
Yeah, I mean, we've spoken about Alexis, we've spoken about Mel. We haven't spoken about Bob for, I think, 20 minutes. So let's talk about Bob. Here she is in the AIM lab. A shoot-around, had a great performance against Crew, and continuing, Athena, to have a great performance here against G2 as well.
Yeah, I mean, Bob just kind of playing all roles, even though she is, again, on that initiator role. I'm really interested to see how this Breeze kind of plays out, because, everything is going to kind of hinge on if G2 can kind of get the edge with the way that they were playing earlier and fixing their little micro mistakes that they were having, and then C9 just kind of trying to adapt straight away by seeing what they saw earlier.
I just have one request for C9, and that's keep Bob on the Sova. Put her back on the Sova on this map. She switched over to the Viper lately, but oh my gosh, the way she controls Halls and Nest on Sova, you just can't actually lurk up against her. You don't even need to waste Cypher trips, chamber trips, anything. She'll just just guard that, and her timings, her game sense is just on another level.
Well, let's talk about Breeze a little bit, because when we were watching Ascend, I think you guys were discussing why Breeze was actually a really smart pick from G2, despite what happened on map 1. Why do you guys feel like that this was the right thing for them to do?
Well, generally speaking, I just think C9, when you're playing against a team as good as C9, Breeze is the map that opens up the most like volatility, right? Very puggy map. It's a map where if you have a really strong Jet player that can push out on defense, you can just win rounds for your team and break them before a team like C9 can set up. So C9 aren't bad on this map by any means, but in terms of the overall pool, I'd say, yeah, I'd like to play against them here.
Yeah, I mean, G2 definitely, like, their comp, it works for them. And I think it's a lot more comfortable of a comp than what they had on Ascent. I mean, Juliano on that stage, she was getting kills at the end, you know, but it wasn't what I wanted to see. It wasn't what everyone wants to see. We want to see Juliano in that kind of forward position, making the calls. And so, like, this comp that I think that they're about to play is way, way more comfortable, and they have that slight edge over C9.
Well, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent select here, and a great Jet to break them, but what about a great Reyna?
Honestly, okay, I'm gonna say it. It's not the worst thing in the world. I'm a small believer on this. But look, Juliano hasn't been having like a really standout day so far, even on the Reyna earlier today. So I'm definitely wanting to see more out of her. But overall, like, it does allow you to do some crazy things in terms of the peaks, like sort of dancing around like that right side pyramid on A. You can shut down a lot of the attack with multiple reef peaks as a defender.
Yeah, I think that C9 going with the Jet and the Chamber just means they're going to definitely set up that double op on defense. Yep. So we're going to have to see like how G2 can kind of get past that double op setup.
Well, G2, they have to win here if they don't want to give C9 White the 2-0. Potter and Vansily, let's see if they can.
Definitely want to know if they can, right? As North America, no, I'm kidding. We would. I'm Vansily. I want nice games. I want a third map, you know.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
also, we want to go back into this Breeze matchup here, Christine. Reyna being picked out of Juliano.
Yes.
We saw it earlier on, but no changes for C9. What does that mean here?
I think they're expecting the same old, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about Alexis's tweet earlier, I think, and the fact that she's kind of looking for a challenge, and the challenge should come off the back of Reyna. Look, I'm on Ender's side here. There's a world where this works. We haven't seen the Lears in competition in quite some time. If they're able to do it in tandem with the old school Sova drone going up, high, low, with the Lear down low, which one do you shoot at? Do you suffer getting tagged, or do you suffer being blind? There's a lot of choosy decisions when you're taking those duels. So, hey, there's a world. Juliano, I'm excited to see it.
Well, hopefully it's this world so we can see this third map between C9 White and G2 as we're kicking things off now on Breeze. C9 on defense, G2 on the attack, and lots of mid-control already with the first contact. We talked about Juliano, but it's still going to be the young gun and the veteran, but it's answered back by Mel. G2 now opening the B site and running in, and it's a rotate coming out, and it's going to take a while. Katsumi's already down to 13 HP. She needs Bob, who's all the way across the other side of the map.
Yeah, exactly. Kasumi's just waiting and biding her time. She cannot go down. Petra, at this point in time, she's already got an inkling of this potential flank happening. Bob's got to get some incredible shots to be able to make this retake happen. And the knife.
Oh.
The jig is up.
Yep.
G2 absolutely aware at this point.
It's just time to duel now. And Bob was looking for that first contact, but I love it. Smart here for G2. Play your numbers, play the pulse plan. Nice flash to come out too. And that's Katsumi to fall. And that just lowers the percentage rate for Bob to try to clutch this. And there you go, G2. Very nice on that pulse plan to win the pistol.
Exactly. Such good utility to even secure it there at the end. And again, we've been seeing these combinations coming out from these players just in tandem, right? A flash with the knife or spacing with the Hunter's Fury. Beautiful stuff to really capitalize on all the pressure that these players are applying. And man, that just almost a recovery, a little bit of a whiff at the beginning, and then just G2 exploding onto this site.
If anything, Mel got her too, but at the same time, it was heroic effort that was needed by C9 from nice spacing coming out from G2. And yeah, that was surprising what happened there at the beginning on that mid-fight. But again, after the pulse plan, everything was nice and clean. And this round already contact now towards mid. A save round for C9, but still damage in favor of the defense.
Yeah, that's some decent damage. It is onto the Reyna,
Yep.
unfortunately,
Yep.
who's able to just kind of suck her life back up to full. But
Get topped off.
Cloud9, they're being very brave here. Already pushed out of A main, and they see the trip. Gonna go ahead and decide to break it, and the jig is up. G2, you can see immediately Mary reacting, and they're gonna speed it up.
Oh yeah, realizing that the B side is now open. Just storming through. They have the power of numbers and the power of the guns and the power of friendship.
Stop it. You stop it right now. Mary coming through with the Marshall. We'll see. She's got that elbow control, and okay, she's gonna go.
Oh my.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Let's try to see how much more damage we could do here, though. We activate the dash for Jazikin, trying to see if they could salvage anything up here. Marshall available. Spot it now. Glance looking for a pre-fired shot. Glance, though, lines both of them down, and that is not going to be a weapon that's going to be able to get saved. Last two now at the arches, at the wall. And that is going to be G2. Very, very nice anti-eco in C9 White. They're going to have to work a little bit more here to try to make that economy a little bit more expensive for G2 in the later rounds.
Exactly, and we'll see the first real gun round coming through here for Cloud9. The Sky pick, you know, it's another unorthodox picks along with the Reyna, especially on this Breeze. And, you know, the strength of a Sky on maps like Breeze and Bind, it's absolutely all the info. On such a map as big and large as Breeze, it takes such a long time to rotate from one part of the map to the other. So once you have that inkling, once you have that info that the enemies are working one part of the map, you can kind of do that process of elimination as the defender. So definitely looking to see what kind of info Alexis is able to get. Mel gets taken out. She misses the shot.
At least Jazikins is there, but the op is down and out in the open. We're trying to fight back with the split for G2 as we open the door. And there's that flash that we're talking about from the Reyna. But Katsumi at the bottom of the bridge, you got to pay the toll, and it's gonna be denied.
3v3 post, Bob. The wall is already down, so she's got to be good for this flank to make things happen. Cloud9, they're slowing it down to make that flank do something, and during that time, Alexis was able to find one.
It's almost at a point where they just want to make it expensive for G2. If they're going to forfeit the round on a 3-2, it's going to be unorthodox to do. But they're going to have to start acting quickly, because that clock is ticking down.
One enemy
ADSing with the shock dart. Katsumi gets the kill, but that's Giuliano also at orange. She had a great spot in the forward position. Looks for the last two. As somehow the communication wasn't there. Somehow Giuliano gets a 4K into the round and the Red Bull clutch.
What a clutch coming through, and she had to be good for those shots. The patience we talked about, you know, Vans, even I thought, okay, they're just going for damage, but they had every opportunity to win that round, right? And patience, again, almost paying off for Cloud9, but Giuliano, she's just as confident as we thought, man. That Reyna, it is absolutely paying off. The raid boss Reyna can be absolutely terrifying if you're on the other end of things.
I still kind of want to know what happened there in that communication when Bob was just running, flipping through utility, flipping through the guns, and then that allowed Giuliano to just get those opening last two. That was quite intriguing, but that at least puts G2 at a 3-0 and C9 White on an eco, pushing 2 towards the A-holes.
Bob, good for one, gets immediately traded out, and that stopping power towards B is no longer there. Alexis all alone. Just those light weaponry as well. Just a couple of sheriffs. Alexis has been so deadly. She's been biding her time and her confidence. This would be the moment.
Unfortunately, she gets pinched from behind. So that B site hiding into the shadows doesn't work out. Now trying to do something with a headhunter, but this eco that comes out from C9 unfortunately won't do as much damage as C9 expected. Mary now putting up these kills, putting up the numbers, continuing her reign here on her first LAN at the Game Changers here in Berlin.
Textbook anti-eco, textbook indeed, and at least Giuliano went down. Right, if you're Cloud9 White, that's what you're saying for sure. We got ultimates coming online here for G2. They're already 4-0 up, and this KO ultimate, that means one thing usually, Vans. It's go, go, go.
It means you are powerless. But definitely on the go. On the other end, though, a glass cannon operator coming out from Mel. Is this going to be the answer back? As we're looking at the positioning, though, Mel is all the way towards B, while the rest of G2 looking for that quick hit towards this A site.
Oh, I like this Lear. It's going to block off the vision for Jazzykins. Allow that drone again to get a lot of space, but Bob doesn't care. No Viper wall, it doesn't matter. Gets a clean shot, and Katsumi follows as well.
What a drive-by coming through, and that's a great hold by C9. Both Katsumi and Bob doing their job. As Katsumi still has this drone, she clears it out, trying to clear it out, but Petra answers back, getting a nice timing. Now the drone finally is going to ping her. This will allow Bob to get the wall bang. Well, I guess some sort of a wall bang. It's through the toxic screen as the spike falls. 2 more to go. And you mentioned it, it's Giuliano. It's going to be a tough one still here for C9. Spike still down, out in the open. Glance gets pinged out. But it still could allow Giuliano to get a pick.
Ooh. What a round for Bob. She does get finally taken out. Giuliano is able to replenish her HP just a little bit.
Correct.
But it's a 3 versus 1, and Cloud9 are so good at not over-peaking, not being overzealous, as disciplined as ever, and Giuliano is going to come into 2 crosshairs right here.
That's exactly it, but she gets the kill onto Alexis. A 2 versus 1, but then Mel answers back. It was close. We felt it at some point.
We did, and that's where Reina shine, right?
Yeah,
Absolutely. If you're Giuliano, that you will eat that up every Tuesday of the week. But certainly, oh man, what a hold. What a hold coming out here for Cloud9. First round on the board, and they absolutely needed it. The fact that they're able to get these kills clean before G2 is able to even make any space. And this readjustment coming out here for Bob after this clean kill to go behind these Ivy area is just everything.
Yeah, and the flexibility as well of this team for C9. The patience is so good. You know, we always talk about Bob. Okay, awesome here on Asova, but this time it's actually Katsumi that's playing it, right? Bob's playing a Viper here. And Katsumi and Bob are still able to play this A site quite well together. And then on that 3 versus 1, you already had first contact. Just let the other 2, let Giuliano cross, and you try to win that after. So great discipline for C9. Now the discipline, we're hoping to see this from G2, as it's going to be Mary pushing up here with the tour de force.
A lot of information gained. Alexis, the jig is up. Mary has been spotted, and Jazzykin so aggressive. Once again, has all of that Hall's control and is giving that information over towards her teammates, sees that trip, and we can expect to see some rotations coming through here for Cloud9. They've just given up the site completely, though. They're really playing far back off that trip.
Yeah. Pings are even coming out just to make sure we knife out towards the back of the site for G2. It's going to be a great opening, especially with that kill coming out from Alexis towards the arches. Petra falls from Mel right after. So the Yoppers from both teams going to work.
The flank from Jazzy finally coming towards fruition, and the timing glance just barely goes past the corner, and Jazzy's rewarded because of it.
That activated her dash to spot Glance as well, and that's going to be Glance by herself. Now with this Vandal, looking for this duel win, but there's only 18 seconds left, so trying to make the best out of the opportunity to at least win this duel against Jazzykins, and it works out. After that, more econ damage if you can. But 3 players all over here for C9, and that's a perfect contact to swing out. C9 puts 2 on the board.
Oh, if you're C9, I'm sweating I'm wiping the sweat off my forehead, man.
Yeah, and we got AC here.
That was tough. Yeah, that was a tough round to win, and man, this flank from Jazzykins was absolutely everything. Without this B site is just completely gone.
Yeah.
G2 are completely controlling all of that mid area, and even though Jazzykins has pushed down that halls, I believe this is the 3rd round in a row. At this point now, G2 are already talking to themselves and saying, hey, we can't let her push down halls anymore. So C9 need a different winning strategy in order to be able to consistently put rounds on the board here.
Yeah, that's putting Jazzykins at that halls with the operator at the beginning of this round. Meanwhile, though, we have another push from Mel. So a double op setup here for Cloud9 White. Op shot misses, but at least some information there that it's been very passive for G2 at the beginning of the round. All of them now congregated towards a passive mid, where it doesn't work out on the op for Mary, and the op battle comes in favor of Mel.
What a 1-2 punch combo there. Alexis and Mel just completely holding down the fort. Jazzykin's gonna take her chances as well. That's a lot of information. I believe she did spot that KO maybe down in lower mid. Drone is up towards A main, and Cloud9, they've got all the information they need. Beautiful shot coming out here for Bob.
Hunter's Fury now coming out from Katsumi. Looking for some pings as the Seeker's on top of that. trying to line up that Hunter's Fury, but it's going to be the bullets of Bob's instead.
Wow.
Woo, 2 clean shots, a win, a Prime Gaming flawless.
You love to see it. That's a feel-good round for Bob. That is absolutely a feel-good round. You were 0-4 down, and you were able to hit a couple of clean shots like that, and now all of a sudden, your teammates can absolutely vibe off you. G2, absolutely dominant in the first part of this first half, and slowing down just a little bit. But as I say that, they've got the ultimates online coming through into this next one in order to just really bounce back.
Oh, yeah.
Spike down A. 1 enemy remaining.
Bob, from that fumble to now the clean rounds, making it very difficult now for G2 on the attack to get any type of map control at the beginning of this round. The extremities are well controlled by C9, and you're starting to see that confidence with them pushing more towards the extremities to capitalize on that map control that's given away by G2.
Yeah, exactly. Juliano, though, this time, she does not want those shenanigans. She's going to take her chances solo, taking over this Hall's control as her team gets mid. They've been able to get all of this mid almost for free this entire half. So, Juliano, this timing, there's no trip. Oh.
Yeah, we're talking about Bob, and now is Bob getting 2 kills off screen. So that mid control, it looks like it's always going to be open here for G2, but it's just continuous beautiful crossfires and aiming down long sights that comes in favor here of Cloud9 already at a 3-player advantage. A flash coming out to get information courtesy of Alexis.
And you can see Mel already holding that line of sight right by her side.
This is perfect.
Mimi. Mel knows. Mel knows all.
Exactly. Mimi thought she had the timing and could assist her teammate.
Woo! That's a flick.
Of the day?
Potentially.
But if not confirmed, the Prime Gaming flawless. That's what, 2 in a row so far for Cloud9 White. So we're starting to see that they're feeling confident, especially with this double op setup against G2.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit of breathing room, right?
Yeah.
And if you're Cloud9, you absolutely need that, not just in the server for frags, but for the money side of things, right? You talked about Prime Gaming flawless, all 5 members up. That's a lot of cash, and you need that cash to be able to close out the rest of this half. It would be incredible if you're Cloud9 to be able to close this one out, potentially 7-5, potentially 8-4. So for G2, I'm expecting potentially a timeout in the into the next gun round.
Probably need that indeed. Now, hero rifle for Mary into this round. Owl drone shot away by Mel, so no pink Hunter's Fury to come out. That's going to make things a little bit more difficult for G2 to add that aggression and move in. But they move in with the power numbers once again. But Alexis lines up quite a few for 4 kills into the round. And somehow it becomes a 2 versus 1. Juliano, she was eyeing for that gun, but it got stopped by Bob real quick.
And thankfully so, man. I swear, when you see that Reyna coming
exactly.
through, it can get pretty dicey. So beautiful shot for Bob. And you know, we talked about it in NA a little bit, but the fact that Bob is able to really just change her role on a fly, on a dime like that, it's fantastic flexing ability for Cloud9 White. You see Bob now on the Viper instead of her normal agent on the Sova, but... Tell us, Mel. Yes, don't go to their sites. Let them know, Mel, for sure. Absolutely. They're feeling good, man.
Oh, yeah. They definitely
really
listen. They're feeling good for sure. And that's why this timeout is much needed here. Called out by Carcass, the coach of G2, to see how they could discuss things out. 25 seconds left to figure out how they can open up the sites. Everything's a lockdown here from C9.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, Glance has been holding on to this Viper ult here for quite some time. I'm expecting to see something off of this, right? We'd mentioned the Hunter's Fury on Petra's back. We need to see both of these ultimates going down. Generally speaking, on the attack side, you don't really see a lot of Viper ultimates making impact in the beginning of the rounds, but usually in the mid round. Usually when things are slowing down a little bit, you're able to maybe drop it down without any teammates in A main and really just apply a little bit of pressure, manipulate some of those rotations. So definitely looking to see G2 use both of these ultimates no matter what coming into this round.
That seemed to be the issue. When you're able to have at least a numbers advantage to get into a site to pop off the Viper's pit, but they've been losing a lot of these players themselves, G2, when they're trying to get the early map control. So that timeout, you got to figure out how you're going to be able to keep your players alive on these hits, or at least on the first contact. And it looks to be an A split into this round. This could be good, Christine, because you have the Owl drone that can work out with the Hunter's Fury, and there's no KO on the other end to stop you.
Absolutely. These Lears are putting a lot of pressure on Mel. G2 are able to push her back. Job done. And Katsumi under a lot of pressure.
Elise gets that first one, got her one. Giuliano answers back, and there's that Hunter's Fury that we talked about. A blind ult that came out, but Jazzikins, nice shot there onto Mary. Recon Dart just to keep her at bay at the doors for now. The pit that we mentioned before comes out as well. A battle ensues towards Orange, and that's Giuliano, her favorite spot on this map. Answered back by Mel with the headshot as well from the Vandal. Glance dancing inside the pit, welcoming the rest of C9 into her world, into this Viper's pit, spawning one at the doorway.
She's got time on her side. Spike is ticking away. The onus is on Cloud9 to make the move. They've got to make it into this Viper's pit, and I love the positioning from Glance.
Now we got time. Snake light on the ground! The lineup for the win! The Red Bull clutch for G2 Glance!
Just perfectly lined up together, and their HPs are already decaying, right? So Glance, she doesn't even have to aim there. Beautifully done, really capitalizing off the kit of Viper. But what an execute coming here for Giuliano. We talked about the Leers, and it's a little bit underrated, right? You don't expect it to have that much pressure, but Mel couldn't shoot anything. She couldn't see anything. All of her shots were going to deny the Leers, and that was all the space G2 needed. With that much Hall's control, they can have a lot of fun in that A site.
And when you have moments where the first execute for the trades is quite nice for G2, but when they lose those fights, you still have heroic players such as Giuliano to just play that A side on her own on the post plant. This round, though, you saw that little bit of a mishap, a little bit of a mistake. The Poison Cloud that missed towards the door.
It missed!
Exactly. But it still allowed a save there on the top where Mimi could actually move out, so we'll take it.
Yeah,
we'll take
you know what? If you're Glance, you're saying that was absolutely calculated. You're welcome. I blocked off that vision for you. But I like this move for Mel, right?
Yeah.
Right off the beginning, being very proactive, looking for these duels. She wants to take this round into her own hands. But G2, decent response. The flash didn't make its mark. Oh, uncharacteristic miss.
But Alexis is still there for support. There's that trade-off, but already Petra's there. Katsumi already at the wall too, but she's by herself, looking to potentially fall back, wait for her teammates to move forward, but unfortunately gets caught through the toxic screen. Off to the decay, falls to her death. Bob
Spike planted.
looking to make at least a 2 versus 2 if she can get an early pick. But this position on the top of mid from Mimi, quite important.
Jazzikins, it looks like she does have a bit of a read. It looks she wanted to clear it, but the timing is beautiful for Mimi. Taking that time to just kind of swing out, and Giuliano seals the deal. This B site has been a bit of an issue here for Cloud9, and those misses, that's tough.
Yeah.
That's tough if you're Mel.
And I want to talk about misses actually, but in favor of G2, that Poison Orb that was missed by Glance didn't allow for them to get the Poison Orb on the top of the A nest, right on mid nest. I thought it was going to be so difficult for G2 to move into that split into the B site, but somehow it was left so passively for C9 and it was capitalized by G2.
Yeah, G2 really taking that time as soon as Mel forced that TP away. They had all that control. I think it's a good point, Vans. Cloud9, they've got to do something about this tunnel area. Those splits have been deadly.
Well, as they're focusing on a tunnel, you already see from this radar that Bob is moving forward, but for the rest of G2, seems like the plan is to look again for a mid to A split if they can, but with a lot of pressure once again from Giuliano with the Reyna on the top of their door.
Where did that Lear go? I think it might have missed the mark. Katsumi has an inkling that there's a lot of pressure towards Hall. The communication's coming through, and she's good for the pick.
And a null command also to take control towards mid. Look at this pivot back from G2 to move towards this B site.
It's completely clear.
And all of C9 towards the spawn, just to try to fight back against Giuliano. The respect that's given to that player as Bob watches the archway. Glance, unfortunately, overcommitted, thinking that she had the timing to cut the rotation. And it's up to Giuliano to do that now. And look at that. 2 players from C9 White around the corner. Here comes the first trade. Headhunter, the re-heal, 58 HP. Now looking to battle back. And as she runs out the door, Alexis greets her at the bottom of the staircase. But the action's not done yet. Spike has been planted. And another player falls towards B. 3 players alive now for C9. Make that 2. As now we've evened out the rotation for G2. Spike planet for B main, where exactly Mimi's moving forward. Mary being the other point of contact with this operator towards ladder.
Time is ticking away. Mimi, another beautiful shot. Viper's pit looked like it was going to go down, but
yeah,
it doesn't. It's just
not
ticking
gonna
away.
happen. Yeah, not even a halfway. The least you could do here is do a little bit of damage. Put that at least into your pocket, Bob, for those 2 kills. But the round still comes in for G2, and they take the lead in this half, 7-5.
What a round. And Giuliano, you know, she only got 1 kill in that round, but the impact, the pressure that we talked about, not just from her Leers, but just the presence that she's putting towards that Halls area. There was 4 members of Cloud9 that had to deal with 1 Giuliano. And because of this, they couldn't defend the B site, right? So the game plan for G2 right now, it just seems to be all on Giuliano's back as far as the pressure goes.
Exactly, and if it's Giuliano on one side, it's also Mary on how she's able to open up towards that mid take. So it looks pretty clean. A 6-6 on the first half, now a 7-5, or sorry, on the first map, and now a 7-5 on the second map. Let's see what Giuliano could do with this Reyna and what Ender thinks about it at the desk.
Damn, Van Silly stealing my job, trying to ask questions on the desk. We're gonna get to that in a second. But Ender, how fun is it to watch these 2 teams play against
Oh my
each
gosh,
other?
the on-cam reactions are insane. Like, you have Mel jumping out of her chair, like, never come to our site, get out of here. And then you have Mimi with the best, like, facial expressions, looking straight into the camera. It's just so fun to watch. 2 teams that not only are just cracked out in the servers, but also giving us a show.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams definitely playing it really, really close, but the reactions are honestly the best part, making it super, super entertaining to watch.
Yeah, we're gonna see it in a second here. Here it is. I know, Ender, honestly, I feel like there's a different emotion from Mimi for anything. We don't have it yet, but maybe
She
we'll
did
get
something like, oh, okay, no, here we go. Here it comes. I love it. Like,
I love that. Look at her.
Absolutely great. It's like she's just staring at the camera at all times. I just absolutely love, like, what is this? What is this?
Oh my
She thinks she's at like a photo shoot or something, like giving all the different poses.
Oh, the Uwu. The
Incredible.
Uwu. Have
Incredible.
to end it with that. But yeah, Mimi's having a lot of fun. But on the other side, I gotta say, Athena, the Reyna, it's working finally.
I know, like, I really want to see Giuliano kind of keep up this pace that she's at, because on that defense or on that attack side she was doing great. Compared to how she was playing against Crew, she actually was popping off. I mean, on Crew she had 9 kills on first half, but now she's at that 16 kills, almost double of what she was doing. She actually ended up using her Leers perfectly. It countered the ops. It went really, really well, and so going forward she really has to keep up this kind of momentum on her Reyna. She still has to play it aggressive, especially on defense side, just to make sure that they have that space and deny the Jet running in and everything else.
I'm sold on the Reyna. I'm here for it. I loved the Leers, and now on defense, taking over those early fights, she's got to be big.
Well, Vans, I hope you're satisfied with that answer. Let's see if G2 can go all the way in the second half.
Thank you so much, Ender. If Ender believes, I believe. Giuliano's 16-8 on this Reyna, as now G2 takes the reign of the defender half. We've seen it before during the replays, during the stats that you see powered by AWS. That Giuliano and the rest of G2 have been flawless on this map since October.
Looking good, looking good. They're going to need to start with this pistol to ride that momentum, especially from the first half. Cloud9, they were able to really take over the second half in the first map because of this. And there it is. Jazzykins just clotheslined Mary. That's a freebie. No trade in sight.
As we have the Trailblazer coming out from Alexis, spotting one towards the ladder, but it's still going to be Giuliano. Dropping down Katsumi in close range Mel. Headshot and a TP away, but that also means that C9 forfeits the B site. And they're going to try to cut doors for now.
Yeah, and even though Cloud9 White are down numbers here, the controller and Viper, Bob, is still up. That means the wall can be kind of messed around with, and you can really play some mind games at this point. Cloud9 absolutely going to take advantage of that. Cut noise, as you say, Vans, and give Bob some time.
Yeah, that's a great point, Christine Ashley. By having this Viper still alive, you sell this fake by putting the wall up, still has a snake bite to work with. We'll see the last two maybe go through the doors, but that's also being weighted and graded by Mary as that chamber.
Mary, this line of sight in mid
30
is
seconds left.
So much information. She gets a heads up, and even the gun barrel showing, oh, such a close shot. A lot of damage, though.
Exactly.
Mel barely limping.
Doesn't miss on that shot, though, with the TP away. Alexis and Bob, 4 versus 2, disadvantage for C9. 13 seconds left on the clock. Alexis moves in, also spots Mimi on the top of the bridge. We have at least crossed over for a plant. This is huge.
Yeah, she's going to get the spike down, and Bob, so much pressure, does get traded out. Alexis is 1 versus 3, no utility on her back either.
And that's the first contact against Giuliano, but unfortunately all shoulder body shots. Another pistol round coming in for G2, so that's 3 pistols versus 1 overall in this series so far for the G2 house.
Yeah, you're absolutely more than satisfied if you're G2 with those kinds of stats coming in. And, you know, the desk mentioned it again. I think it was Myrna that said, if you're Reyna, you don't want to slow down just because you switch over to the defense side, right?
Yep.
You want to keep going forward, and that's kind of what we're seeing. Giuliano has not slowed down. She's finding opening picks left and right, and that confidence is booming.
Yeah, and you saw it from the replay on that first kill. She couldn't have done it without that recon that came out here from Petra. So the teamwork continues on for G2 on this defense. And for this defensive setup for this round, still going to be some heavy utility from the Viper on the A site being glanced. And for C9, it's a force buy, running right up towards the doorway. Double doors, now the tailwind activated, but stopped by Mimi. Glance and Bob trade each other out, as it's looking good, at least for Bob on the long range with the Sheriff. Not until Mary comes towards the staircase. Bob now, who did have 2 kills coming in, looking for the last 3, unfortunately misses that recon dart, so it's going to be tough. It's going to be very, very tough at this point. Petra peeking out. Nice headshot there, but down to 47 HP. Contacting on the second one as Giuliano is inching up, but it's not needed. Mary gets the kill at orange, and that is going to be the anti-eco converted for G2.
Close round, close round. I like the idea coming out for Cloud9. I'm a little bit worrisome if that was land jitters or what. Usually I'm not on the desk or casting talking about Cloud9 being so uncoordinated, but that's exactly what we saw here, right? That pounce, that split coming through for A. Double doors had so much contact for so long before A main even reacted.
Yeah.
And that sort of disconnect is definitely not what you want to see if you're a Cloud9 fan.
That confidence continues to reign here for Mimi. Hyping up the team as they take the lead by 4 on this map of Breeze. Petra into this, looking to drone out towards that B main, while C9 on the other end will be working with the hero rifle for Katsumi and holding it very passively towards the spawn to try to backpedal towards B.
Yeah, I think Cloud9 really are expecting G2 to inch forward a little bit too deep and try to get that punish going. Giuliano certainly testing her luck, and at this point, G2, they're pretty satisfied. They've got a lot of map control. Mimi, oh, that's overzealous.
Gun lost. Now picked up here for Bob, and they have a pit from that too. So that will potentially allow for a heavier hit and a pit to come out and a plant. There's that wall coming out from Bob. Meanwhile, Mel with the lurk. Spotted at the bottom here, a 1 versus 1 against Giuliano. Meanwhile, though, the pit opens up. Mel has lost her life, but at least has slowed things down and gave the information for C9 that a flank will be coming very soon. Katsumi at bricks. 3 players now holding inside the pit, and the first contact comes from between pyramids, and that's Petra with the wall bang headshot. Alexis trying to answer back, but they're just playing the time. Beautiful recon dart that allows Glance to get the kill. The numbers continue to dwindle down, and Bob is looking for the clutch. At least that's a first. Couldn't spray onto the second one. And G2 will get the defuse to move up at 10.
And again, G2 really leaning into those win conditions. That's exactly what you want to see. Giuliano, she just made her home that mid that entire round. And even though Mel almost caught and punished, it's Giuliano. She's cool. She's having fun, Vans. She's just fragging out here.
That's a crazy part. Giuliano's doing a great job here on these aggressive fights. Every time it comes down to these great opportunities, yeah, she's going to lose a teammate in the process, but it's always going to be good to not only avenge her teammates, but do more than that to allow G2 to continue this lead. But finally, at least for C9, they have a rifle round to move into.
Yeah, I'm surprised not to see a pause here. Mel and the coach must have a really solid idea of what the answer is coming into this one. I'd like to see them go back towards this A, not shy away from that hit. Again, it was just uncoordinated and a little bit unlucky, but G2, they're giving up this entire B site. A lot of focus towards mid with Giuliano again.
And a dash, spike up on the back of Jazzikins with the tap on that fake. And that split the aggression that was intended for G2 towards the elbow.
Does Jazzy know she has the spike?
She did tap it, so I would assume that they do. So they're waiting for the utility to clear out from the snake bites coming out on the defense. And potentially the wall to come back up once again. Bob now spawning the first contact, at least from the window, and Mel fights back against Giuliano.
Oh, wow.
That's an important kill to have. Bob with one onto Mary, but it's still going to be G2 rolling in here towards that wall. But look at that, we slipped through. It's the QB sneak. We've made it towards the A site, and to cut rotations is going to be Alexis, but she loses the fight.
She does lose the fight. Jazzykin, she's going to be able to make it down, but look, Mimi, she's already sniffed it out. Too much time has passed, and this spike, G2 are wondering what the heck is going on. How has it not been planted? Katsumi, the comms are coming through. Cloud9 White, they want to regroup once more. Make this a 2v2. They don't want to be that split up.
They're okay to give up this B site for G2. Petro just hyper-focused into the top of Nest while Mimi has rotated towards the A side, so this is going to make things very difficult. The thing that's difficult for C9, though, is they have no idea where the rotation is going to be coming from. This is a great opportunity for Petra to get kills here off the pulse plant. And she spots the first one. Elisa spikes planet for C9. Rotation then comes back out from Mimi from the spawn. She does have utility to work with, has a 0 point, and the recon dart also just came out. Both of them spotting nobody towards the arches, and Petra gets a beautiful shot there onto Katsumi. Jazzykin needs this clutch. She gets pinged out, and it's going to be G2 with the round.
What a read. What movement coming through here for G2. And you saw, G2 are playing S-tier Valorant right now. You can see it with their immediate reactions, right? We talked about Jazzykin's making it towards A, Mimi immediately reacting in the server. Those kinds of fast reactions is exactly what you need to be able to have that sort of edge in the server. But Cloud9, I wonder what happened. How? The spike, it didn't go down, Vance.
Yeah, you're right, because you're mentioning it. Hey, does Jazzykin know that she has a spike? I know that she tapped it. We saw it on the screen, and she looks to clear it back. I don't know if there's one of those moments where you're trying to get the wall back up, and then, okay, let's try to plant after that. You saw that they were wasting out the utility from G2, but I just feel that maybe there was just too much contact from G2 towards B main, that it just flustered C9 on the rest of the pulse plant, or at least try to get the plant into the B site.
Yeah, certainly so. A good timeout coming out here for Cloud9 White. If you're G2, you're just talking about what are the win conditions here for Cloud9? What are they coming into
and what are
this
they?
Next round? It's the Sky Ultimate, right? We've got the Sky Ultimate coming online right now. Alexis on this role hasn't been quite as impactful as we've seen on map 1 and 2 in the earlier series, but Sky, that information, it should allow you to start making some proactive moves. You know, Jazzykin's on this Jet, a little bit more quiet than we're used to on the role of Jet. And you know, Jet thrives with information. You're able to make those proactive, aggressive plays that we're seeing Giuliano do time and time again.
Yeah, and even on the aggressive plays, the idea that Giuliano and Mary had earlier on to double push towards the elbow, and Mary being first contact. If she gets spotted, TP's away, Giuliano comes in for the kill if they can. We got to be wary for that for C9 after this timeout. But G2 continuing to show that they're strong on this map, that this map literally is a breeze for them.
It certainly has started as such. Mimi holding on to this knife. I like this lineup as well, Vans. It's completely unbreakable, and it gets really deep into the halls. That information, 3 members on the board there for G2.
And that's just going to allow Glance to be ready inside the pit. The Trailblazer to spot her, but no concuss, no sprays. G2 still holding the ground while C9 decides to rotate back towards this mid and B.
Yeah, now the Sky Ultimate is very strong versus a Viper ult, but we can see that Cloud9, they don't really want to mess with it. They're leaving Glance's area of the map, and they want to regroup and try to make this B split happen. There it is, the ultimate online.
This is good. That would allow for C9 to flood into the site to fight the 2 members of G2 inside B. But G2 avoids all of that. We cancel out the push from C9 because of it.
Good defense, solid defense here for G2. Definitely holding C9 back at bay, but they're going to go once more. A double pump coming through here for C9.
30 seconds left.
That's Giuliano just around the ladder, and unfortunately, Mal somehow snuck through, and also Giuliano wasn't ready for that. B side now open. C9 easy plant. And of course, this time Jazzykin definitely knows she has a spike. Just got it planted.
Yeah, exactly. And this post should be easy breezy for Cloud9. Bob has such good positioning, but she gets laid out by Mimi. 3 versus 4.
Null Command also available for Mimi that could actually cancel a lot of the utility for C9 on the pulse plant. Will it be used? Potentially off a first contact kill, but that's a nice combination of Flashlight and Jazzikins to swing out and get the headshot. And no Null Command to come out. Glance answers back for 2 though. Only she is left on his 2 versus 1. Spike is still taken down, looking to win this battle against Mel. And a 1 versus 1. And Katsumi at least finally stops the bleeding on what would have been a great attempt by Glance.
NT indeed for Glance. Such high cerebral moves, immediately dropping the wall to cut off that line of sight. But instead of going for the tap, she goes to finish off Mel. Just ice in her veins. Nice maneuvers coming through here for Glance. And those kinds of individual moves, I mean, that's really what's settling the debate here so far in map 2. They've been winning out on these individual duels.
I want to mention on those kills that Glance was able to get, that the round, despite it going in favor here of C9, that they're actually buying into this round, that if they lose, they're not going to have too much to work with. Very important now for C9 to capitalize onto a round with getting a lot of players alive. If not G2, they win this map for sure.
Everything invested in Bob. Looking to get a lot of ground. Oh, the time for Petra. It's a lot of information. Bob is not slowing down. Really aggressive stuff. Bob feeling like she needed to make that frag happen, but she just gets taken out. And now Cloud9 are in a pickle here, Vans. No smokes on the table. When your Viper goes down first, it can get really tricky.
Yeah, and that's the experience of Petra as well. Myrna talked about the sound here on land. Petra just decides to fall back with the angle to get that kill. And Glance, meanwhile, got another one into the round. That is going to be another fall towards the caves. So we just have to try to push in and go for picks. But look at the positioning from G2. They're just so good right now. The control now, even the map on defense. Only 1 left to go. And like I said, the economy is so low for Alexis. You just have to try to survive for the next 35 seconds. Can you do it? Everybody's closing in on you. And Petra is just waiting there on the top of Nest. The contact for the first kill, but that allows the swing to put G2 at map point.
You love to see those, once again, crossfires coming through strong. Of course, it's a cherry on top when you're able to get clean frags and that headshot percentage coming through the roof. But the crossfires, again, Giuliano and Mimi, just ping-ponging off of each other's contact towards those mid-doors. It's just beautiful, simple Valorant coming out here for G2. And this is it, Vans. You mentioned it, the money, a little broke. Jazzikins does have those knives, and this is the round that C9 need those knives to be a hero.
All the eggs into a basket, and that's going to be to head towards this B site. It's going to be quick, but it's still going to be Petra. First blood into the round. Woo! And Petra's not going to get out of anybody's way. Finally, Katsumi and Bob, they fight back, but still at a disadvantage for C9. Null Command already comes out, so there's not going to be any Hunter's Fury. So as they're pushing through, Giuliano gets the first. Bob looking for the clutch to save the round at least for C9 to stay alive into this. The 3rd kill into the round, 10 HP left. And the Viper's been available, trying to get the kill, but it's still going to be Glance. Redemption comes in as G2 brings this to a 3rd map.
What a closer. What a round. Again, it's for Glance. No other than Glance. And it seems like, it feels like for G2, it was Glance or Giuliano to just completely solidify the end of these rounds time and time again, especially in the second half.
So now we look at this. We've tied things up 1-1. And one of those games where like, oh, it's going to be an amazing series. It's going to be super close. We've seen a 6-6 on Ascent. We now see a 7-5 on Breeze. But then when it comes down to the second half, whoever's map pick it was just pure domination. And that domination translated with Giuliano.
Yeah, and you know, this brings the question, a lot of what ifs. You know, this time around, G2 secure both pistols. There was no funky shenanigans with those anti-eco rounds, you know. Ascent was a little bit wishy-washy, so all of a sudden you're able to satisfy those check marks and you get a clean victory here on Breeze.
And now it seems as though there was no answer as well for C9 on the attack. They look really good on the defense with the double op setup. And yeah, you always gotta love how Mimi's been having fun here, and that LAN experience rings again for this G2 roster. Always coming from, or not always, but being comfortable to come back from a deficit and be dominant on that second map. I'm looking forward for this 3rd map because that's another big question mark, another one that we need an answer for. what does C9 look like on Pearl?
Yeah, exactly. And it's a little worrisome, especially because we started seeing Cloud9 faltering a little bit, and it's something I've never said before all the times that I've watched these players play. We're always talking about how fearless they look, how fluid they look, but they looked a little bit shook, I gotta say, in that second half.
Well, usually, if you're looking at a map like Pearl, Giuliano has been really good on that map. And if she continues that performance on Breeze into that map, I'm scared for C9. Let's see what's going to happen, though, after we see what happens in this series and after the break.
Me, I can't remember. I've been dreaming for way too long. Oh, so it goes again.
What a response from G2 goes, and they even things up on Breeze against Cloud9 White. I'm Yingsu, I'm back here with Athena and Ender. You guys both said if they were going to take down Cloud9 White on any map, it was gonna be this one. And Ender, they did it very successfully.
Oh yeah, look, this is a map, again, where it opens up so much individual playmaking, right? And it's no better exhibited than in Giuliano absolutely popping off on the Reyna. I think it was absolutely the right idea, and her being able to find so many of the opening picks, as well as actually really effective Lear usage, was a big factor, especially in their first half.
Yeah, I mean, just to touch up on that Lear usage, like Giuliano was using it perfectly. You know, after they had their timeout, she started using it on that attack side to push off the Opper. And as you can see here, it started working out in their favor. Giuliano kind of going crazy, getting those kills. She started taking the aim duels. That's what they really needed coming into this match.
Yeah, I mean, the Lear buffs, I think, are actually so meaningful, especially against Oppers, right? Because now all of a sudden, your Lear actually affects Oppers. Crazy, right? And if you have like a solo op player like a Jet or Chamber often like to do, like you have to be the one to actually break that Lear. Also, the Lears out of hall doors were really effective. They used it as a fake one time behind their own Viper wall when C9 actually didn't have any players on site and rotated everyone over to B. So it was really clever, and honestly, the best Reyna usage I have ever seen on Breeze. I'm not kidding.
Yeah, she was even followed up with KO a lot of the time with like flashes on Lear on flashes. Like I think that they played it out really, really well. They really used their comp to their advantage, and I think that they knew coming into this to expect the double op comp. And then once we actually went onto that defense side for G2, we saw them kind of abuse that, hey, they can't double op anymore, so we kind of have the advantage here. And I think KO versus Sky is something that we were talking about earlier, and that also is kind of just a meta thing for me that I think KO just came out on top.
I mean, let's take a look at some of the things that Giuliano was doing, because Reyna does still feel like a bit of a controversial pick, but I've always said this in EMEA. Reyna on just like a regular play is not the same, Ender, as Reyna on Giuliano.
Yeah, it definitely gives you a whole lot of options here, whether it's the pistol rounds everyone talks about, you can get the overheals, as well as, again, like, I think it is such a big difference, the Lear out of halls compared to a KO flash, because we actually saw in this game, like, KO flash out of halls, and C9 player ducked away from it and got some kills. But when the Lear was out there, no one on C9 could actually deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it come into like loads and loads of clutch plays. We even saw that Giuliano started getting space and making space for her team, even though she doesn't have any movement abilities. And I think that is why Giuliano is such a strong player on that Reyna.
Yeah, and one of the reasons I feel like we had to highlight Giuliano is because she did play Reyna earlier. It wasn't the best. I think just the earlier match she had, maybe it was a warm-up. She didn't really show us the Giuliano we knew. But going on to Pearl, the reason why her having a great performance on Breeze, Athena, is so important is because her Pearl Reyna is something I feel like got everybody talking when she whipped it out.
Yeah, I mean, G2's Pearl has been known to be kind of a namesake for them, like it's their home territory. So I was actually really surprised when C9 let Pearl through, like you said earlier. But yeah, I mean, Reyna on Pearl, getting those picks, trying to break Lears, it's something that's really, really hard to do, especially on such a long map.
Yeah, 100%. If you actually went back and like watched when they first brought it out against Guild in the upper semis, I think, or the upper finals, then they played them again. Like almost every single round on the attacking side was decided by Giuliano walking towards double doors. You get an Astra Star sort of halfway down through. She breaks the chamber trip, and then Guild just freaked out. They're like, is she pushing connector? Is she pushing through the smoke? Did she just leave? Well, yes to all three. She was doing it all. She was really mixing it up in between. So that one play is something that C9 know is coming and need to be ready for.
But again, maybe we don't see the Reyna because it's G2 and they know that everybody watches them. Who knows? But more importantly, and I feel like we do something fun because we don't usually get to theorize what a team is going to play on a map they've never played before. C9Y, 0 times we've seen them on Pearl, and this is going to be their debut on the map. What would you guys like to see, and what do you think they're going to bring out here? I'll start with you.
Yeah, for me, I have to see Bob on Fade. Like, I have to. Fade is so, so important on Pearl, especially getting that art control, getting the double doors control, and getting the information. Like, it's so important. And Bob has just been, like, constantly popping off on these initiator roles. I mean, we even saw her pop off on Viper, to be fair. Like, I think she just pops off no matter what. But on Fade, it's so, so important. I think with the dog, you can be way, way more aggressive, playing those tight angles and just kind of getting the perfect space for your team. So personally, I have to see that. I'm going to be upset if she doesn't pick it.
I'm totally on board with you because also I think it lets you take a little bit more aggressive or a little more risks like on the attacking side, right? Sort of reflanking into mid, that sort of stuff. But I want Mel to be a based Cypher enjoyer on this map. Forget the easy breakable chamber trip. I want to see some wires and I want to see it right here.
I mean, all day when we come to the Prime Gaming Asian Select, we've been looking at the side of G2 because they're making changes. But here, I want to make sure you guys look at what Cloud9 are going to bring to the table. Again, they have never played this map before, and it looks like Jazzy is going to start by locking in the Neon.
That's how you see it. Look, I'm totally on board with the Neon here. I think it's so good at helping you scale down B long.
What is happening? What am I seeing?
Wait, G2 are so selfish. I'm like, don't look at them, and this is what they do.
Yeah, that is in fact a Yoru here.
Lothar is probably having the time of his life right now.
The really strange thing about this Yoru, though, for me, is it doesn't feel like there's a ton of setup backing it up. Like, there's talking about, like, the Yoru breach, Yoru, like, and whatnot, like, other setup to get you in with the more aggressive teleports you're instantly playing, but they don't have a lot of that going.
That is actually, like, a really good point, because Yoru is their only flashes. Like, there is no setup behind it, but C9 doesn't have any flashes at all. So I have no idea how this is going to play out, but I think it's honestly G2 favorite. I hate to say this, but I just comp-wise.
Well, this series just continues to get better and better and better. Vans and Potter, I can't wait to see what you guys make of this Asian select.
Once again, even I don't know. Nothing but good surprises. At least a good series, right? We had no idea what C9 was going to do on Pearl. This looks a little bit more standard. We got to talk about this Euro here.
I'm concerned. I gotta say I'm concerned. My immediate reaction was, okay, Yoru now next should be the breach, right?
Yeah.
Because Yoru is one of those agents where alone a little bit weak, but in tandem with that fault line off of Breach's back can do some really fun stuff. So we'll see what G2 have lined up. I mean, the Reyna game plan on Breeze was absolutely spectacular. So I'm expecting something crazy coming out here for Giuliano.
Yeah. When you remember G2, how good Giuliano has been with that Reyna on that map on Pearl, it was a lot of that mid control. Is it going to be the same thing now with the Euro as well, especially if we don't have that breach for support for the long sights to get in? So we'll see what happens. We're already starting the pistol round, third and final map of this series to see which team is going down to the lower brackets. Is it C9 or G2? And we're about to find out with G2 on the attack.
Nothing but a trip stopping G2 from completely taking over this site. Look at how grouped Cloud9 are already on the movement for the flank, but this Sage wall is so huge. G2 are going to be able to get the spike down easy.
That's also going to make it very difficult for C9 to overtake the site from the Staircase of Art. And yes, that's what's going on. That is exactly what's going on.
Yeah, the Yoru TP, Giuliano finding her time to make this flank happen. G2 Mary, she's making sure that the timing is going to come through, but the dash, the slide coming out for Cloud9.
Jig is up though. Here comes the flank from Giuliano. Takes down Mel and the fight comes in towards the Staircase. Katsuma with the right clicks onto Mimi for the Sage dip. We're starting onto the defuse, but it's G2 all over the scoreboard with Glance on the last kill and G2 with another pistol.
So many layers coming into this pistol round from both squads, right? I mean, we saw Cloud9, all 4 members super grouped together in that mid. They didn't want to defend the sites. They just wanted to make that retake, pre-take happen ASAP. But Giuliano, man, from the start, you could see that the entire game plan was to allow her to use that TP, make it, and make that flank work. Such clever plays coming through right off the gate here on pistol.
And thankfully, that's done at the pistol round for if you're a C9 White fan, because now it's going to be, okay, well, at least we know there's going to be these wacky TPs coming out from Giuliano, who sets one up at the beginning just on the other side of control. So they could try to go here for some early pillar focus with Mel on the top. Force a TP away.
Nothing but pistols on the side of Cloud9. This should be an easy plant, but we say these things all the time, Bangs. And then all of a sudden, the caster curse comes through. But this is looking like business as usual. Sage wall should protect Mimi. And for Cloud9, if they're able to do some damage, maybe get some ultimate points on the board on this anti-eco, it would be huge, setting themselves up.
Yeah, but the positioning here from G2 is just looking
cleanup.
too good, exactly. Clean up on aisle 4. I should have said clean up on aisle 9. What a big miss. That said, though, Petra gets the last kill there into the round. That's G2 with 2.
And it's good to see that G2 are playing to their strengths, even on these anti-ecos. Not getting overzealous. We saw a little bit of that in maps 1 and 2. Oh, this is it, map 3. Full purchase coming on the board for Cloud9. And, you know, we talked about the fact that they seem to be slowing down just a little bit. That sort of coordination and teamwork that we always commend this Cloud9 squad for was slowing down in that second half of map 2. So on this first gun round, absolutely looking for decisive plays across the board for all 10 players.
Yeah, as you mentioned, C9 White.
Oh, my!
Okay, it's going to be Bob opening things up with the headshot. Not only that, a dink onto Mary, and thankfully Mimi's there for the heal. But there's pressure going in towards Art. Flashes to push Jazikins away. But this is still not going to allow G2 to get any early map control after that beautiful shot to open things up.
And Petra still holding her ground. She wants to try to avenge Glance's death if she can. Bob, beautiful shot. And that smoke is just going to hold G2 off at bay. And Jazzykins to clean up as well. Petra tried. You know, she tried to be as patient as she can, but she gets taken out. And all of a sudden, it's just Giuliano and Mimi. No TP on the map here for Giuliano. She does have the spike on her back, and she's going to leave her teammate in Mimi and try to make something happen. It's just Mel across the map here. Oh.
Mimi spotted on the top of the staircase. And that allows all 4 players of C9 just to stick around that site. So it's going to be a 1v1 potentially towards the back end, where Giuliano's currently going and Mel's on that rotate too. So who's going to get the better timing right now? 20 seconds left on the clock. Only a Vandal available. And if you're looking at this radar, it seems to be the advantage coming in for Mel. There you go, the execution. A prime giving flawless for C9, and that's how you want to start things off on your first gun round.
Exactly, so make sure that things don't get out of hand coming into this bonus, especially since the pistol just kind of slipped out of your grasp. If you're Cloud9, you are satisfied. And for G2, Petra, she's looking like she wants to have fun in tandem with Giuliano. 2 ultimates, just 1 point away from each. You can do some really funky things with this Yoru ultimate and Fade ultimate together. So, you know, maybe that is the win condition. You know, the breach fault line doesn't need to be there. Petra and Yoru, we'll see.
Well, we still need another ult orb or a kill for Giuliano to see if that plan is going to come into fruition. A little bit of damage from both ends of the chambers, but Mel comes out a little bit more damaged.
Very slow start for G2. Mary just making sure there's no funny business on the B main side. And yeah, there's a lot of decisions to make. Do you shoot it? Do you not? Katsumi's like, wait a minute.
Well, it disappeared, so at least we know that was a decoy. But the decoy was good to break that trip, and Katsumi runs back out. And that's a heavy duel to win for C9. But Petra looks to answer back.
Oh,
Hot
Petra.
now available. Yeah, she slipped through. And looking for the timing against the stage. There's a headshot running in. A counter out from Jazzykins. Relabeled onto the ground. Low HP as we dance inside the smoke. Petra then dissipates after that duel. A 4 versus 3. At least G2 has taken control towards this B site, and they'll get a plant, and they have a lurk.
Yeah, with all those distractions happening, G2 were able to get this ground. Mary finding so much space. Oh, and the timing, she just turns away. Jazzy's able to punish.
Waiting for that timing from Glance. Instant kill onto Jazzykins, so we know there's that lurk towards spawn. Last 2 players coming in from B-Link of C9, and we know also that the Sage planted, but don't know where she retreated. Glance on top of heaven, and that's 2 quick kills from G2. Continuing with the crossfiles, but this time watching her angles on the pulse plant, and it works out.
Exactly, and Mimi's also going to go ahead and invest her ultimate into this one. Make sure that that economy stays high for G2, and that was beautiful. I mean, it was towards this B site once again. These post plants are so tough if you're defending and you're coming for the retake. There's just so many crevices and corners. You've got to check left, then you got to check deeper left. There's a lot of corners that you've got to retake if you're the defenders towards that B.
At least the positive aspect for C9 is understanding that G2 in the past on that previous comp, as I mentioned before, likes to work on that mid. They did a great job to hold that with Jazzykins and Katsumi. But the Exterminators are still being pushed very confidently and with lots of success for G2. We want to try to fight back onto that by working towards the A orb. And here comes the dimensional drift from Giuliano. The flashes for the team to follow behind. And now she's been back at the site. Nightfall to come out too.
Oh, wow.
And she
It was all
TPs
a
towards
ruse.
B, my god.
It's all a fake. Giuliano single-handedly with Petra are able to just sell the fake completely. Cloud9, they've all rotated. It's a free plant for G2. And we've been talking about these posts and how difficult they've been. 5 versus 5. We've got some utility on the board to make this happen, but this is going to be so tough.
Yeah, especially Mel with an operator, and because it took so long to rotate into this map, there's not much time to work left. So you have to act quickly for C9, and that might be an opportunity for G2 to catch C9 on a slip-up for this retake. Jazzykin is looking to be the first point of contact. Spots one, goes out with the overdrive, but overheats, and then it's going to be G2 just, once again, all over the board. But Bob answers back for a bit. Only Alexis and Bob. But this is looking to be one of those situations where It's not going to happen for C9, no matter what. You can't even save your weapons, and G2 are just winning round after round confidently.
Glance, such a superstar in the server. I gotta give love to the controllers out there. You know, you don't get every opportunity like those duelists do all the time. So, but Glance has just been so just impressive in that server. Anytime action comes her way, she's making those optimal decisions. High percentage plays, able to clutch round after round. And G2, what a creative play coming through. That was just off the back of Giuliano going in, having fun with the Petrol utility, that fade utility.
Also,
Cloud9 bit so hard.
Exactly, especially with the Nightfall too, so it seems as though there's just going to be a lot of utility being dealt. And those fakes, another one of those moments where C9 should eventually call a timeout soon to just try to adapt a little bit more. Try to think, but so far, every single round, Christine, it's been like a new trick up the sleeve for G2. So how the hell do you adapt to this faster than usual? Yeah.
They're throwing curveball after curveball after curveball. You love to see it as well coming through. I mean, they've been spending some time making up all these plays across the board. What a treat this is. I was not expecting the Yoru to have so much impact so far. We're only in round 6.
It's looking to be another round coming in here for G2, with Alexis just trying to bait some noise, trying to at least find some silver lining, and it's not going to happen. Lots of utility once again, and that's one of those things. Not only that, you're looking at the pulse plans, Christine. They still have so much utility to work with for G2. It's like one of those moments where you're playing rat games and you're like, I can't even play the game.
Absolutely, and take a look at the money even on the side of G2. You know, we've been talking about maps this whole series, really. Every round has kind of been balling on a budget, but this time around, G2, they can make some pretty big purchases and even have extras left over. So everything going well for G2 in their game plan, and you can see the watch party still going strong. So hyped for Mary.
Well, there you go. There's that timeout that we said that we needed, because on that last one, it was an eco round, already having some chance to discuss things first. Now you're calling the full timeout. How do you adapt to all this? What can you work on? And it seems as though, yes, we had success on that mid, but those extremities, how do you stop Giuliano? Do you have to now, at this point, Christine, leave somebody back in B site? Because that seems to be where the gate crashes are going.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, you've got to be able to deal with the Yoru, right? We've just seen, as you say, too many times now where that gate crash is having too much impact, I'd say, right? And if they're able to have that sort of util, or rather info, to not bite so hard on these fakes, then we could potentially see some sort of a defense. But so far, from every single round, Cloud9 haven't really even been able to play at all.
Yeah. They tried to fight a little bit towards that A main, but if not, mid control has been slightly passive, and also B has been passive from Mel. I wonder if at this point, if it's going to be a Yoru faking and TPing away, should you gain more control on that mid, where we don't see too much of G2 if it's not for like that mid round.
Yeah, that definitely could be interesting, especially considering how the pistol round went, and I believe round 4 went, right? We saw a lot of grouping coming out for Cloud9, and they went re-aggressing towards that mid.
Yeah.
And although they lost, it at least set them up for that fast retake.
Correct.
So definitely such a good point. Be proactive and look for better duels, because so far everything has been in the control for G2. Every single decision has been on G2's terms.
Yeah. It's still going to be hard to get across those lines, across the finish lines of those doors at the B-Link or at Art, just because you don't have any, for example, KO that goes for a flash on the top for them to try to get a lot more value off, like Jazzikin's dashing out or something like that too. So, I mean, at this point, there's going to have to be, well, I was going to say there's going to have to be a lot, but I'm assuming at this point, you can't really check anymore. So we're going to have to see what happens.
We will have to see what happens. We had a little bit of a tech delay, but we're right back into it, and a healthy purchase coming through. We've got Bob with an ultimate coming online, and again, aggression. You talked about it. Mel, she's going to take the duel. She doesn't want this Yoru shenanigans to happen, and it's chamber versus chamber. Oh, she's so blind.
Well, it was going to be a chamber versus chamber, but when a blindside comes out from the Yoru, just retreat. Reposition yourself. but also here's the advantage potentially of the reposition from Mel. Now towards an area where she could actually aim down the sights and look under to the cross into B. There's no Viper wall that's going to be able to block her line of sight, but the utility from glance could be important.
Huge, huge opening pick for Katsumi, just finding the best timing she could have ever asked for. Mary decides to take that time, find something else. The res does come through, but oh no!
No. Instant spam onto the wall, dropping Mel for the second kill, but that opens up once again at least the A site. Cosmic Divide will allow G2 to move in. Petra also come in for the plant, and a late lurk now from Mary up towards Art. All of C9 White at least has rotated where they can actually come in with a bloodbath. The Haunt to come out first from Art. That's going to be Alexis throwing it down at the A-Link. The other two moving up towards this pit.
And Bob, Alexis is being really patient, waiting for this lurk to come through for Mary, but if she's got to go. The time is ticking away. She can't afford to just wait as long as she would have liked.
Yeah.
Giuliano's playing this so well.
And especially when Glad still has 2 stars to work with. So they bait out the gravity well. Petra goes for the kill. Unlike for Jazikid to lose that duel, but it's looking really good for G2 to be able to win this round, and they will do so, even wasting out the Nightfall from Alexis.
And I apologize, that was Mary. Of course it was Mary that was playing that round so well, so disciplined. And, you know, we talk about it not being overzealous, having all the information and playing those high percentage rounds. That's exactly what Mary did. These post plants are looking a little too easy for G2, I gotta say.
And yeah, I agree with you. And at the same time, when G2 gets into the site, it's almost into no opposition really coming out from Cloud9 White, right, Christine? They're just doing a great job for all these fakes, pumping C9 over to a rotate, and getting that plant on the other end.
And it's certainly not for a lack of trying. Cloud9 White, once again, trying their hand at this B main control of some sort, and that's just a clone.
Don't want to risk it. But we have a forward position from the Stool de Fosse from Mel. Winning for the first contact, easy first kill onto Mary, and will TP away. And once again, she's anchoring herself.
Yeah, and the Yoru TP is going back over towards that B main. You can see that this time around, Cloud9, they don't want to deal with it, but they've got a bit of the wrong read.
Yeah.
G2, the conditioning that they've been putting on this entire first half is paying off hugely. It's only Mel towards this site all alone. G2, this should be an easy plant.
Yeah, and they broke the TP right away, which then potentially will just put G2 into the A site, and the TP goes into mid instead with the second one. The headshot onto Mel, and Giuliano's just playing around the map.
Yoru finding so much value coming into these rounds. Cloud9, 4v4. They don't have much utility, they don't have much weaponry, and Giuliano wants more.
And she'll get it. Only for an extra one. But it's still going to be G2. On the pulse plan, forward positions, not too much that Bob could do. She's looking to see if she could pick up Giuliano's weapon. It's not going to work out. Mimi swings out, and that is now going to be 7-1.
That's tough.
Not as close as the first 2 maps.
Certainly not. Certainly not the start that you want if you're on the side of Cloud9. G2, they can't be stopped. It doesn't seem like they're making any mistakes at this point. And it's, again, it's not for a lack of trying. When we're looking on the Cloud9 White side of things, they're consistently being proactive. They're going across the map looking for these duels. But G2, they're just in the right place at the right time. Even the last round, Mel opened the round with an opening onto the side of, I believe it was Mary? And they still are unable to recover.
They want to continue to fight forward on the top of the pillar, and this time they break the decoy and continue to spray through to get 3 kills for C9. Being able to fall back. G2 now stuck on the top of control. Mimi still away, far as away from being able to get a res out to at least give a little bit of a hope for G2 into this round.
Now, this is the first time we're seeing G2 at a numbers disadvantage. It will be very interesting to see how Mimi plays this off. 2 points away from the ultimate res. Things can get... Well, never mind.
No dicey situations at all. But yeah, you got to give it for C9. we want to try to work up towards the B halls a little bit more. We got soul orbs to work with to make sure that we're not really pushing out around that corner for G2. But that was one of those moments, Christine, where it was just like, okay, whoever wins the duel, and that was going to be the round for them. And that time, it was C9.
This is so tough. Such a tough game right now if you're Cloud9 White. Giuliano once again on this Yoru. The ultimate, it's online. And the last time around, she went towards that A and faked completely on her own with that fade. We'll see what Giuliano's plan is. Cloud9, again, contesting this B main.
Who's next? Here comes the dimensional drift. Yoru moving forward into this B site. But I don't see a TP moving forward. Well, it's to fall back, actually, to play the pulse plant. The rest here of G2 falling right behind a decoy once again that allows Jazzigans to get blinded, at least break the crosshair placement in G2. What an entry into the site for B.
Spike planted.
Spike will go down. Bob finds herself in a forward position, is good for it. Mimi gets taken out. All of a sudden, 3v3.
Ooh, but we converted towards the left side or right side of the back halls. A 1-for-1, and Petra leaning back out towards Pillar. Now setting up a crossfire where the spike is planted directly for them. Alexis and Mel, off shot missed.
Wow.
Only one more to go, and it's going to be Mel picking up the Elder Flame Vandal. Looking to bite back here into the back halls, but Petra stings out for the kill. And that's G2, 8-2, with such a dominating attack half.
What an incredible round, and the best part of it was that you included the fact that it was an Elder Flame Vandal in that. I mean, listen, if you're going to win and dominate NA's best in Cloud9 White, you got to do it in style.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I love the fact that she was able to do that with the Elder Flame. And again, Giuliano finding another entry off the back of that Yoru kit. So much value, so much impact coming through here for G2. And again, I got to say it, Giuliano.
Yep. At this point, there you go, that mid control, trying to do a little bit more. It was the overdrive to try to take control of Plaza. That just got stopped right away.
Petra feeling pretty confident, pretty comfortable in this area. Both of her teammates ready to just pounce and react off any sort of contact. And Cloud9, 3 members. These are the kinds of plays that Cloud9 attempted on, I believe, the first round and round 4. They weren't successful, but timing is everything, and Glance does get taken out.
We'll take those for C9 for sure, but 2 of them are heavily damaged. Things are still looking good for G2 to continue to work around the map. A minute left onto the clock as Mary's looking to open up towards this B site. More passive plays from C9. Mel just winning the back of screens.
Exactly, and you can see that G2 are slowing it down because Mimi wants to get this res off on her teammate, allowing her teammates to get a little bit more control before that actually goes down. And I like this adjustment, right? G2 have been very aggressive and in Cloud9's face, but this time around, with their win conditions being this res, they've slowed it entirely down. They're just defaulting.
Yep.
If one of their players gets picked off, all good. They're just going to maintain this control, get the res off, and re-exec.
They walked across the map, playing that contact, seeing that the site is clear. Petra looking to look at least at the dugout, and there's not going to be anybody there. Wall to block off towards the spawn. Plant is now coming in. There's not too much utility or even weaponry to work with for Cloud9 White.
Another flank. Another flank. Bob this time. She sniffed it out. And the retake, it's in action.
Is going to be one down there from that kill from Bob. Cosmic Divide then coming out from the defense. So Petra crossfire with Mimi. Here comes the swing out from Church. And they're praying for these kills. A res to come out. A 2 versus 2. Kasumi on low HP. The headshot onto Mary. A 1v1, but it's not going to happen.
Wow.
Glance stays around for G2. 9-2 into the half.
Incredible. And you saw Katsumi really trying her damnedest to win that round, completely baiting her teammate with that res, as she should, to try to take over the round into her own hands. But again, the post plants for G2, they can make no mistakes. They can do no wrong. Every corner is covered if you're G2 right now in those sites.
Oh, yeah. And even look at it from that wall, it seems as though there was a little gap there, too, and we don't really care for G2. We play inside that. C9 White, the first time that we see this lineup now on Pearl. Definitely shows that, you know what, not many players, not many teams play against a Yoru, and you can't really adapt so far, and you don't have that many rounds here in Valorant to be able to try to come back. That said, C9 looking to battle towards this B side as a Cosmic Divide comes out on the attack. And this time it seems that G2 is also committed to move forward.
Double operator for Cloud9 and op on the back of Jazzy. No ultimate either. This retake is going to be so difficult. G2 once again in those power positions in this post.
That's a double push into the back halls. Nightfall available here for Petra. And it comes out. Jazzican though still lends the shot. Katsumi as well. As we're now slowly closing back into the control of the B side for Cloud9. The flank now spotted as Bob and Alexis are just trying to hold it down, but it's going to be Mimi instead. The tides have turned now for G2. Make that even for C9. Can Giuliano save the round? It's a 1v1. Bob looking to get the defuse. It's a halfway. The spray comes out. We're sticking it. Bob does not care. Bob will get the defuse, and C9 will salvage the round.
What patience coming through for Alexis. The fact that she didn't go too fast there allowed Bob to stick it in that 2v1. Finally, Cloud9 are able to convert. But I gotta say, Vans, those are worrying signs. If towards the end of this round, you're busting out a double operator on the back of Neon, that means you're running out of answers, and that's got me worried here.
I want to know, Christine, what will be the answers now going to the second half if you have C9 on the attack?
I mean, you just let Yoru have a lot more fun, right? It seems like that's been the game plan for G2, and it's working.
Well, at least the desk had time to digest on this Yoru from Giuliano, so let's see what they have to say.
What a half there for G2 goes. And I mean, when the Yoru got locked in, I think we had some doubt here and there, but I heard during that game, when we were watching it, and you've been converted. You're a believer now.
I am. Look, at the start, I was like, okay, no like Bleach, no like heavy setup for the Yoru. I don't love that because you can't full execute on his sights, but no. Juliana was doing it all on her own, from the ults to sort of clear full space for her teammates, just like the short-range TP is clearing down and getting to the opposite side of B long. It gave so many unique options that I don't think C9 were ready for at all. And I wanted to look at one round where they do this ultimate fake out onto C9. They do this huge attempt with Giuliano ulting into this A site. But there's a TP ready to go on the opposite side. Here's that quick little teleport that we saw early on. But you can see, like, they just absolutely powered through on towards that A site and had a lot of clever usage throughout the game.
Yeah, I think this is a slightly different round, but it's fine. We've seen, like, a lot of really, really cool things Juliana has been up to. What have you made of the Yoru?
Yeah, I mean, she's definitely been the playmaker. She's not getting as many frags as like Petra, for example, but she's definitely making the plays and completely keeping C9 on their feet. I mean, they just look so comfortable with this comp. They look so comfortable on Pearl in general, so I think it's just working out.
Well, let's talk about C9 Y's comp, because if we look at this, what do they need to do, Athena, to get back into the game?
Yeah, I mean, I touched up on this a little bit earlier during Agent Select, but they actually don't have any flashes. So that kind of means that Neon has to be fast-paced, take those aggressive takes, and once they do execute on a site, they actually have to push and take as much site control as possible to deny the retakes. Once they set up those crossfires on site, it will be a little harder for G2 to retake, but again, they don't have flashes, so they have to do that by pure firepower. Brute force, the whole thing.
So like backside control, B side, very important. Maybe two players in secret as well, if they can maintain those positions. Those are generally how you can really hold down onto that A site. You can't just smoke and give up. You got to play forward.
Well, G2 goes, and they're on the precipice of making history here. C9Y, Vans and Potter, they have to find a way to get back into this.
That indeed they do, Yinsu. Thank you. And by the way, big shout out to Myrna. She's doing a great job on that analyst desk.
Absolutely. Such solid points coming through. And we got to hop onto it a little bit more, right? The fact that C9 don't have any flashes in this composition. And the fact that they've been shying away from really heavily swarming into the site. So we need to see aggression coming out here for C9 on the attack.
You want aggression, you got aggression. This is quick right now from Cloud9
Oh,
White.
no!
But we're not clearing the corner, but at least a TP goes out. Mel does get the long-range kill onto Miri, though. That's the chamber diff, and now the wall comes up for the rest of C9 to push forward. Wall then to come out, it's going to be a plant for long.
Jazzican's biding her time. And this position was such a power position for G2 in their post. This time, Cloud9, a little bit of breathing room here, but Giuliano wants to have fun.
One flash available. Beautiful Han that spots two players inside this B site. Even a Prowler towards the back. And Katsumi's just trying to dance around this wall. It's broken left and right. Now the wall comes up on defense. Juliana fights towards the back halls. Mimi and Glance just go to work. Somehow this is looking for G2 for a clean defuse. At least now Bob is going to be the last player standing. A 2 versus 1. But there's that wall. Hello,
Safe
barricade.
Wall, just barricading, and the timing in which Mimi came and placed that down, it created a whole nother map almost in that site, right? A lot of different new angles, and both Sages just bobbing and weaving, using that wall completely to their advantage to find those picks, and that's a beautiful retake coming out here for G2. A stark difference from the struggles of Cloud9's retakes, and now you're seeing decisive aggression coming out here for G2 to completely overtake that site.
This is such a tough round now for C9, even a tough half. I'm going to have to reiterate this once again, Christine. Through the whole series so far, C9 White have only won one pistol. So with this plant, they're going to be on a force buy, but losing this round would be detrimental to the series. G2 are looking so comfortable and good on this map of Pearl.
Definitely so tough. We've got a force buy coming through here for Cloud9 as well. They don't want to allow G2 to get to 11. G2, they're being proactive. This Astra smoke pickup is huge!
My God. What can you say? G2 just looks so clean into all of these plays on this very map. Just kills after kills, working as a team, getting all of these frags, and now putting Bob in a tight situation. Another clutch that she's going to have to try to do. Spike is down. Nice flick onto the first. Mimi was looking for the timing, but on the top now puts Bob down to 24 HP. Could forfeit the spike, but Bob still needs a lot of information, and she can't do it. She's not playing any type of agent that could get that information, so instead, it's going to be a smoke to potentially and hopefully pick up the spike.
That should allow her to play around a little bit. Such intelligent plays coming out for G2, though. You can see that Mimi just went back over and met up with Mary, making sure that they're going to do a 2v1 peek, if anything, onto Bob. Oh, this is going to be tough. The timing!
Just unfortunate. Mimi also had utility in her hand for the self-heal. There's a potential there, but it's going to be the timing that comes in favor of G2, and that's a huge round to win. And now it's just going to be C9 having to fight back and claw back every single round just to try to make it at least somewhat competitive.
Yeah, exactly. And this is almost, I mean, this is G2 saying anything you can do, we can do better, right? Because we talked about the fact that Cloud9 were making those proactive moves in mid, trying to sniff out wherever that hit was going. This time G2 do it, but they make it look so much better. I mean, just the ping-ponging off of each other, it's flawless right now for G2.
Now you see the flash coming out with the decoy. Jazzkins even shot early, so they know there's presence from Cloud9 towards the top of B. Meanwhile, for the rest of C9, we're adding more pressure towards the B halls at that B link. Yes, we're able to get Petra back. But now as we fight forward towards this B main, it's Bob with a headshot from the Guardian.
Huge pickup. Mary tries to equalize things, but just takes a bunch of damage. She's going to have to reposition and wait for her teammates. 2 of her teammates are actually on the flank, so she's got to survive. She's got to buy time.
Buying that she is in the back. The wall comes up, and that's the other thing too. No breach, not only the fall line, no flashes to help clear out towards the back, but at least Alexis stops the bleeding and stops the pressure that Mary had in the back of that site.
And Glance, they got to speed up the pace, so the sound cues are there for Cloud9. They've heard everything, but Mimi, what a transfer. That's a Spectre, Vans.
Yeah, using it like a rifle, and now only 1 kill away from getting an ult, but instead it's just going to be another wall to try to cross over, but this should have a gap. And she's looking for the last kill. It's going to be Mel, only with the Guardian, and she gets it! The quad kill for the defuse! The Red Bull clutch! And it looked to be C9 all over that round, but it's instead map and series point for G2.
The movement, the bulldog, the fact that Mimi, LAN player, LAN approved, that 3-ping coming out, and she's just so good for it. That was a round that Cloud9, it looked like they had everything they needed, right? We talked about the fact that it was only Mary on the site. All of her other teammates were so far away. But again, maybe a little bit indecisive. Maybe Mary's pick really put a spanner in the works, but the post-plant positioning is just not paying off for Cloud9 in any way or form. multiple post plants now where G2 are just having their way with Cloud9. Whatever they want to do, whichever way they want to make this retake happen, they're good for it.
And now it's like we mentioned before, they're always playing from so far behind for C9. Another timeout to come in, but you can definitely see now from, you know, the expressions that it's not the same attitude as we had before. We're going from cracking our knuckles here from Alexis to just trying to put our hands together to try to figure out if anybody from the Valorant gods could save them on the domination from G2 so far.
Yeah, exactly. Oh boy, this is quite interesting. I wish I could be a fly on the wall during this timeout for Cloud9 White and see exactly what these communications are coming through. You know, one great thing about this squad is the fact that they're all great friends, right? They've got that team camaraderie. I doubt that there's any sort of saltiness going on in this timeout. These ladies, they fully believe that this comeback can absolutely happen, even though you're down 3-12 here.
Agreed. This is not one of those moments where a timeout is to try to cheer us up or whatnot. You don't have time for that. It's to try to figure out how the hell can we open up any of these sites or at least play a good post plan for C9 White. And it's going to be another attempt towards B. One of those moments where, okay, maybe micro adjustments could help us win this post plan. So we'll try it out. But Juliana's walking back up on the top of B at the control. A haunt, he gets shot. Actually, she misses it, but at least she has that TP all the way back towards A.
Shot just a split second too early, but look at this, bait and switch. Even though Juliana TP'd away, Mary is in prime position, off angle, misses a couple of shots, and she is forced to TP back away, and Cloud9, they're decently happy with this. This is the control that they came in for. Astral Wall will go down. And Cloud9, they're committed. They're pretty committed here. Although Bob is on the opposite side, she's just watching the flank.
Woo! Nice sorry, there's no flash going out, but it was a nice swing out towards the wall for Mary to be able to get that kill. And now she picks up the spike. They're still looking for this plant, but Giuliano's still behind here. A haunt to come out, but it's a trade-off. No spike though. It just got dropped.
And Bob, she wanted to make that flank happen, but the timing wasn't on her side. She decides to come regroup with her team. 3 versus 3.
30 seconds left.
Spike is down, and G2, they're in prime position. Mimi waiting to react and peek off her teammates' contact here. Beautiful smoke, though.
That res to allow that to come up, and Petra hears a spray, swings out from the control. There's only 10 seconds left, and the dimensional drift on top of that to get all that information. Alexis Elise gets the kill onto Glance, but the push out, there's no time. Mimi comes out to get the last 2 kills, and G2 wins the series.
And what a beautiful way to close it out in style as well. I mean, the fact that it was Bob's smoke to help Mimi get that res off as well. I mean, that's beautiful.
Oh, I mean, look at the cheers. It's definitely painful if you're a C9 fan, but that conversation of who's the best team so far at the Game Changers, I gotta say, it's definitely G2 after that performance on Pearl.
Hey, look, you know, we talked about the strengths of this lineup, and the ladies talked about it as well. 37 years experience on LAN. This is just another Tuesday for Giuliano out there. I mean, just casually destroying Cloud9 White, NA's best. It's no big deal.
Yeah, we were trying to find those answers there for C9. We're trying to see how we could fight towards that backside, but as we mentioned, if you don't have any of those flashes, they couldn't really have that Prowler moving deep on C9 on the attack to try to pick up those B sites. And the retakes just continues to be cleaner and cleaner for G2 too.
Yeah, exactly. And it's kind of scary, I gotta say. I mean, I'm looking at these camera pictures and I'm seeing Mimi having a blast out there. I'm seeing Mary. Just nothing is phasing them, it seems. And, you know, all the pressure that I thought there might be on day one of the biggest LAN that there has been in many, many years, it's just, again, casual, effortless.
It also brings another point of conversation when looking at Game Changers Series 3 in the EMEA. When we had the comeback from GuildX, when GuildX actually won that series against G2 3-2, and we're like, oh, well, ever since we had a new coach come in from Guild, maybe they're that new team coming in. But we had some time to work, and they've worked some great small changes into composition, but the gameplay was totally different from G2, and it continued to be that strong team.
Yeah, totally different. I mean, and Pearl is the exact perfect example of that, right? If we think back in that Guild series, they got destroyed, I believe, like 13-3 on Pearl. So the fact that they're able to come back in just a matter of a couple of weeks and completely rebrand, re-identify, and set Mary up for success, set Giuliano up for success with these weird picks, but make it look damn good, that's impressive.
Yeah, because he didn't have too much time to work on that, and not only that, we've seen so many changes on, what, 3 different maps that we've seen in this series from G2, if not overall in this tournament so far. So you gotta give it. I mean, look at the crowd. Look at the fans of G2 Mary winning with that victory that they had from G2 over C9, but at the same time, you gotta give it to Carcass. Right? We talk about you don't have a lot of time to work with on your strategies and your comps. He's definitely got to be in the lab cooking this up here for the team.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, now we do have the in zone MVP, Mimi Petra or Giuliano. I don't know, man. This is a close one. Mimi with a nice 4 versus 1 clutch. Those last 2 kills before. Giuliano, though, just owning things up on, what, the Yoru and the Reyna. What's your pick here?
I gotta go with Mimi. I mean, her showmanship, her camera presence.
That's true.
I'm a fan. I'm a fan.
But you know what? Maybe that's why Giuliano always has the game face on. So you're not going to do any facial expression because that's just going to be your talk in-game. And that's G2 winning that series versus Cloud9. Our first answers coming through. G9 gets knocked down to the lower brackets and G2 reigns strong. It's time to go for a break. And when we come back, the analyst desk to break that down.
the most highly anticipated Game Changers match of all time. The two teams who have always claimed that they are the best in the world. We are about to settle it here.
At least the trades are there for C9. Only one to go, and that's Mimi that you talked about before. But that's Alexis winning. That's a thrifty round that comes in for C9. And the door has to be broken. Looking for the pick. Will get it. And on the defuse, we're sticking. The Red Bull clutch on a 2 versus 1.
Hello!
Side from the backside. Beautiful paranoia, too. And C9 win the first map 13-7. Looks for the last 2. As somehow the communication wasn't there. Giuliano gets a 4K into the round and the Red Bull clutch. But Alexis lines up. What a few for 4 kills into the round.
Nice!
It's going to be quick, but it's still going to be Petra. First blood into the round. And Petra's not going to get out of anybody's way. Redemption comes in as G2 brings this to a 3rd map. Clean up on aisle 4. Petra gets the last kill there into the round. Contact, spots one, goes out with the overdrive, but overheat. It's not going to happen for C9.
Smoke pickup is huge.
My God.
Oh, this is going to be tough. The timing.
A gap. Oh, she's looking for the last kill. It's going to be Mel. Only with the guard in, and she gets it.
Let's go.
And that was the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. It is a great day to be from EMEA. We're on top, baby. I don't get to say that.
Yeah, we are. Let's go.
Yeah, woo! No. No. Both of you can suck it, honestly. I wanted to do that so long. We don't get to say that very often these days. You know, at Champions, it was all about Brazil, NA, EMEA got left behind a bit. But honestly, what a day to be alive. And we witnessed that. We finally got C9Y versus G2 Gozen.
We finally got it, and it was like, it felt so close for so long, and then Pearl dropped. Oh my God, G2 absolutely tear C9 apart. What a performance from them, because they were the ones that bust out for the first time up against Guild towards the end of EMEA Game Changers, and then to do it in C9's first time, it didn't even look close.
Yeah, I mean, G2's Pearl, like, it looked comfortable on a map. On comp, it looked comfortable. Team play looked comfortable. Aiming, Mimi looked hella comfortable. I mean, and then you just have all of those aspects coming across, and then C9, like, their first time kind of showing their Pearl. Their comp wasn't, you know, exactly it. They were missing the flash aspect. They weren't completely utilizing their neon to the best of their abilities, and I think that's kind of where they kind of dropped today. I mean, this is their worst performance, I think, ever in Game Changers.
It is indeed. I mean, today, both maps they lost against G2 was the worst ever. And what around this one?
This is the play I want to talk about. The Yoru pump fake right here, right? Ulting into sight, getting double flashes onto the 2 A players, while the rest of G2 is like, yeah, we're out of here. Sprinting over towards that B site, and Giuliano was there before them. What is that?
That's a fake.
That's ridiculous.
That's a fake.
Yeah, and just to keep note, the entire team had rotated off of B. They were fully committed. Even the chamber that's supposed to hold and sit there and be the sentinel and do its job, like, completely left. And then it was wide open.
It's because like the two flashes Giuliano sent hit both of the 2 A players, so they can't hear, they can't see if more players are running in with Giuliano. It was like perfect utility, the spacing on all of it, and on top of that, just the overall team play from G2, dominating. Pistols, 5 out of 6. The post plant wins. They were undefeated on Breeze in those 6 out of 6, and they only lost 1 on Pearl, and that was Bob full sticking. Right, like absolutely just sliding in there and stealing it. Really good stuff.
Yeah, I mean that was super cool. I mean, Bob definitely put on a show on all 3 maps. I think across the board, Bob managed to put up amazing numbers. I think she did really well for sure, and just sticking that kind of shows that, like, you know, she still had the confidence even though they were losing quite a bit. She still had the confidence.
Yeah, and like you said, despite what happened on map 3, this was a close series. It was back and forth. C9Y, they were dominant. They showed why they're also one of the best teams in the world. It's a double elimination bracket, so you know this is not the end or be all. We're probably gonna be able to see C9Y bounce back into this, but before we move on, I want to show you guys a tweet here from Zaz, the former G2 Gozen player. She said on Twitter, underestimating a team who has a bunch of years of experience just because they lost 1 GC is just a big question mark to me. So to the people who underestimated my dear Gozen, where are you now?
I'm right here. My bad. My bad. That one's on me. Also, quick shout out to Mary, who stepped into her place. goes to the role swap onto the chamber today. A fantastic international LAN debut from her.
Yeah, I mean, every single one of these G2 players really showed why they're on this team. I mean, even Petra was putting up amazing numbers, really doing what she can. She even contributed to that Yoru fake that just went so well for them. So I think overall the team really came together on Pearl.
Honestly, big up Giuliano for saving Reina players and Yoru players' reputation in like one series.
And for ruining solo queue for the next 2 months. Great work.
I had an inkling that might end up happening, but also the scary thing, G2 goes and they now have 2 extremely viable, unlosable comps on Pearl. Athena, surely teams are going to be banning that against them from here on.
I mean, they should, like, period. I think that Pearl map, I just saw so much like team camaraderie. I saw so much unity. They looked so composed. They had an amazing game plan. Even when things got finicky, when things got rough, they still managed to keep together, have a really good game plan, take the sides and abuse kind of the power that they knew they had over C9.
Well, before the break, we asked you guys at home to vote for the in-zone player of the match. The votes are in. And if it's not Mimi, I'm going to have a word with you guys. It is Mimi. She's got 2 MVPs in one day.
Look, you can't always trust Twitter analysts, but they're right today. 78.7%. Well done, team.
She deserves it. I mean, again, 2 MVPs in one day. Honestly, she's having a tournament of her life already. And again, like Zaz said, they're not here for like a fluke. They're Lanimals. They're proven Lanimals.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna crown Mimi as the first Lanimal of Game Changers here.
I mean, even her reactions tells it all. Like, she's screaming, yelling, looking at her team. Like, she's having fun with it, and she's destroying the server. Like, what else can you ask for?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah. And speaking of Mimi, she is standing by right now with Vansili in the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Lansili now with the Lanimal, Mimi. Congratulations on a big win here against C9. I want to get right into it. First off, we look into the first map where it's Ascent. And you guys went into a different agent composition. Actually, Juliana going into a Sage, a little bit less of a dive. Tell me about the strategy going through against C9 here.
I mean, after listen. I know we lost Ascent, but we also lost it because of ourselves. We kind of got a bit too naive and stopped checking corners, and I think we just took it a little bit too lightly. And they punished us for that. And it's clear that they're a really good team, and they will see those mistakes very quickly. So whenever we figured out that they would figure that out, we figured it out.
Hold on, I'm not too good with math. Figure it out. Anyways, if anything I figured out is that you lost the first map on Ascent, but on the second one, you're just having so much fun still. Like all the hand gestures, you're doing like sign languages. How do you maintain your cool or try to stay as confident as possible through the series?
Well, we're really good together. Everyone is really just hyping each other up. We're focusing on the small things. We know that mood is such a big thing, and getting a momentum is super important. So we made sure to get that straight away. And I think we kind of just kept it.
Yeah. Well, there's 2 players I want to talk about as well. The first one being Mary. Everybody at the desk, how we started all the storylines. It's all about, okay, Mary's first event. She thought that with her inexperience, she wasn't going to play that well, but she popped off. And that was also due to you guys adjusting and getting the best out of Mary. So how did you work that through?
We, as everyone know, made a very big change. We switched me and Mary's roles, which makes super much sense because I'm a more experienced player. I know how to, there's more team play built into me, and Mary is 16 years old, okay? She's 16. Many on this broadcast, but we don't remember being 16.
You double her age and it's still younger than me.
Yeah, see, that's what I mean, right?
That's crazy.
And
that's pretty crazy, actually.
She is so mechanically gifted and has such a crisp aim. It only made sense to put her on a fragger role.
Yeah.
So Kakas and Julia figured that out. We made sure to figure out how we should do that, because we only have 4 weeks to then practice everything that we've practiced all year long and made it into 4 weeks.
Yeah.
And Julia and Kakas just did that to perfection.
Yeah. Usually I do podcasts and we could talk for 3 hours. I have so many questions to ask you on top of that with Giuliano, but you know what? I'm just gonna let you say your final words to the fans. I saw that the G2 house was super loud in there in the crowd. So what do you have to say?
Thank you so much, everyone, for supporting us. We really appreciate it, and I love my teammates. They're the absolute best.
Thank you so much, Mimi. We'll definitely see more of you. And now it's time to pass it back to the desk here with Yinsu.
Thank you very much, Lan Silly and the Lanamore Mimi. That was a great interview. I also loved hearing the insight of how Juliana and Karkas are kind of crafting all these comm changes and making sure all the players are comfortable. It's definitely paying off.
Yeah, I mean, you saw how it worked out. I think that decision was absolutely flawless for their team, and she's right. Mary was the crisp aimer, not necessarily the best at like teamwork, just because she doesn't have as much experience. And we saw Mimi can pop off in any role. So I think that she did just an amazing job adapting, and the entire team did too. So really good calls out there.
Yeah, and it's not all about G2 today. C9Y, they also had a great day as well. And I want to remind you guys what they can do with this HyperX reflex. Mel with an op here. I would have broken my wrist.
This one was crazy. I mean, look at this.
crisp.
Instant on the swing that, ooh, clean, quick, crisp.
Enemy remaining.
Got it all.
Bonk. That is the analysis we love to hear on the desk here. But again, we have a double elimination. There is a lower bracket. We're probably going to see C9Y absolutely dominate. Again, it does feel like they've met their match right now. And Athena, I'm looking forward to that narrative of them getting back into it.
Yeah, I mean, the lower bracket run is definitely a thing. It still builds character. I think it's definitely doable. We've seen them kind of lose a couple maps here and there, you know, to Shopify, for example, in Game Changers, but that did not let them kind of waver the way that they were going to play. And I think that they can keep that going throughout the lower bracket.
Can I cope for like a minute? Like
Do
60
it.
seconds
You can
of
do it.
coping, right? Okay, look. The maps they lost. First of all, chamber maps. Give me the Cypher, Mel. I love the Cypher. Bring it back. I want it. Also, these are the highest volatility maps out there, right? Breeze and Pearl, they're getting a little bit crazy. The Steelers in our backlines, like, look, we just get those out of the pool. C9, bring back the Icebox. I think they play the Icebox, just hiding it, you know? They bring that out, you know, give us everything else. Give us the Fracture. I know that's in the pool. Bring it out. Get rid of the two crazy maps, and then you're going to be fine. You're going to be totally great. I don't want to see them play Breeze and Pearl against G2 ever again.
I'm with you. Just pew pew, you know, do your thing. But we've only seen 4 teams today. There are 4 more waiting in the wings to get on that stage, and they're going to be taking that stage again. Tomorrow, it is going to be Guild, Shopify, Fennel, and Team Liquid Brazil as well. Athena, after the day we've had today, I don't even know what to expect for tomorrow.
I mean, I'm looking forward to Guild and Shopify because this is just going to cement either the EU supremacy or it's going to show that it can flip either way. Maybe C9 just had a bad map pool kind of pick in their favor, you know, and we'll really see that tomorrow. Like, hopefully the regions can balance it out. Fennel and Liquid, definitely a game that I want to watch. Seeing that Brazilian firepower is something that I am so looking forward to.
It's a team that's been like hyped up relentlessly for so long, and like, ooh, we finally get to see it. Fennel got the swagger. I don't know. I feel like all 8 teams just have really cool stories. I've actually gotten the chance to like talk to like some of the Japanese casters, and the stories I'm ready to weave tomorrow for those teams. Like, I just love so many of the players here. They had a fantastic game 1, and it's not going to be over anytime soon.
Yeah, I think we set a bar today. What a day we have had. Thank you very much, Ender and Athena, for joining me today. We're going to be back for more Game Changers action tomorrow, starting with NA versus EMEA, Shopify versus Guild X. Make sure you come back and join us, and we'll see you then.
We've been waiting for this moment since the launch of VALORANT Game Changers. 8 teams have poured everything they have into this defining moment of their legacy, and all that's left is to seal the final chapter of their year. Let's see how it all plays out, and welcome to the stage, Cloud9 White and Crew Esports.
Dash comes in, and the first swing. Stunning work from Katsumi, and even one spawn. Welcome to the stage, Cloud9. You're looking like you're at home. Alexis taking heads. What are you doing?
I anticipate this, but Alexis just swings out, finds all 3. 4 on the round for Alexis. C9 White close out Ascent.
There's going to be a push off the spike, potentially. Can't sit that no more. 50 seconds and the clutch for Jazzy. What are you doing? Mel behind them, behind the wire. Mel closing in now. Don't do it to him. Just get the job done. It's 13-5. Cloud9 White proving exactly why they are the team to beat.
X10, they are the Titan Slayers of APAC, and they face yet another Titan, this time from EMEA. But this is G2's home turf. And do we believe in another upset?
Find a shot, but G2 just wants to fight. Petra swings forward, grabs 3, and Mary is there for the last.
Let's go.
What a start for this team here. Another day at the office.
G2, 13-4, make a statement in their opener on LAN.
You're good. You're great. You're great. You're great. You're amazing. You're amazing. You're good. You're insane. You're insane. In the head. True.
It's going to be Mimi for 2. Make it a 3rd. You cannot get past her.
If she gets a kill, she can just pop on out, but she'll stick around for more. Second and the dismiss. Easy
Nice! Let's go! And to continue the push as Mimi is there to trade everything on through. A triple for her. G2 take the series.
This is their home. Back on LAN. G2 goes in. Look incredible. Not allowing their opponents to break the double digits on a single map.
This is the most highly anticipated Game Changers match of all time. The two teams who have always claimed that they are the best in the world. We are about to settle it here.
At least the trades are there for C9. Only 1 to go, and that's Mimi that you talked about before. But that's Alexis winning. That's a thrifty round that comes in for C9. And the door has to be broken. Looking for the pick. We'll get it. And on to the fuse. We're sticking. The Red Bull clutch on a 2 versus 1.
Team play. Hello.
Side from the backside. Beautiful paranoia too. And C9 win the first map 13-7. Looks for the last 2. As somehow the communication wasn't there. Giuliano gets a 4K into the round and the Red Bull clutch. But Alexis lines up quite a few for 4 kills into the round.
Nice!
It's going to be quick, but it's still going to be Petra. First blood into the round. Woo. And Petra's not going to get out of anybody's way. Redemption comes in as G2 brings this to a 3rd map. Clean up on aisle 4. Petra gets the last kill there into the round. Contact, spots 1, goes out with the overdrive, but overheat. It's not going to happen for C9.
Smoke pickup is huge.
My God.
Oh, this is going to be tough. The timing.
A gap. Ash is looking for the last kill. It's going to be Mel. Only with the guard in, and she gets it.
Let's go!
G2 wins the series.
And what a beautiful way to close it out in style as well.
That conversation of who's the best team so far at the Game Changers. I gotta say, it's definitely G2 after that performance on Pearl.
So I don't lie, awake at night, wondering why the days go by with captured thoughts upon my mind. Don't talk if you're not gonna say much. You could have something you don't like the taste of. Don't talk if you won't make it worth it. Did you get far before you hit the surface? When it doesn't match the skin tone. So blue, no sight, yellow brick road. Cause for the worst, don't come back to San Francisco. Live and let live, let them figure it out. We can do whatever, I just want you around. Tell it to the world when I don't pick up your calls. And if you're thinking something stupid, don't say nothing at all. Don't talk if you're not gonna say much. You could have something you don't like the taste of. Don't talk if you won't
make it worth it? Did you get far before you hit the surface? Don't talk, and if you don't say something, I'm just gonna dig myself deeper. I wish it could have gone a little cleaner. And if you don't say something, I'm just gonna dig myself deeper. But most of us aren't good with that either. Don't talk if you're not gonna say much. You could have something you don't like the taste of. Don't talk.